Sermon 12 of the Prophets and Kings of the Old Testament. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Prophets and Kings of the Old Testament by Frederick Denison Maurice. Sermon 12. The Unfaithful Wife. Lincoln's Inn, First Sunday in Lent, February 29, 1852. Hosea chapter 2, verse 8. For she did not know that I gave her corn and wine and oil, and multiplied her silver and gold, which they prepared for Baal. The history of the 10 tribes after the death of Jeroboam II explains and confirms the terrible warnings of Amos. Zechariah, the son of Jeroboam, reigned over Israel for 6 months, and Shallum, the son of Joash, conspired against him, and smote him before the people, and slew him, and reigned in his stead. Shallum reigned a full month in Samaria, for Menahem, the son of Gadai, went up from Tirzah, and came to Samaria, and reigned in his stead. This reign lasted 10 years. It is very memorable in the history, for in the course of it, Pul, the king of Assyria, came against the land. And Menahem gave Pul 1,000 talents of silver, that his hand might be with him to confirm the kingdom in his hand. And he exacted the money of Israel, even all the mighty men of wealth, of each man 50 shekels of silver, to give to the king of Assyria, so that he turned back and stayed not there in the land. 2 Kings chapter 15. Thus, the first appearance of this great empire in connection with the Palestine people is a sure witness of all that is to follow. The king becomes at once the tributary. He trusts to Assyria to keep him on the throne. He incurs the hatred of his most powerful subjects to obtain this protection. His son reigns for 2 years. Then Pekah, the son of Remaliah, a captain of his, smote him in Samaria, in the palace of the king's house, with 50 men of the Gileadites, and he killed him and reigned in his room. Possibly the Assyrian tendencies of Menahem and his son were the cause of this insurrection. Pekah may have been the head of a national or of an Egyptian party. He had certainly ambitious projects, for he conspired with Rezin, the king of Syria, against Jerusalem and its king, with the deliberate purpose of overthrowing the house of David. The kings of that house after Joash, namely Amaziah, Uzziah, and Jotham, are all spoken of with respect. They did that which was right in the sight of the Lord. But Amaziah vaingloriously defied the king of Israel to look him in the face, and Judah was put to the worst before Israel. And Jehoash took Amaziah king of Judah, and came to Jerusalem, and brake down the wall of Jerusalem, and took all the gold and silver, and all the vessels that were found in the house of the Lord, and the treasures of the king's house, and hostages, and returned to Samaria. This was the greatest humiliation which Judah had suffered, just at a time when it probably hoped to conquer the tribes that inflicted it. In Amaziah's reign and in that of his son and grandson, we are told that the high places were not taken away, that the people did sacrifice and burnt incense in them. There must have been, therefore, a continual growth of superstition and idolatrous worship during the period before the reign of Ahaz. All the open and latent corruptions and unbelief of the people embodied themselves in this king. His predecessors had not tried to extirpate the evil, though they were personally pure from it. He walked in the way of the kings of Israel, yea, and made his son to pass through the fire, according to the abominations of the heathen, whom the Lord cast out before the children of Israel. And he sacrificed and burnt incense on the high places and on the hills and under every green tree. One can understand how such a man would feel and act when he heard that two neighboring kings were conspiring against him. The heart of him and of his people, we are told, was moved by the news of it, as the trees are moved by the wind. He could think only of the immediate danger and how to avert that. So he sent messengers to Tiglath-Pileser, king of Assyria, saying, I am thy servant and thy son. Come up and save me out of the hand of the king of Syria, and out of the hand of the king of Israel, which rise up against me. And the king of Assyria hearkened unto him, for he went up against Damascus, and took it, and carried the people of it captive to Kir, and slew Rezin. 2 Kings chapter 16, verse 7. We are told before, chapter 15, verse 29, that he took Ijon, and Kedesh, and Razor, and Gilead, and Galilee, all the land of Naphtali, and carried them captive to Assyria. By far the most profound commentary upon these records, as they bear upon Judah, upon Israel, upon the surrounding nations, upon the Asiatic monarchies, upon the future condition of God's kingdom and of mankind, is to be found in the prophecies of Isaiah, which I propose hereafter to consider. But there is an earlier prophet, who is the proper preparation for Isaiah, a prophet from whom one learns more, perhaps, than from any other, the intensely individual and intensely national character of that work to which prophets are called, the actual meaning of the divine covenant, the state and the sins of a people living under one, the reason and method of the divine punishments, the ground upon which a seer, crushed under the sense of his nation's sins, could hope for its restoration. Those who have studied the words of Hosea, the son of Beeri, most carefully, are convinced that the greater part of his life must have been passed in the kingdom of Israel. He speaks, they say, of its hills and valleys, of its villages and fenced cities, in a way which shows that he had been brought up among them, that they had worked themselves into his heart, as only that scenery can, which is dear from the associations of childhood and home. He dwells upon the special corruptions of the 10 tribes, of their kings and priests, like one who was in direct contact with them, who knew what was going on in the land and had looked into the inmost heart of it. On the other hand, it is observed that when he turns to Judah, he exhibits the sympathy and affection of a child of Abraham, but still of a comparative stranger. He has, at first, well-grounded hopes of it, such as he could not cherish for his own soil. But as time advances, and his knowledge becomes greater, these hopes are united with the saddest forebodings. One sister he finds is scarcely less treacherous than the other. Nay, the treachery of Judah if less flagrant, seems to him more deep. There is a falsehood in both which terrible fires must burn out. These remarks are of great use because they show how real the diction of every true prophet is, how directly it is drawn from actual nature, how much of what we call Oriental extravagance and hyperbole is supplied by our own loose and careless mode of reading. It saves us trouble to bestow some general names of this kind upon epithets and descriptions which may indicate the clearest perception of external objects and are expressions of the most living inward convictions. We do not, however, want arguments of this kind to prove that Hosea, at all events, was busy with facts and not with fictions. He had to understand the principles of his country's history by most fearful passages in his own. Because the land had committed great adulteries, departing from the Lord, he must marry an adulteress. He must experience again and again her infidelities. She was to bear children, whose names would denote her shame, for whom he must feel a father's yearnings, yet whom he could not dare to call his. The wife was at length to desert him for her lovers. He was again to redeem her, to endure the intolerable anguish of love, straggling with indignation and disgust, to exhibit his love in the true and only possible form of restraint and punishment, to see through that punishment glimpses of hope, faint flickering tokens of reformation, in themselves quite unsatisfactory, yet testifying that there is a power in love which may triumph at last over the most obstinate resistance. A fearful education for a man to pass through, fearful beyond any racks and dungeons by which saints in later days have been trained to faith and patience. Yet it must have brought Hosea into depths of insight and wisdom which all times may discern and profit by. His words may have been imperfectly understood. A number of his allusions may baffle even learned interpreters, but the most simple have obtained from him hints of truths which every day's experience of themselves and of the world have made more precious, and which, they believe, the ages to come will not exhaust, but develop. For there is, I conceive, in every prophecy and in every book which God has intended for the instruction of men, a leading thought which forces itself upon the mind of a serious reader, though he is a mere wayfarer, almost without his knowing it, and this thought becomes a part of him, and interprets perplexing facts which cross him in his ordinary path. If you question him as to the way in which he arrived at his knowledge, he may be quite unable to answer you. His impression of the surrounding details may be vague and confused to the last degree. Nevertheless, he has a secret which you must use if you would have a clearer insight respecting those details. Apart from the central truth, to which he is often led by what may truly be called divination, the book is a rhapsody. No geographical, chronological, or philological facts, immeasurably valuable as they all are, can make it orderly or reasonable. In Hosea's case, the leading thought reveals itself without any divination. He makes known to us at the outset of the book the fearful discipline which is the key to all the contents of it, the mystery of marriage, the violation of vows, the husband's long-suffering, the way in which it works. These are not the ornaments of the book, but the subjects of it. They are never absent for a moment from the mind of the writer, They should not be absent from our minds if we would know what lessons he has to teach respecting his own land, or ourselves. The cardinal doctrine of Hosea's prophecy and of his life, that without which one is as unintelligible as the other, is that man, being made in the image of God, all human relationships are images of divine relationships, that through them God acquaints us with his character and government, that in them we are to show forth that character and government. Any verbal statement of this doctrine naturally provokes this objection. That, it is said, might be true if human relationships were in their proper, reasonable condition. But manifestly they are not. We are fallen beings. Our fallen condition lies at the very root of our intercourse with each other, of our affections and sympathies. You cannot, without the grossest extravagance, scarcely without blasphemy, connect them with anything celestial or divine. They are of the earth, earthly. You must acknowledge them to have this origin, and then try as well as you can to rectify the more flagrant anomalies in them by the restraints of law, the arguments and influences of religion. Here is the answer. Hosea's marriage assumes, if anyone ever did, a false condition of things, the existence of all possible evil and contradiction. There is nothing utopian, surely, in his view of domestic or of public life. He enters with a foresight, very imperfect doubtless, falling immeasurably short of the dreadful reality, but still with a foresight of the consequences upon a life which he knows will be one of personal misery. He does this expressly to illustrate the course of the divine procedure. This was the prophet's appointed duty. Explain it as you will, but admit at least that he does not recognize the fallen nature itself, or the most actual and terrible results of that nature in the most depraved society, as setting aside the order which God has established, or making the exhibition of that order impossible. Hosea began with the belief that his nation was holy, called by God to be holy, because he was holy. That belief had to struggle with evidence which seemed to set it utterly at naught, to make it absolutely ridiculous and monstrous. A holy nation! Why, there is no truth, nor mercy, nor knowledge of God in the land. A holy nation? Why, by swearing and lying and killing and stealing and committing adultery, they break out, and blood toucheth blood. A holy nation? Why, it is like people, like priests, and the prophets are with them. A holy nation? Why, the king is glad with their wickedness, and the princes with their lies. The king is a drunkard. He stretcheth out his hand with the scorners. This a holy nation! What, because Abraham, its first father, was holy? Because it bears the sign of the covenant which testified that he believed God, and which denoted that he was separated from his own lust and from the surrounding world to his Maker? Could a prophet, an earnest, righteous man, believe such a fiction as this? And yet it stands written, this is a holy nation. God, who cannot lie, has pronounced it so. He has spoken not of a few individuals in it, exceptions from the rest, as consecrated, redeemed, devoted to him. He has bestowed that title upon Israel. What can it mean? How can I, a prophet, admit the facts of which my ear bears witness, and yet cleave to these assertions which come, as I have always thought, from one who knows what my eyes and ears cannot tell me, who looks into the very secrets of things. Hosea discovered the reconciliation of these divine declarations and these facts of human observation, in one case by realizing it in another. Could he deceive himself that the bond which united him to Gomer, the daughter of Diblaim, was a holy bond? Was not the ground of it holy? God had instituted it. Was not it holy in its very principle and nature? It expressed an entire love and devotion on his side to one who gave up herself to him. Did he not feel and know that in trying to carry out the meaning of it, he was raised above himself, that he acted in a way in which he could not have acted from any mere impulses of his own? Everything in his life tended to awaken personal bitterness, yet a tenderness was called forth in him towards her, which surmounted that bitterness and transformed it. This tenderness extended to her children. It became a part of his life. It not only did not exclude horror of her wrongdoings, they grew up side by side. One sustained the other. Each was stronger as the mere sense of injury and insult to himself was chastened and subdued. From what source could such feelings come? How were they kept alive? They must be derived out of a higher love, a love utterly unselfish, patient of the wrongdoer, detesting the wrong. That love must be the law of his being who gives man his law. It must be the guide and measure of his acts, who directs the acts and the will of man. This was a revelation indeed, worth the cost of unspeakable suffering. But see what was implied in it. Hosea had not merely learnt how he might be a gracious, loving man, and might show forth grace and love to one who had gone astray. He had not merely learnt that God desired him to have this character because it corresponded to his own. He had been taught that when he was most true, most loving, most holy, he was but conforming to an order, and that his wife, when most false, was but violating this order. He was but submitting to follow a law under which he had been placed, to act out the relation into which he had entered. She was claiming to have a way of her own, refusing to be under a law, saying that the relation into which she had entered was a restraint upon her liberty. Did not the interpretation of that seeming opposition between faith and experience lie here? Did not experience itself offer the most perfect vindication of faith? Precisely what was true of this woman was true of the nation to which she belonged. It was brought into an order. The unseen Lord had declared that it was an actual relation to him, that it stood while it acknowledged him and depended upon him, that when it ceased to acknowledge him, it would fall under the dominion of its own instincts and appetites, that these instincts and appetites would assuredly make it the slave of all visible things. It had ceased to acknowledge him, to believe him. It had fallen into this slavery. Kings, priests, people, prophets had fallen into it. There was no need of arguments to prove it. The low animal habits of the people declared on what objects they were setting their hearts. Every high hill and grove showed how their religion was working with their natural tendencies, giving them a sanction, aggravating them, receiving back ever fresh corruption from them. What name could be found for such offenses? A name denoting at once the principle and effect of them. Hosea could only call them adulteries. The nation had been married to an unseen husband, to whom it was bound by all holy bonds and covenants. These bonds and covenants might be regarded as merely artificial and imaginary. They would, of course, be so regarded the moment the nation had become incapable of counting anything as real that was not visible, the moment it had passed into an utterly idolatrous condition of mind. But their reality would be proved by the gradual dissolution of all other bonds and covenants, by the growing tendency in the members of the nation to deny that they stood in any relation to each other, by the practice of the majority, assuming that each man lived for himself, by the increased strength and definiteness and popularity of doctrines which justified that practice. Lastly, by facts which showed that those who treated the divine covenant as a fantasy and a fiction became themselves the sports of every fantasy and fiction, that they could confess nothing else, live in nothing else. This was the condition into which the prophets saw that the land of their fathers, every flower and stone of which was dear to them, was actually hastening. This utterly bewildered condition in which all names and forms were interchanged and inverted, the great disease of which was the utter consciousness of any disease, the self-flattery which assumed the flush and fever of consumption as signs of health, as pledges of endurance. Can you wonder that Hosea's words, just because they were the words of a sane, thoughtful, far-seeing man, should have seemed to those who heard them like the ravings of a madman? Men who have ceased to believe in a nation, who do not feel that the name denotes anything substantial, who look upon it merely as a collection of atoms, who have lost all sense of a connection between past, present, and future, who only know that they exist in the passing moment, and suspect that a chaos lies before and behind them. Such men must mock at the discourses of a prophet. He talks of a nation's ruin, a nation's dissolution. What can that signify? That which he dreads as the most fearful of all consummations has for them taken place already. Relationships have become to them non-entities, mere creatures of the imagination. What if they should perish more, completely still? Would not the corn and the wine, the silver and the gold still remain? Might not those who have these possessions still enjoy them, and perhaps more abundantly? No, says the prophet, this is the part of the woe which I am sent to pronounce upon you, not the worst part assuredly, but a part which you can understand, and which you must listen to. The corn and the wine and the oil, the silver and the gold will not continue. You do not know that the unseen God has given you them. You are dedicating them to Baal. You are worshiping a God of corn and wine and oil, of silver and gold. A God whose main characteristic in your judgment is that he sends these things or withholds them according to no rule at all, or according to the rules which you follow in the distribution of your treasures, whom rich men therefore, by a profitable outlay of a portion of their treasures in his service, may induce to favor them, and to keep them superior to the rest of their countrymen. It will not be, cannot be. The coming and the going of these gifts which you count so precious depend upon laws which you hold vile and trample upon. These outward things are contingent upon the moral laws upon the spiritual relations in which you have ceased to believe. When these are utterly set at naught, you will seek in vain for the others. You will invoke all your gods to help you. They will not nerve arms which indolence and despair have palsied. They will not enable men to work for a common object who have learned to think that each exists only for himself. You will find that one great part of Hosea's prophecy relates to this subject. The misery and poverty of his treacherous wife when she has betaken herself to her seducers are the inevitable consequences of her revolt and their indifference. The like effects will be produced in the nation by the like causes. The analogy has many sides. The lovers of Israel were not only the false gods whom she chose instead of the true. The cowardice to which faithlessness and idolatry had given birth led her, as we have heard, to turn to the human powers which were threatening her existence. There was a party which pointed to Egypt as their natural ally and protector. Another, and in the 10 tribes apparently the most powerful, party which would stay upon Assyria. I am thy servant and thy son, was the ignominious confession which Menahem made by his axe, and which the degenerate descendant of David afterwards uttered in express words. What would come of it? The invader, having laid waste the land, would be content for a time with homage and tribute, through the effect of his devastation from the reasonable dread of his return. The land would be untilled. When he came again, he would not take produce, but people. Shameful slavery might be nothing if the corn and wine and oil might be saved. But could they be saved? Bishop Butler has argued that the natural punishment of human offenses is so strictly analogous to the divine punishment of them that if experience forces us to confess the one, reason cannot forbid us to believe the other. Surely the Scripture goes a step further. It treats the natural mischiefs which flow from a certain course of conduct as witnesses that there is a divine law with which men are intended to be in conformity, and that they have chosen to live as if no such law existed. In this sense, the natural punishments are not analogous to the divine punishments, but identical with them. And so long as punishment is merely looked upon as natural, so long as it is merely the fruit of my own devices, there is a hopelessness and interminableness in it which language may seek to express but cannot. It is a law which executes itself, and the violator of the law feels that every moment the power of fulfilling it becomes less, the desire to transgress it greater. He feels, consequently, that evil must go on perpetuating and multiplying itself, and he feels that its death wages must be punctually paid. This is all that a man contemplating the world, either as a mere atheist or as a theist, who supposes God has left it to live without him, under the guidance of certain laws which he imposed upon it thousands of years ago, can arrive at. The heart may revolt at the conclusion. There may be an inward cry of the spirit, it cannot be so. There must be something more than this. But the dry, logical intellect can affirm nothing more. The most extensive and impartial survey of facts seems to authorize nothing more. And there is a higher moral instinct, a sense of justice, which affirms, so it ought to be. What disturbs the calculation? What introduces another element into it? Human relationships imply more than this mere natural sequence, than this chain of antecedents and consequence. The revolted wife, when the corn and wine and oil which she sought from her lovers have failed, will not only feel that her own acts have made the failure necessary. She will say, "Did not my husband give me all these things? Was I not better with him?" That thought, however mixed with grossness and selfishness, though it may still dwell chiefly upon the external rewards of love and obedience, though their own blessedness may still be far off, yet indicates a dream and recollection of another state. In the deepest degradation, these things could never be the only objects of desire. Some distorted affection for a personal object, some incoherent sense of attachment, had always prevented the spirit from being absolutely mercenary, how near soever it might approach to that ruin. But now that thought of a person becomes connected with the sense of obligations, of plighted faith, of a moral order. What had been felt as an iron chain is now thought of as a silken cord, which need not have been broken, to which the spirit might have submitted, as a pledge of a protecting, watchful, present love. Precisely this process is exhibited to us by Hosea as passing in the heart of his fallen wife, and leading to the resolution, weakly formed and soon to be evaded again, "I will return to my first husband." And then the human punishment, so different from the mere natural punishment, yet so carefully recognizing the truth and justice and necessity of that, begins. The same discipline of restraint, the denial of enjoyments and luxuries, the slow education which may bring the spirit to understand that it has infinite appetites which the corn and the wine and the oil will not satisfy. In carrying out this discipline, amidst all doubts and anxieties as to the result of it, and in combining with this discipline words and acts of gentle and gracious loving kindness, Hosea was exhibiting a true, though most imperfect, analogon of that divine discipline which the inevitable laws of nature do not represent, but of which they are the obedient ministers. Israel was eating the fruit of his own devices. Ephraim was joined to his idols. The sentence might go forth, "Let him alone." But the God who had bound the nation to himself by covenants as strong and real as the bond which he established on the creation day for male and female, covenants expressing a relationship resting on an absolute and eternal goodness, would not suffer a self-willed people to lose itself in perpetual degeneracy, in utter slavery. The corn and the wine and the oil should perish. The Assyrian who had courted and betrayed should have his victim. But in every visitation of famine or conquest brought on by the wife's adulteries, the voice of the first husband should still be heard. "I love thee, return to me." I have tried to tell you, brethren, what this prophet was appointed to say to his wife and to his nation. Shall I tell you what he is saying to us? If I talk of God being in covenant with this nation of England, of his having adopted and claimed us as his own, I should be accused by most persons of using a dialect natural, innocent, professional, perfectly unmeaning, without the slightest reference to existing facts and experience. Religious people would perhaps take another tone. One class of them would say, "You are applying to the whole of the nation language which belongs to some members of it. We believe in a covenant with God. But what has the ungodly world about us to do with that?" Another class would say, "The great Catholic Church is in covenant with God. Baptism has taken one divine society out of the ruined Mass." But why do you talk as if a race of Saxons settled on this soil or like the Jews of the former dispensation? If I were answering these objectors, I should say to the first, assert individual faith and individual responsibility as much as you can, but take care that you have something to believe in, something to be responsible for. If you make your faith and your responsibility the conditions of God's covenant, and not God's covenant the warrant for your faith and your responsibility, I am greatly afraid that you will soon believe only in yourselves and submit to no judgment but your own. To the others I would say, assert the universality of God's covenant as broadly as you can. Let it not be limited to any nation, any race, but take care that you do not set up the Catholic Church against that humanity which Christ took and for which he died. If you do, if you make the baptized church a witness against the relation of mankind to God, and not the express and appointed witness for it, that church, instead of standing out an exception in an ungodly and immoral world, will exhibit its immorality and ungodliness in the foulest, most concentrated, most deadly form. But I would rather address myself today to those who, on no theological ground, but simply from general incredulity, scoff at the notion that there is a covenant with our sovereign and people as real as there was with the sovereign and people of the Jews. I press them with no arguments from Scripture at all. I do not appeal to the creed of Christendom, which they say they have outgrown. My evidence in support of this fiction would be drawn from the homes and hearths of England. I would say, look well to it, you who have not made up your minds to see all the domestic bonds and relationships utterly set at naught, who still hold that any of the blessedness and glory of your land is owing to them. Do you think that the corn and the wine and the oil, the silver and the gold will preserve them? Do you think that all mechanical devices for the multiplication of the corn and the wine and the oil will preserve them? Do you think that the pursuit or the acquisition of the silver and gold is preserving them? Do you not know that home affections and sympathies are perishing through your devotion to these objects? Perishing among the rich, because the craving for outward gratifications and for the money which is to purchase them wither up the sympathies of the parent, make the restraints of authority and the bonds imposed by birth irksome to the children, who must have affinities and pleasures which they have created for themselves. Perishing among the poor, because we regard them and have taught them to regard themselves chiefly as instruments for producing the corn and the wine and the oil, for increasing the silver and gold, so that family life is an impossibility and a dream to most of them, and their existence is daily becoming more sensual and animal. I say we know that these things are so. We may disguise them from ourselves and amuse ourselves with phrases about national prosperity, but there is a canker at the root of it. It is spreading. Unless it is stopped, not the Bible history only, but every history tells us the result of it. And how may it be stopped? I answer, only when we come seriously to believe that these human relationships, these human affections, have a ground deeper than themselves, that there is an actual relationship between us, our kings, our priests, and God, that it is based upon his own gracious will, upon his own eternal love, that he owns it though we deny it. When once we have taken that conviction home to our hearts, There is a hope of national restoration, of the revival of all domestic affections. For then we are no longer the victims and slaves of that necessity to which our own self-will has subjected us. We are no longer bound to live for the sake of the corn and the wine and the oil, the silver and the gold, or to make others die for the sake of them. We can return to our first husband and ask him not to let these material blessings which have come from him turn into curses and prove our destruction, but that he will, by taking them from us, by any restraints or punishments which may seem good to him, bring us back to trust in him and to fellowship with one another. End of Sermon 12, read by Carrie Adams, your book voice, at Mesa, Arizona, on the 30th of January, 2022.
Sermon 13 of the Prophets and Kings of the Old Testament. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Thandile, The Prophets and Kings of the Old Testament by Frederick Denison Maurice. Sermon 13, The Vision of the King. Lincoln's Inn, Second Sunday in Lent, March 7, 1852. Isaiah 6, verse 1. In the year that King Uzziah died, I saw also the Lord sitting upon a throne, high and lifted up, and his train filled the temple. This vision evidently contains the designation of Isaiah to his work as a prophet. It does not follow that he may not himself have put his book together in the form or nearly in the form in which we have received it. The early chapters, as they describe the state of the people, not at one particular moment but through a course of years, announcing the punishments which must follow from that state with the blessings which would come out of them, are a living index to the subsequent prophecies and history. The place which they occupy, supposing it was assigned by Isaiah, cannot hinder us from accepting his own express words as a proof that the year in which King Uzziah died was the critical one in his life, that which explained to him why he had been sent into the world and what task he had to perform in it. In that year he saw the Lord also sitting upon a throne. We are not told whether he saw this sight before or after the death of Uzziah. The king had long been a leper dwelling apart from his people. Isaiah might have been thinking that a time was near when even the semblance of royalty would pass away, when the poor stricken man would be gathered to his fathers. Or he might be wondering at the wild pleasure with which the people of Jerusalem hailed his successor, at the indifference with which they remembered the former ruler, at the dull mechanical way in which all things went on, as if the departure of a shepherd of the people from the land left no gap in it at all. Whatever thoughts were occupying him when he entered into the temple, symbols were there which told him of something more permanent and substantial than the reign of a king or the recollections of his subjects. There were the cherubims veiling the mercy seat. There was the altar on which the daily sacrifices were offered. There was the holiest place into which the high priest entered once every year. It was a place full of wonder and mystery, and yet how little consciousness of any wonder or mystery there seemed to be in those who went in and out of it, how little in those who presented the offerings and had holiness to the Lord written on their foreheads. With what hymns of joy had David entered into the city and borne the ark to the holy mountain. With what awe had Solomon prayed that the presence of the Lord might fill the house in which he and his people were worshipping together. What a sense of oppression and death there was now over both, no apparent calamity approaching, everything even and regular as it had been for many a year past, but a feeling like that of a hot evening before a thunderstorm when all looks serene but there is no breath of air. What could have relieved a man upon whose breast this heavy burden was sitting, who had a feeling of endless weariness, monotony, insincerity in the ordinary life of his fellow citizens, in the most sacred and divine ordinances? I saw the Lord also sitting on a throne, and his train filled the temple. Some of you may have been watching a near and beautiful landscape in the land of mountains and eternal snows, till you have been exhausted by its very richness, until the distant hills which bounded it have seemed, you know not why, to limit and contract the view, and then a veil has been withdrawn, and new hills, not looking as if they belonged to this earth, yet giving another character to all that does belong to it, have unfolded themselves before you. This is an imperfect, very imperfect likeness, yet it is one of that revelation which must have been made to the inner eye of the prophet when he saw another throne than the throne of the house of David, another king than Uzziah or Jotham, another train than that of priests or minstrels in the temple, other winged forms than those golden ones which overshadowed the mercy seat. Each object was the counterpart of one that was then or had been at some time before his bodily eyes, yet it did not borrow its shape or color from those visible things. They evidently derived their substance and radiance from those which were invisible. Separated from them, they could impart no luster, for they had none. The kings of the house of David reigned because that king was reigning whom God had set upon his holy hill of Zion, because he lived on when they dropped one and another into their graves, because in him dwelt the light and the power by which each might illumine his own darkness, sustain his own weakness. The symbols and services of the temple were not, as priests and people often thought, an earthly machinery for sealing a distant heaven. They were witnesses of a heaven nigh at hand, of a God dwelling in the midst of his people, of his being surrounded by spirits which do his pleasure, hearkening to the voice of his words. Above the throne stood the seraphim. Each one had 6 wings. With 2 he covered his face, and with 2 he covered his feet, and with 2 he did fly. The sense of awe increasing with the clearness and purity of a spirit, and with the nearness of its approach to God, the face being veiled which receives its light from him, and most covets to behold him, the absence of all wish to display their own perfections and spirits that are perfect, the freedom and the willingness to go anywhere, to do any errands of mercy. These are some of the more obvious thoughts which the study of this vision suggests. There are others which lie hidden, which we may have a glimpse of from time to time, and which words might more. For it is true of earthly symbols, still more of heavenly visions, that they are meant to carry us out of words and above words, not so that we despise them or think lightly of them, but that we, seeing the reality of the invisible, may not be greatly disturbed by the processes and conceits of our minds. And one cried unto another and said, Holy, holy, holy is the Lord of hosts. The whole earth is full of his glory. From what we have been told of the Eastern imagery of the prophetical writings, and from the specimens we have heard of the Oriental writings, we certainly should expect here some gorgeous accumulation of superhuman glories. But the vision reaches its highest point in the cry, Holy, holy, holy. It is the holiness of God which the seraphim proclaim, that which cannot be represented to the eye, that of which descriptions and symbols offer no image. It is that holiness which fills not the heaven of heavens only, but the whole earth, seeing that was made very good, seeing that in its order and constitution it was still perfectly good, though men defiled it by their deeds, though the habitants of cruelty were set up in the midst of it. And the posts of the door were moved at the voice of him who cried, and the house was filled with smoke. The posts of the door moved at the voice which declared that the Holy One was there. The house was filled with smoke, because the fire of his love was kindling the sacrifices. The sights and sounds of Sinai would not have made the Israelites tremble as they did if they had been merely sights and sounds of overwhelming and destructive power. They spoke first of truth, of holiness, and that truth and holiness did not dwell aloof and at a distance from the man, as in the burning mountain, but in the very house which every Israelite might claim as his home. It was this which led the prophet to say, "Woe is me, for I am undone, because I am a man of unclean lips, and I dwell among a people of unclean lips, for mine eyes have seen the King, the Lord of hosts." When we try to convince ourselves or others of guilt, we often heap up epithets concerning the justice of God, the demands which he makes upon the service of creatures, the certainty that every transgression must entail an unutterable punishment. I do not think we find that such representations produce much effect upon the conscience of our hearers. They awaken a temporary dread of an unknown vengeance. They do not awaken the sense of inward evil or lead to the confession of it. The premises of mercy by which we are obliged to mitigate these apparently awful and hopeless statements deprive them of all their sting. If not, there is an instinct in the heart which rejects them as exaggerated, unless there is another which drives it to despair. It is altogether different when a being who is saying to us, "Be ye holy, for I am holy," is presented to the conscience and is recognized by it. Then there is no calculation of possible consequences, no weighing and balancing of what may come or may not come, of resistance to such a being or of struggle with his will. Then and there the man feels himself condemned. It is not a future state, but his present state which makes him tremble. Woe is me, for I am a man of unclean lips. My words are not pure. The source from which they spring is not pure, and I am brought face to face with the Lord of my heart and reigns, with him who has a right to rule my words, with a pure spring from which my thoughts and desires and impulses ought to flow. Mine eyes have seen the King, the Lord of hosts. In such a revelation, the discovery of personal evil comes first. The man does not look about him to compare his offenses with those of other men and try which are the heavier. It is not this or that particular offense, no, nor a multitude of particular offenses that overwhelms him. It is the feeling of a root of bitterness, not, "I have done this or that wrong," but "I am wrong." Not, however, that this thought could long be separated from the one of which it must take presence. I dwell among a people of unclean lips. There is the same pollution in them which there is in me. Each of us is living to himself. Each is living apart from that God who has called us to be holy as he is. He is attended by obedient spirits, spirits united in obedience, working together as his servants for the fulfillment of his purposes. We are separate and broken, every man following a way of his own, not a people, because we do not believe that a king is with us. Then flew one of the seraphims unto me, having a live coal in his hand, which he had taken with the tongs from off the altar, and he laid it upon my mouth and said, Lo, this hath touched thy lips, and thine iniquity is taken away, and thy sin purged. The cherubim in the temple represented no doubt spiritual powers and presences in the most general sense, those who look upon God and reflect his light. If we distinguish between them and the seraphim, as we do in our Tedium, this last would seem more especially to represent those divine energies and affections of which the zeal, devotion, and sympathy of man are counterparts. The altar on which the sacrifices were offered denoted intercourse and communion between the creature and the Creator, the offering up of the man to God in the faith that God had offered himself to him. The live coal on the altar is a substance dirt and cold in itself, which has been kindled from above, and therefore is capable of imparting life and warmth. That warmth and life communicated to the prophet take away his iniquity and purge his sin. What he had been conscious of was coldness, indifference, and estrangement. All his uncleanliness had come from this. He and his people were impure because they had lost that common life and love which belonged to them while they were living as the people of God, while they were remembering his presence among them. There was a quickening, vivifying, uniting presence. Ceasing to acknowledge it, they lost their national heart. They were a heap of fragments, divided and selfish, therefore unclean. Now this heart was restored to the prophet. The zeal of God's house was consuming him. He was an Israelite and a righteous man, for his mind was at one with the mind of the King of Israel, the righteous God. Also I heard the voice of the Lord saying, Whom shall I send, and who will go for us? Then said I, Here am I, send me. The mighty change which has been wrought in him is soon apparent. He is sure that God cares for Israelites and has a message to them. He is sure that a man is to be the bearer of that message. The new fire which has entered into his heart makes him ready to offer himself as that man, or rather, he feels that he is called and that he must go, that a necessity is laid upon him, though his will has been made cheerful and ready to own that necessity, to go forth not as a drudge, but as the herald of the only truth which was able to renovate his land. But will it do that? A sadder commission than that one which followed was never given to a man. And he said, Go and tell this people, Hear ye indeed, but understand not, and see ye indeed, but perceive not. Make the heart of this people fat, and make their ears heavy, and shut their eyes, lest they see with their eyes, and hear with their ears, and understand with their heart, and convert, and be healed. How could a vision of the divine King with his seraphim crying, Holy, 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 be a preparation for such a message as this? Because the most awful lesson which Isaiah had to teach his people was that God's own ordinances, the regular sequence of sovereigns, the duties and symbols of the temple were contributing to make their eyes dim and their ears deaf and their hearts fat. They were seeing all the outward tokens of the presence of an invisible king, but they perceived not him. They were hearing his words, but they did not hear him speaking these words. They were worshipping in the presence of a searcher of hearts, a divine inspirer, and that very blessing was helping to close their hearts against his approaches and inspirations. A strange and fearful announcement indeed. Perhaps this which we find in the second chapter may explain it. Their land is full of silver and gold, neither is there any end of their treasures. Their land is full of horses, neither is there any end of their chariots. Their land also is full of idols. They worship the work of their own hands, that which their own fingers have made. and the mean man boweth down, and the great man humbleth himself. There may have been actual idols of wood and stone in the high places, which lasted through the days of Uzziah and Jotham. I do not say that the prophet does not allude to these. He must allude to every form of corruption which existed in the land. But I apprehend that here is especially thinking of the silver and gold, the chariots and the horses, as being themselves the idols to which the great man and the mean man were bowing down. These were the works of their own hands to which they were giving up their hearts. These had made their hearts fat and their ears dull of hearing. These had made the invisible world seem a dream and unreality to them, the visible world the only fact. And to men in such a state of mind, so dulled and stupefied by the potions which they had administered to themselves, the most precious gifts of God, the instruments of His grace, the signs of His presence, became themselves potions. Those things which were meant to guide man out of darkness into light, from the world to its Creator, became a veil between him and them, became the means of confounding him with the world, or of substituting its shadows for his substance. Merely to see that there is such a law in human degeneracy as thus, that the evil heart can so assimilate good to itself and convert it to its nature, is sufficiently appalling. To be obliged to proclaim it with all its consequences is more appalling still. Only such a preparation as that Isaiah had gone through could have enabled him to enter upon such a task or to fulfill it. But that did, for it made him understand that truth must be always good to hear and good to speak, that you cannot show a man his evil or a nation its evil without declaring to both God's love and God's covenant, that if these be ever so little perceived by that age, there is yet a power in them which will go on blessing all ages to come, that he who speaks cannot in the least measure the effect of his own words, but must leave them with God, from whom they come, to do with them what he wills. Finally, that he will make their power felt and prove their dominion in calamities which would be otherwise warrants for despair. Then said I, Lord, how long? And he answered, until the cities be wasted without inhabitant, and the houses without man, and the land be utterly desolate, and the Lord have removed man far away, and there be a great forsaking in the mouths of the land. How long shall this insensibility and hardness of heart go on, increasing by every influence that should check it? The answer must have been crushing to the heart of a patriot, and yet it shows that the heaviest woe which could befall a land might be welcomed as a blessing. Some new kind of visitation, different from any which the chosen people had experienced, was at hand. It would be no onslaught of Philistines, no mere raid of Ammonites or Moabites or Syrians. The cities, we are not told what cities, but the impression of the prophet's mind must have been that those of Judah as well as those of the other province were intended would be wasted without inhabitant. It would not be a mere destruction of fortified places. The houses would be without inhabitant. Each particular family would feel the shock of the general war. The land would be left unplowed and unsowed. There would not only be a slaughter and battles or sieges, men would be removed far away. All these are warnings of an invasion and a captivity which would rouse those out of their slumbers whom no prophet's voice had been able to awaken. But yet in it shall be a tenth, and it shall return and shall be eaten, as a tall tree or as an oak whose substance is in them when they cast their leaves. So the holy seed shall be the substance thereof. There is, I believe, no passage in the scripture more important for the understanding of Isaiah and of all the prophets than this one. It is very common to say that the Jewish seers announced destruction to the body of the Israelites, but that they promise blessings and preservation to certain individuals, a special remnant, the true Israel in the midst of the nominal Israel. Seeing that these true men would share of necessity a great many of the tribulations which befell their countrymen, seeing that some of them would be carried out into captivity along with the most godless and heartless, and that others who were left behind would feel the consequences of the threatened desolation and would have to mourn for such more than the loss of harvests, for the exiles and deaths of kinsfolk and children, it is concluded that the blessings promised to them here are the blessings of a future world. Though they might suffer loss and a seeming death, they would have a hope full of immortality, sharing the temporary calamities. They would escape the after doom of their countrymen. Whatever mixture of truth there may be in this interpretation, and the prophet may show us by and by which mixture of truth there is in it, I believe we shall utterly misunderstand him if we allow it to dwell in our minds while we are studying his words. Nay, if we do not receive at the outset the altogether different interpretations which he gives us himself. Consider his illustration. He does not say that the oak tree or the tall tree is stripped of certain of its leaves by a hurricane, and that it retains some of them which are stronger and more fixed than the rest. He speaks of the oak as utterly stripped, as quite bare, and yet retaining its substance, having within it some principle of life which enables it to last on and to send forth fresh leaves another year. In like manner, he says, the nation will be preserved, the remnant, the 10th, will be a pledge and witness of its preservation. The best men of that remnant, instead of boasting that they had avoided the sorrows of their country, would have the greatest sympathy with them, the least wish for some private and personal privilege. The worst part of them, for there is no promise that bad men might not be in this remnant as well as among those who were carried away, might exult in their escape, but would certainly not understand to whom they were indebted for it, or why it had been accorded them. But good or bad, the preservation would prove that the nation was a sacred and immoral thing, because the holy seed was in the midst of it, because it did not derive its life or its unity from this or that believing man, or from a multitude of believing men, but from him in whom they believed, from that divine king who lived through King Josiah, and all other kings died, nay, though the whole land should seem to die. I have gone carefully, brethren, through this chapter, because I believe that it leads us into the very heart of Isaiah's teaching, and that all the portions of it which we shall have to consider hereafter are but expansions of the hints in this opening vision. He is often called the evangelical prophet, by which it is meant that he is especially the prophet of the Messiah. The language, I believe, is strictly true. Yet it is language which admits of various significations, and sometimes perhaps is used in a perverted signification. It is not enough to be told of a Messiah, a person sent from God. We want to know what manner of person the Messiah is and how he is related to all others who have a divine mission as prophets or kings. Isaiah, I believe, will enable us to answer these questions, not however by merely predicting the advent of a divine ruler on some future day, but by showing how this divine ruler was then exercising the power which would afterwards be fully manifested. We must look for the Christ not in some detached phrases or intimations of the prophecy, but as giving a purpose and unity to the whole of it, not as one who disturbs the order of history and compels us to forget that we are reading of events which occurred in Isaiah's own day, but as one who explains those events and shows how they were steps in the evolutions of God's kingdom, exhibitions of the eternal laws which are established in it. Viewed in this light, the so-called messianic aspects of Isaiah's discourses will never lead us to overlook the denunciation of the sins of the land at the time. They will only enable us to see more clearly the source and character of those sins, to see why they have reappeared and are reappearing in all generations and in all countries. Nor again will the prominence which is given to the kingly office by Isaiah ever throw into shadow the office of the prophet himself. We shall rather feel what we have been learning imperfectly to feel from our previous readings, how essential each office is to the other, how there must be some one in whom they meet and harmonize. When we have understood the reality and universality of the truth for which the Jewish king, the Jewish priest, and the Jewish prophet as joint representatives of the nation were testifying, we shall understand better in what sense Isaiah speaks to Gentiles as well as Jews of punishments which would be common for both, of a deliverer of both, of the special insensibility and the special retribution which befall those who are entrusted with the privilege of knowing and declaring God and who live in forgetfulness of Him. With this view of His character and work, we shall also be at no loss to perceive why the Assyrian invasion occupies so prominent a place in the visions of Isaiah, why it is in fact as truly the subject of his prophecy as Christ the divine King is. For we shall find that he sees in that Assyrian invasion not merely the sudden outburst of a new mighty enemy against Jerusalem, not merely the punishment of Jews and of surrounding people, but merely a power which was to be defeated in the moment when victory seemed more certain, but the exhibition of that kind of kingdom which is antagonist in all times and in all its shapes to the kingdom of him whose train filled the temple and before whom the seraphims veiled their faces. Lastly, we shall find the idea of the continuance and everlasting endurance of that society which seemed on the point of perishing then and has seemed often utterly to perish since, reconciled with the most dismal facts which the prophet saw or could not see, the king victorious through suffering and bringing life out of death being the key to that riddle and to all riddles past, present, and to come. These hints and observations I hope to draw out in 2 or 3 lectures upon the different sections of this great prophecy. In the meantime, I would fix your thoughts upon the passage which has suggested them. We have been hearing of a vision. Does that word sound as if it belonged to times which we have left far behind, as if it pointed to something fantastical and incredible? Oh, if there were no such visions, brethren, what an utterly dark and weary and unintelligible place this world would be. How completely we should be given up to the emptiest fathoms, to the basest worship of fathoms. What mere shows and mockeries would the state and ceremonial of kings, the debates of legislators, the yearnings and struggles of the people become. How truly would the earth be what it seemed to the worn-out misanthropical libertine, a stage, and all the men and women merely players. 1,000 times we have been all tempted to think it so. The same painted scenery, the same shifting pageants, the same unreal words spoken through different masks by counterfeit voices, the same plots which seem never to be unraveled. What does it all mean? How do men endure the ceaseless change, the dull monotony? Satirists and keen observers of the world's follies have asked this question again and again. The best man may often doubt what he should reply, but he hears a voice saying to him, "Try to be true thyself. Resist the powers which are tempting thee to go through thy acts, common or sacred, as if thou wert a mere machine. Hold fast thy faith that God is and is working when thou seest least of his working, and when the world seems most to be going on without him. Assure thyself that there is an order in the universe when all its movements seem most disorderly. So will the things around thee by degrees acquire a meaning and a purpose." Those divine services and sacraments which have partaken of their insincerity, which have become shadows like them, will show thee what a truth and substance lies behind them. In English temples thou mayest hear, "Holy, holy, holy, Lord God of hosts," resounding from the lips of seraphim. In them thou mayest know that thou art in the midst of a company of angels and archangels, and just man made perfect, nay, that thou art in the presence of Jesus, the mediator of the new covenant, and of God, the judge of all. And if the sense of that presence awaken all the consciousness of thine own evil, and of the evil of the people among whom thou dwellest, the taste of that sacrifice which was once offered for thee and all the world will purge thine iniquity. When that divine love has kindled thy flagging and perishing thoughts and hopes, thou mayest learn that God can use thee to bear the tidings of his love and righteousness to a sense-bound land that is bowing to silver and gold, to horses and chariots. And if there should come a convulsion in that land, such as neither thou nor thy fathers have known, be sure that it signifies the removal of such things as can be shaken, that those things which cannot be shaken may remain. End of Sermon 13. Read by Thandile Gondelati in Dublin, Ireland, on the 5th of October, 2021.
Sermon 14 of the Prophets and Kings of the Old Testament. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by J. Thurgood. The Prophets and Kings of the Old Testament by Frederick Denison Maurice. Isaiah and Ahaz. Lincoln's Inn, Third Sunday in Lent, March 14th, 1852. Isaiah 7, 10-14. Moreover the Lord spake again unto Ahaz, saying, Ask thee a sign of the Lord thy God. Ask it either in the depth or in the height above. But Ahaz said, I will not ask, neither will I tempt the Lord. And he said, Hear ye now, O house of David, is it a small thing for you to weary men, but will ye weary my God also? Therefore the Lord himself shall give you a sign. Behold, a virgin shall conceive, and bear a son, and shall call his name Emmanuel. The chapter from which this passage is taken immediately follows the one upon which I spoke to you last Sunday. The vision in the year that Josiah died prepares us for the message of Ahaz. Nevertheless, a considerable period, the whole reign of Jotham, elapsed between them. Are we to suppose that the lips which had been touched by the fire from the altar were silent during that time? That the man who had said, Here am I, send me, and had received so terrible a message did not deliver himself of it for 16 years? If that had been so, I do not know that there may not be many parallel cases in the ancient and modern world. A man may feel that he is called to a work long before the moment arrives when he can perform it, long before the outward event occurs which corresponds to the inward impulse and explains its full meaning. Such intervals no doubt make great demands upon the faith and patience of him who is appointed to pass through them. there is the strongest temptation to doubt whether that which seemed to give a law and purpose to his life was not itself a dream. There is a temptation to create the occasion for speaking or acting before it arises. But the delay is an education which is profitable in proportion as the original inspiration and conviction are kept alive. It is necessary and often lengthened in proportion as the subsequent work is to be of a powerful, terrible kind, such as may affect generations to come. If the opinion which has been ordinarily deduced from St. Paul's account of his stay in Arabia in the Epistle to the Galatians be a true one, he would offer the most memorable example of this probation. There is no reason, however, to suppose that Isaiah was silent during the time I have spoken of. There is the best evidence that he was not. What we may, I think, fairly affirm is that the events in the reign of Ahaz, to which I alluded in a former lecture, the conspiracy against him by the Samaritans and Syrians, the appearance of the Assyrian hosts in Palestine, the entreaty of Ahaz that Tiglath-Pileser would punish his enemies, the fulfillment of that petition, and the consequent preparation of a new and fearful calamity for his son and his people were the especial objects to which Isaiah's vision pointed, and that the prophecy contained in the text derives great part of its interpretation from that vision. It is equally true that the connection between them would not be intelligible if the purged eyes of the prophet had not been enabled to see the condition of society in Judea in the years of apparent prosperity and splendor which preceded the League of Pekah and Rezin, and if he had not given us a most vivid and graphical description of that which he saw. The first chapter of his prophecy can hardly be said to contain this description. The words at the commencement of it, "I have nourished and brought up children, and they have rebelled against me. The ox knoweth his owner, and the ass his master's crib. But Israel doth not know, my people doth not consider," might apply to Jotham's time or any other. I hinted last Sunday that they served as a kind of general preface to the prophecy, indicating what the sin was against which all the after denunciations of the seer would be directed, how it was the revolt of a people from one who cared for them, watched over them, loved them, how it was the wild and willful desires of the heart to seek abroad for the treasures which it would have found stored up at home. Something of the same general character may be traced through the rest of the chapter. But there are passages such as these: "Your country is desolate, your cities are burnt with fire. Your land, strangers devour it in your presence. And it is desolate as overthrown by strangers, and the daughter of Zion is left as a cottage in a vineyard, as a lodge in a garden of cucumbers, as a besieged city," which must, it would seem, refer to a much later time when either Shalmaneser or Sennacherib had laid waste the greater part of Palestine, and when Jerusalem was nearly the last hold of the chosen race. Some may feel a difficulty in connecting the following passages which declare that their condition would have been like that of Sodom and Gomorrah if the Lord had not preserved a very small remnant, with the time in which Hezekiah was reigning after he had commenced a great reformation. But we may find, as we proceed, what all reason and experience would lead us to expect, that this reformation was slow in its progress, that it brought to light evils which were lying very deep in the heart of the nation, that some of the immediate household of the king, Shebna the scribe is denoted by name as one of them, fully deserved to be called companions of thieves, men who loved gifts and followed after rewards, who judged not the cause of the fatherless. And the reaction in favor of the temple services and the appointed feasts, which was sure to follow the change in the disposition of the king, may have led to that semblance of faith which the prophet denounces in the words, "To what purpose is the multitude of your sacrifices unto me, saith the Lord? I am full of the burnt offerings of rams, and the fat of fed beasts, and I delight not in the blood of bullocks, or of lambs, or of he-goats." Together with that cry for an inward and radical reformation, "Wash you, make you clean, put away the evil of your doings from before mine eyes, cease to do evil. Learn to do well, seek judgment, relieve the oppressed, judge the fatherless, plead for the widow." And the promises at the end of the chapter that the city should become once more a city of righteousness, a faithful city, point naturally to that higher and nobler state of things which was to be seen in the latter years of Hezekiah's reign after the ministers of corruption had been swept away, and the truer hearts had been purified by suffering. But the most intelligent students of Isaiah have believed, and apparently on the most reasonable grounds, that the next passage of his prophecy from the beginning of the 2nd to the end of the 4th chapter belongs to the very commencement of his work. There had been many allusions in earlier prophets, we have noticed one in Joel, to a time of great blessedness and glory when Mount Zion should be exalted above the hills and the law of the Lord should go forth from Jerusalem. Such sentences we may easily suppose had become texts and commonplaces among the people, often in the mouths of the popular and court prophets, applied by them to the state of things which was then established, or to someone which would naturally grow out of it. A passage of this kind, it is supposed, and the hypothesis gives great coherency to the whole discourse, is to be found in the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th verses of the 2nd chapter. Adopting words which were well known to his audience, from some venerable teacher of the past, the prophet proceeds to comment upon them, and shew that they might indeed have been fulfilled in that time, but that the sins of the nation had produced a state as unlike as possible to that which the seer spoke of. No contrast can be more living and terrible than that which the prophet draws between the actual condition of things and that true and blessed one which he, as much as his predecessor, looks for. The first sign of corruption is that they were replenished from the east, and pleased themselves in the children of strangers. In other words, they had a love for all foreign habits, luxuries, superstitions. Above all, they had acquired a taste for enchantments, a delight and, if it were not profaning the word, a faith in auguries drawn from visible portents, in whatever wonders did not testify of a God of order. This sure and fatal symptom of a people indifferent to realities, occupied with self-exalting vanities, stood side by side with the tokens of which I spoke last Sunday, the multitude of chariots and horses, the abundance of silver and gold, the practical worship of these which produced all other more obvious kinds of idolatry. Before that bright day of the Lord can come, about which the old prophet had spoken, a day must come which would wither and consume all these vanities. A day which shall be upon every one that is proud and lofty, and he shall be brought low, on the cedars of Lebanon and the oaks of Bashan, on the high towers and the fenced walls, upon the ships of Tarshish and the pleasant pictures, a day in which a man shall cast his idols of silver and of gold to the moles and to the bats, to go into the clefts of the rocks and into the tops of the ragged rocks for fear of the Lord and for the glory of his majesty, when he shall arise to shake terribly the earth. And there would be judgments preparatory to these. The Lord would take away from Jerusalem and from Judah the mighty man and the man of war, the judge and the prophet, and the prudent and the ancient, the captain of 50, and the honorable man, and the cunning artificer, and the eloquent orator. And children should be their princes, and babes should rule over them. The last sentence may allude to Ahaz, who, as we are told in the book of Kings, was only 20 years old when he began to reign, and whose acts shewed that he was a child in character, even more than in years. His father might be declining, and the boy exhibiting his character when the prophet wrote. The next passage alludes, of course, to the removal of old counselors, either by death or by the caprice of the young king. And this want of all wisdom and power of government in the ruler leads to the next sign of disorganization, or at least is almost inevitably coincident with it. The people shall be oppressed, every one by another, and every one by his neighbor. The child shall behave himself proudly against the ancient, and the base against the honorable. There will come also a time in Jerusalem, Isaiah declares, when the craving for power, and even covetousness itself, will give place to the dread of responsibility and shame, when people shall say to a man, "Thou hast clothing, be thou our ruler." And he shall swear, "I will not be a healer. Make me not a ruler of the people." Another sign of a falling state Isaiah draws out with the minuteness and detail which are characteristic of a prophet. The daughters of Zion are haughty, and walk with stretched out necks and wanton eyes, walking and mincing as they go, filled with a thoughtless, heartless, self-seeking spirit which was bringing on a day that would rob them of all that they had delighted in, and would make them sharers in the misery which they had not heeded. These are evils, the prophet says, which must be washed away, nay, which require a spirit of judgment and a spirit of burning to remove them. And then will the good day come. Then will the Lord give his people a tabernacle for a shadow from the heat, and a place of refuge from storm and from rain. This noble discourse is followed by the song concerning the Lord's vineyard, which probably belongs to the same period of the history. The vineyard is on a very fruitful hill. It has been fenced. The stones have been gathered out of it. The choicest vine has been planted in it. A tower has been built in the midst of it. A winepress has been made in it. The owner of it looked that it should bring forth grapes, and it brought forth wild grapes. That truth is here asserted in the strongest manner which penetrates the whole prophecy, and apart from which no word of it has any meaning, that the nation of Israel was brought into an entirely right state, that it was wholly a right seed, that it had all capacities and appliances for being right and for doing right, that when it brought forth wild grapes, it was severing itself from its root. It was doing something disorderly, irregular, in one sense of the word, unnatural. The use of the phrase wild grapes shews indeed that it was yielding to the impulses of nature. But then the very idea of a covenanted people is of one raised above these impulses, brought into the true human condition, the condition of dependence upon God, which he intends for the creature whom he has made in his image. The prophet here, as always, does not rest in generalities. He tells us what the wild grapes are which the vineyard has brought forth, what signs the house of Judah has given, that it is yielding to nature, not to God, and so is becoming unnatural and inhuman. The possessors of land come first in this arraignment. Woe to them that join house to house, that lay field to field, till there be no place, that they may be placed alone in the midst of the earth. Then come the luxurious men of cities. Woe to them that rise up early in the morning, that they may follow strong drink, that continue until night, till wine inflame them. And the harp and the viol and the tabret and the pipe and wine are in their feasts. But they consider not the work of the Lord, nor the operation of his hands. Then we have the scorners, those who do not believe that any judgment can overtake them, who think that everything is as it ought to be and as it must be. They say, "Let him make speed and hasten his work, that we may see it. And let the covenant of the Holy One of Israel draw nigh, that we may know it." Then those who use false conventional phrases to describe acts and qualities, or who deny a standard of right and wrong. Woe to them who call evil good, and good evil, that put darkness for light, and light for darkness. Then those that glory in their wisdom or their righteousness. Woe to them that are wise in their own eyes, and prudent in their own sight. Then again those that boast of their sottishness, and who yet retain enough of sense and cleverness to abuse it for the purposes of injustice. Woe to them that are mighty to drink wine, and men of strength to mingle strong drink, which justify the wicked for reward, and take away the righteousness of the righteous from him. And there is one general cause of ruin, which the prophet looks upon as comprehending all these particular causes. My people are in captivity or bondage because they have no knowledge. The sensuality, the covetousness, the self-glorification, the practical disregard of right and wrong in their dealings with each other are destroying all faculty of moral discernment and making them brutish and slavish. Their honorable men and the multitude become alike incapable of recognizing a law of truth and righteousness as governing themselves, and therefore of believing in a God of truth and righteousness, who is the author and upholder of that law. They do not know, they cannot understand. These are phrases occurring continually in the prophets to describe the extinction of that perception in a nation which is the proper attribute of man, and the consequent triumph of all mere animal propensities, together with a resolute, deliberate selfishness which is not found among animals but only among fallen spirits. It has been supposed that there are many passages scattered through the later chapters of Isaiah which may belong to the same period with these, another principle than a chronological one, having apparently determined the arrangement of his utterances. But the specimens I have given will be quite sufficient to explain the crisis in which the prophet received the following command. Then said the Lord unto Isaiah, Go forth now to meet Ahaz, thou and Shear-Yashub thy son, at the end of the conduit of the upper pool, in the highway of the fuller's field, and say unto him, Take heed, and be quiet. Fear not, neither be faint-hearted for the two tails of these smoking firebrands, for the fierce anger of Rezin with Syria and the son of Remaliah, because Syria, Ephraim, and the son of Remaliah have taken evil counsel against thee, saying, Let us go up against Judah, and vex it, and let us make a breach therein for us, and set a king in the midst of it, even the son of Tabeel. Thus saith the Lord God, It shall not stand, neither shall it come to pass. For the head of Syria is Damascus, and the head of Damascus is Rezin. And within 65 years shall Ephraim be broken, that it be not a people. And the head of Ephraim is Samaria, and the head of Samaria is Remaliah's son. If ye will not believe, surely ye shall not be established. You might have supposed in such a time as that which has been described to us that the prophet would have spoken to Ahaz of coming danger, rather than have cheered him to confidence and hope. Was this fulfilling his commission? Was this in the spirit of that discourse wherein he had told them that there must be a dark, terrible day of the Lord before any brightness could be looked for? I conceive that Isaiah could not have explained the import of the divine vision which he saw in the temple, or of the warnings and threatenings which the sins of the people had drawn forth from him so effectually as by this exhortation to faith, undoubted faith, in the divine covenant with the house of David. He had been shown the ground for this faith, how certainly a divine king was in the midst of the people from generation to generation, with them, while one visible ruler after another was taken from them. Confidence in the calling of the family, in its preservation, was really confidence in him. Its succession existed to testify of him. And want of this confidence would indicate as surely that the belief in the unseen ruler was failing or had disappeared. It would be the natural consequence of all those habits which Isaiah had denounced as ominous of coming destruction. Here was a test of the condition of the king and the kingdom. Did he think that his house would fall before the son of Tabeel? It was clear then that the promises to David seemed to him mere fantasies or fictions. He despised his birthright. He did not know that his race was chosen for any high and divine purpose by the Lord of the whole earth. The courage which had enabled Moses to lead the people through the desert, Joshua with his little bands to drive out the nations, the judges one after another to deliver their country from its oppressors, grew out of this faith. When the effect ceased, it was clear the cause had ceased. Cowardice was another name for distrust. And it was certain that distrust in an invisible power would involve silly, slavish confidence in some visible power. If Ahaz did not say to the guide and deliverer of his land, Save me, I am thy servant and son, he would offer that prayer and confession to the Assyrian. Here lies the first obvious explanation of the words which I took from my text. Isaiah is desired to offer Ahaz a sign either in the depth or the height. That the Jewish economy was in some sense an economy of signs, we all admit. I have striven in former lectures to ascertain in what sense. We are not surely authorized to say that we see no signs. What are all outward appearances but signs of some power or principle which is working unseen? What is the function of the physical student or philosopher but to discover the power or principle of which any appearances or facts in nature are the indexes? What is the function of the political or moral student but to ascertain of what power or principle any appearances or facts of individual experience or general history are the indexes? The Jewish prophet was to call the attention of his countrymen to these signs, to discover the signification of them. For the more effectual carrying out of this purpose, he was directed sometimes to make signs. He was empowered to do some unusual thing that men might be stirred by it, to inquire for the purpose which was latent in it. In this respect, too, he was a guide to future ages in understanding what befalls them. Rare appearances and acts must have their law as well as those that are more regular. They rouse the attention of the torpid. They fulfill their part in the great scheme of man's education. Our Lord laid down the whole doctrine upon this subject when the Pharisees sought a sign from him. He had given them signs of healing, life-giving power, proofs that a present God was with them. But they wanted a sign from heaven, the token of some distant god in the sky. That, he said, was the craving of an adulterous or sense-bound generation, and he asked them whether there were not signs in the sky at morning and evening by which they determined whether there would be a fine or a cloudy day on the morrow, and whether there were not signs of the times which were warning them of evils to come. The New World has been just as rich in these signs as the Old, but God's mercy to the Old in giving them special clues to the purpose and moral of his signs will save us from the wish to have any other phenomena than those which testify of his regular and daily government. If we do not use these, we may have others, but it will be because we are an adulterous and sinful generation, and need the portents and presages of an approaching downfall. Ahaz said, "I will not ask, neither will I tempt the Lord my God." It was an hypocritical phrase. He did not fear to tempt the Lord his God, he did not believe him. He feared lest the prophet should show him some terrible sights, such as those an enchanter would have shown him. He feared lest the God of his fathers should do him some injury. "O house of David," said Isaiah, "is it not enough for you to weary man, but will you weary my God also? You have worn out the patience of men, but do you think that you can wear out the patience of God? Do you think you can change his purposes because you are incredulous and heartless? No. The Lord himself shall give you a sign. A virgin shall conceive and bear a son, and shall call his name Emmanuel." It is added in the next verse but one. "Before the child shall know to refuse the evil and choose the good, the land that thou abhorrest shall be forsaken of both her kings." These words, introduced so distinctly, compel us, if we would not utterly set aside the letter of Scripture, to believe that a child was born shortly after this time, either of the royal stock or to the prophet. There are probabilities in each interpretation. There is no warrant at all, as we are told nothing further upon the subject, for supposing that the birth, though it may have been unlooked for, was in the sense we commonly give to the word miraculous. We cannot anticipate an after and more glorious event by supposing the exact parallel of it to have occurred now. But we are bound to suppose, because we are expressly told so, that an event which was the sign to Ahaz that the enemies whom he feared would be destroyed actually occurred. "And they shall call his name Emmanuel." The name of the child was to intimate that God was with them. The name takes great possession of the prophet's mind. It becomes a sort of key word with him. You would expect it to be so. The king whose train filled the temple was the God with us, the divine teacher, the present deliverer, the everlasting word to whom kings did homage, who spoke by prophets. All visible kings Isaiah regards as signs of him. All prophets live to make him known. But there were events preparing for the land of their fathers which made it needful that his name should be declared with a special emphasis, which assured the prophet that there would be a more complete revelation of his majesty than had been made yet. "The Lord shall bring upon thee," he said to Ahaz, "and upon thy people and upon thy father's house, days that have not come from the day that Ephraim departed from Judah, even the king of Assyria." This visitation, which begins to be announced now with a breadth and distinctness befitting its near approach, does not involve merely the coming of one host. It has been well said that Palestine occupied for some ages a place in Oriental history not unlike that which the Low Countries have occupied in modern Europe. It was not merely exposed to the attacks of a single power, it was a battlefield between two. The Lord, it is said, shall hiss for the fly that is in the uttermost part of the rivers of Egypt, and for the bee that is in the land of Assyria. And they shall come, and shall rest all of them in the desolate valleys, and in the holes of the rocks, and upon all thorns, and upon all bushes. It is added that in that day, where there were 1,000 vines out of 1,000 silverlings, it shall be for briars and thorns. From this time we may observe a continual recurrence of these two ideas, frequently in direct conjunction, always following close upon each other, the Assyrian invader and the Emmanuel, the God with us. In the following chapter, the birth of a son to the prophet is carefully recorded as a sign. For before the child shall have knowledge to cry, My father and my mother, the riches of Damascus and the spoil of Samaria shall be taken away before the king of Assyria. But though this punishment is especially denounced against the two confederate nations, it is added, He shall pass through Judah, and the stretching out of his wings shall fill the breadth of thy land, O Emmanuel. Then he bids the Syrians and Israelites, Take counsel together, but it shall come to naught. Speak the word, and it shall not stand, for God is with us. He declares that the Lord will be for a sanctuary, but for a stone of stumbling and a rock of offense to both the houses of Israel, for a gin and a snare to the inhabitants of Jerusalem. He speaks of himself and the children whom God has given him. Whereby children he seems not only to mean the one who had been lately born to him, and the one who accompanied him on his message to Ahaz, though these are certainly included, but the prophetical school by which he was surrounded, those whom he calls, in the 16th verse, his disciples. All these were to be living signs, continual testimonies of an impending ruin, and of a great deliverer, of one to whom every Israelite might turn with his heart, and in whom he might find rest and salvation, but whose presence would stir up all the dark and evil and rebellious thoughts of those who would not yield themselves to him. I purposely abstain from entering upon the memorable passage which opens the 9th chapter, which, like the one I have been considering today, is associated with our Christmas recollections and thanksgivings. Perhaps you will feel that I have done something to weaken that application of the words which were spoken to Ahaz, by taking them in connection with the falling and rising again of many in Israel in Isaiah's day. I may seem to have denied the truth of St. Matthew's sentence, Now all this was done that it might be fulfilled which was spoken of the Lord by the prophet. Behold, a virgin shall be with child, and bring forth a son, and they shall call his name Emmanuel, which is, being interpreted, God with us. I hope and trust that I have rather been helping you to see the full power and exact truth of that sentence. If Isaiah gave this sign to Ahaz because he doubted whether the promise would be fulfilled to David, that his seed should be established forever, the sign could not be fulfilled. That is to say, the perfect meaning of it could not be realized unless one should be raised upon his throne, of whose kingdom there should be no end. If the wonderful promise had been made to David on the day when he sat before the Lord and meditated on his gracious covenant, I will be to him a father, and he shall be to me a son. The king he expected could only perfectly fulfill the sign, provided he were the Son of God. If he were to be the Son of God, and yet to be an actual child eating ordinary human food, learning like other children to choose the good and refuse the evil, brought up under actual human guidance, then the sign would only be fulfilled if an actual virgin conceived and bore a son. And yet again, if this son was he whose goings forth had been of old, from everlasting, the sign could only be fulfilled provided he were then the Emmanuel, the God with us, in whom Isaiah could bid Ahaz trust, in whom he trusted himself, the testimony of whom he bequeathed to his children and his disciples. We must be content to see the idea of this divine person evolving itself slowly in the mind of the prophet, now one aspect of his character, now another, presenting itself to him as he mused and sorrowed and hoped for himself and for his country and for mankind. And, dear brethren, we must be content that the knowledge of him should evolve itself slowly in our minds. We must be thankful If any perplexities and sorrows from within or from without, prepare us for it. The name of him who was born of the Virgin may be familiar to us. It may be surrounded with many beautiful and venerable associations. It may recall moments of youthful tenderness, or remorse, or enthusiasm. And yet it may rather hover about our minds than be rooted in them. We may be trying, by acts of memory or fancy or strong passionate efforts of what we call faith, to bind it to us more closely. What we want, I think, is to know the barrenness and hollowness of our own selves. If there is not someone beneath ourselves, the ground of all that we desire and believe and are, the spring of our hopes and the consummation of them, the fountain of all love in every creature and the satisfaction of its love, life is a very miserable sleep, full of turbulent, broken dreams mixed with a strange dread of awaking. It is in vain that men seek to soothe us with outward images and pleasant pictures. There is a presence near us and within us that cannot be put by. It haunts us, waylays us, torments us. It is indeed a rock of stumbling and a stone of offense to us. The consciousness of it produces irritation and fever. It seems as if all outward nature presented it to us in dark signs and hieroglyphics that we cannot decipher. But if we have once courage to ask boldly, "Who art thou, that wilt not leave me wherever I am or whatever I am doing, whose voice I cannot silence, whose eye will not cease to look into me?" the awful form of the judge and the accuser will be seen to change into the gracious form of the sympathizing friend and brother. And as the face becomes better known, without losing this human aspect, still bearing all the traces deeper than ever, of birth and poverty, of sorrow and death, it will yet be seen to be royal and divine. We shall be sure that the man is the king, and the king will be the Emmanuel, God with us, not with one of us only, but with all of us. Most real, though the eye cannot see him, certainly near, though the heart do not confess him. He in whom alone we are all men and all brothers, in whom alone our Father can behold us and we him. When we have learnt to live in this conviction, or rather when God, by giving us perpetual experiences of our own failures and follies and vanities, has made it impossible for us to live in any other, then we shall not need signs in the height or the depth that he will put down our enemies. Quid times Caesarem vehis. The Son of God is in the vessel, will be an answer to all suggestions of the cowardly nature within us, that the Father of spirits will desert the work of his own hands. Associate yourselves, and ye shall be broken in pieces, powers of darkness and evil, for God is with us. And we shall desire and hope that we and the children whom God has given us may be signs to the world of his kingdom and his victory. The commonest birth into the world will be a wonder, since he has been born into it. The continuance of every family in spite of its sins and strifes will speak of him as the everlasting brother, even as the endurance of the earth itself amidst all that is shaking it will bear witness that he sitteth above the water floods, a king forever. End of Sermon 14.
Sermon 15 of the Prophets and Kings of the Old Testament. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Prophets and Kings of the Old Testament by Frederick Denison Maurice. Sermon 15, The Light in Darkness. Preached at Lincoln's Inn, the fourth Sunday in Lent, March 21st, 1852. Isaiah chapter 9, verses 1 through 7. Nevertheless, the dimness shall not be such as was in her vexation, when at the first he lightly afflicted the land of Zebulun and the land of Naphtali, and afterward did more grievously afflict her by way of the sea, beyond Jordan, in Galilee of the nations. The people that walked in darkness have seen a great light. They that dwelt in the land of the shadow of death, upon them hath the light shined. Thou hast multiplied the nation, and not increased the joy. They joy before thee according to the joy in harvest, and as men rejoice when they divide the spoil. For thou hast broken the yoke of his burden, and the staff of his shoulder, the rod of his oppressor, as in the day of Midian. For every battle of the warrior is with confused noise, and garments rolled in blood. But this shall be with burning, and fuel of fire. For unto us a child is born, unto us a son is given, and the government shall be upon his shoulder, and his name shall be called Wonderful, Counselor, the Mighty God, the Everlasting Father, the Prince of Peace. Of the increase of his government and peace there shall be no end, upon the throne of David, and upon his kingdom, to order it, and to establish it with judgment and with justice, from henceforth, even forever. The zeal of the Lord of hosts will perform this. The separation of Israel from Judah reached its consummation in the time of Ahaz. The confederacy of the Samaritans with the Syrians against Judah was encountered by the confederacy of Judah with Assyria against Israel. This was no mere border war. Each sought the extermination of the other. These confederacies betokened the spirit which was at the root of all the crimes which Isaiah had deplored and denounced. The acknowledgment of a common king had bound the tribes together, so long as that implied the acknowledgment of a common God. Idolatry had broken the tie and had kept them asunder. But the present scheme of Samaria to extinguish its rival, even at the cost of giving an ascendancy to the uncircumcised king of Damascus, showed clearly enough that the last link of brotherhood was broken, because the last feeling of the divine calling, which had made them a nation of brothers, was gone. The more plausible, really more insane, desire of Ahaz to secure the favor of an empire which was the common enemy of all nations, that he might get rid of the two which were tormenting him, showed that faith had departed from Judah also. The idols of silver and gold had driven God out of its heart, and made the worship of him a mockery. It was at this time that Isaiah's child was born. He received it, as we have seen, as a sign and wonder from the Lord of hosts. It was a sign of the coming fall of Samaria and Damascus. Before the child had knowledge to cry, "My father and mother," the spoils of both would be taken away before the king of Assyria. But that prospect, however cheering it might have been to Ahaz, if he had believed Isaiah, would only have oppressed the prophet himself. The destruction of a part of the covenant people, even the destruction of any nation, was to him an awful event. Had this been all, the child would have been an omen of evil, not of good. But something was awakened in his mind by the sight of it, and by all the affections and sympathies that accompanied it, which lifted him to a higher and securer ground of confidence for the land and for himself. Laws and principles were connected with that relation of child and father, which he could dimly discern, not measure or understand. Truths which did not stand aloof from him, which were associated with his own being, had their root and ground somewhere else. A ladder which was set upon earth reached to heaven, and it was one upon which the angels of God might descend and ascend. The prophet had need of this new strength to bear the gloomy visions which pressed more and more heavily upon him, of a people hardly bested and hungry, who would fret themselves and curse their king and God and look upward, of a people who, in their despair of any divine help, would turn to wizards that peeped and muttered, of a people who would then look upon the earth and behold trouble and darkness and dimness of anguish, and who should be driven into darkness. This prostration of all moral strength and hope, this utter dreariness of spirit, is just what was to be augured of men like the Israelites of the north, who had given themselves up to vanities and delusions, who had believed a lie and worshipped it. And why should the hypocritical Judah, with her unbelieving king, sink into a darkness any less utter? Nevertheless, says the prophet, the dimness shall not be such as was in her vexation, when, at the first, he lightly afflicted the land of Zebulun and the land of Naphtali, and afterwards did more grievously afflict her by the way of the sea beyond Jordan in Galilee of the nations. The people that walked in darkness have seen a great light. They that dwelt in the land of the shadow of death, upon them hath the light shined. It is clearly indicated here that a body of Israelites, who in other comparatively light visitations had remained shut out from the privilege of their countrymen, a set of border outcasts, consigned to heathenism, should now, in this more troublous time, when the whole people seemed likely to share their fall and exclusion, receive a new and sudden illumination. The hour of utter dislocation and dissolution, when, in the prophet's language, they were eating every one the flesh of his own arm, when Manasseh was against Ephraim, and Ephraim against Manasseh, and both together against Judah. In that hour there would be some unlooked-for testimony that they were all one people. Some light from heaven, penetrating the darkest corners of the land, would show that it was still a holy land. If you turn to the 13th chapter of the 2nd book of Chronicles, you will see that between the invasion of Tiglath-Pileser and that of Shalmaneser, when the great body of the Israelites had been carried captive and the power of the Assyrian Empire had been fully realized, but while they were still dwelling in their old cities and allowed to claim Samaria as the capital, an event occurred which must have seemed utterly strange and wonderful to all the tribes, but especially to those Zebulonites and Naphtalites in whom the idea of a covenant, the sense of kindred and race, had so nearly perished. And Hezekiah sent to all Israel and Judah, and wrote letters also to Ephraim and Manasseh, that they should come to the house of the Lord at Jerusalem, to keep the Passover unto the Lord God of Israel. For the king had taken counsel, and his princes, and all the congregation in Jerusalem, to keep the Passover in the 2nd month. For they could not keep it at that time, because the priests had not sanctified themselves sufficiently. Neither had the people gathered themselves together to Jerusalem. And the thing pleased the king and all the congregation. So they established a decree to make proclamation throughout all Israel, from Beersheba even to Dan, that they should come to keep the Passover unto the Lord God of Israel at Jerusalem. For they had not done it of a long time in such sort as it was written. So the posts went with the letters from the king and his princes throughout all Israel and Judah, and according to the commandment of the king, saying, Ye children of Israel, turn again unto the Lord God of Abraham, Isaac, and Israel, and he will return the remnant of you that are escaped out of the hand of the kings of Assyria. And be ye not like your fathers, and like your brethren, which trespassed against the Lord God of their fathers, who, therefore, gave them up to desolation, as ye see. Now be ye not stiff-necked, as your fathers were, but yield yourselves unto the Lord, and enter into his sanctuary, which he hath sanctified forever, and serve the Lord your God, that the fierceness of his wrath may turn away from you. For if ye turn again unto the Lord, your brethren and your children shall find compassion before them that led them captive, so that they shall come again into this land. For the Lord your God is gracious and merciful, and will not turn away his face from you, if ye return unto him. So the posts passed from city to city, through the country of Ephraim and Manasseh, even unto Zebulun. But they laughed them to scorn and mocked them. Nevertheless, divers of Asher and Manasseh and of Zebulun humbled themselves and came to Jerusalem. Also in Judah, the hand of God was to give them one heart to do the commandment of the king and of the princes, by the word of the Lord. And there assembled at Jerusalem much people to keep the feast of unleavened bread in the 2nd month, a very great congregation. And they arose, and took away the altars that were in Jerusalem, and all the altars for incense took they away, and cast them into the brook Kidron. Then they killed the Passover on the 14th day of the 2nd month. And the priests and the Levites were ashamed, and sanctified themselves, and brought in the burnt offerings into the house of the Lord. And they stood in their place after their manner, according to the law of Moses, the man of God. The priests sprinkled the blood which they received of the hand of the Levites. For there were many in the congregation that were not sanctified. Therefore the Levites had the charge of the killing of the Passovers for every one that was not clean, to sanctify them unto the Lord. For a multitude of the people, even many of Ephraim and Manasseh, Issachar and Zebulun, had not cleansed themselves, yet did they eat the Passover otherwise than it was written. But Hezekiah prayed for them, saying, The good Lord pardon every one that prepareth his heart to seek God, the Lord God of his fathers, though he not be cleansed according to the purification of the sanctuary. And the Lord hearkened to Hezekiah, and healed the people. And the children of Israel that were present at Jerusalem kept the feast of unleavened bread 7 days with great gladness. And the Levites and the priests praised the Lord day by day, singing with loud instruments unto the Lord. And Hezekiah spake comfortably unto all the Levites that taught the good knowledge of the Lord. And they did eat throughout the feast 7 days, offering peace offerings, and making confession to the Lord God of their fathers. And the whole assembly took counsel to keep other 7 days, and they kept other 7 days with gladness. For Hezekiah, king of Judah, did give to the congregation 1,000 bullocks and 7,000 sheep, and the princes gave to the congregation 1,000 bullocks and 10,000 sheep. And a great number of priests sanctified themselves, and all the congregation of Judah, with the priests and the Levites, and all the congregation that came out of Israel, and the strangers that came out of the land of Israel, and that dwelt in Judah, rejoiced. So there was great joy in Jerusalem, for since the time of Solomon, the son of King David of Israel, there was not the like in Jerusalem. You will remark the many curious coincidences between this passage and the one which is before us, and you will ask yourselves whether an Israelite, acquainted with the word of Isaiah, could possibly fail to connect them in some way or other with this memorable act of Hezekiah. But would he therefore be authorized to say that the next clause of my text applies to Hezekiah? For unto us a child is born, unto us a son is given, and the government shall be upon his shoulder? Words follow which may well make us tremble at such an interpretation. And yet, with the facts which show that in the days of this prince a greater calamity was preparing for both Samaria and Judah than any which had ever befallen them, and that just then there was to be this invitation of all the tribes to a union which they had not known for generations, this actual acceptance of it by some, this divine pledge in the old national feast that God himself intended it for them all. I cannot think that we are justified in setting aside the reference to Hezekiah as blasphemous till we have thoroughly considered what such a reference could imply. The peculiarity of Hezekiah's act was this: he did not, like Rehoboam, Amaziah, or any of his predecessors, seek to recover the 10 tribes to himself as part of his possession and appanage, because he was the heir of David. He did not treat them as mere revolters, who, if they would not submit to him, must be left to their own courses. Nor, on the other hand, did he, like Jehoshaphat, make alliances with them in spite of their idolatry. What he did was to claim one and all of them as children of God's covenant, as entitled to share in the feast which declared that they were delivered from Pharaoh and brought under a divine and gracious government. All past grudges and offenses were forgotten. The civil objection that they were once in rebellion and had become corrupted in blood by long adherence to rebellion was cast aside. The religious objection that the worship of calves and of Baal had cut them off from their ancient rites, that they had, in effect, made themselves heathens, was overcome even in the instances where the proof in favor of it appeared most decisive and overwhelming. Even the divinely ordained formalities for the festival were not allowed to stand in the way. They had not cleaned themselves. They ate otherwise than it was written. Still, Hezekiah prayed, "The good Lord pardon every one." What would be the result of such a noble, unselfish policy upon the minds of those who heeded the call to the Passover? Ultimately, perhaps, in after days of humiliation and captivity, on the minds of many who mocked at it. They would at once be led back, the king being their guide, to thoughts of another king than him, of one who, at whose words the hosts of the oppressor had sunk like lead in the mighty waters, who had gone with them through the wilderness, who had claimed them as the people of inheritance to himself. Conceive a race sitting in great darkness, not less idolatrous than the people among whom they dwelt, but with a vague sense of being separated from them by some peculiar traditions and external signs which made a hearty participation in their idolatry impossible. A people which had the lowest, basest, most frightful notions of some unseen power whom they ought, if possible, to propitiate, either by Phoenician rites or by some half-remembered, miserably distorted forms which their fathers had taught them. Conceive such a people sunk in hopelessness, sensuality, slavery, hearing the message that the God of their fathers was seeking after them, was inviting them to join with all their kinsmen and countrymen in praising him as their past and present deliverer, the God who would remain the same though the earth should melt and the foundation of the hills should be dissolved. It is difficult to find any language sufficient for such an occasion. This gospel was the revelation of a God to this poor, degraded people, one most unlike any in whom they had believed, yet not a new God, the very God of Abraham and Isaac and Jacob, the very one of whom their consciences testified in the midst of their sensuality and idolatry. It was the revelation of a fellowship with a people whom they had looked upon as enemies, to a set of men who had never known what fellowship was among themselves, yet who had 1,000 tokens in their domestic relations, even in their ordinary occupations, most of all in the deep yearnings of their hearts, that they were not meant for isolation, rivalry, hostility. Supposing, then, the prophet were merely speaking of the light which Hezekiah diffused among these ignorant people, his words could not be limited to Hezekiah. Hezekiah could not be the light, though he might bear witness of the light. The very wonder of the people would be that he was not exalting his own power over them, that he was not plotting to bring them under his yoke, but was claiming them as the subjects of one to whom he himself did homage. They would feel indeed that in this act he was exhibiting the rarest example of kingly grace they had ever known, but only because he was the image of some higher king, in whom that grace must dwell more completely, from whom it must flow forth more abundantly. A like impression would communicate itself to the people who did acknowledge Hezekiah as their sovereign. One can well believe the statement of the historian that no Passover had ever been celebrated with the gladness of heart with which that was celebrated. In the ordinary temple services which Hezekiah had restored, there may still have been some mixture of formality, self-righteousness, hypocrisy. They may have been performed merely in obedience to the precept of the king, because it was the fashion to perform them, or because they marked the difference between themselves and the calf-worshippers of Samaria. But a feast to which they came simply because the Lord God of Israel had called them to it, as Israelites, casting aside their local prejudices and distinctions, will have unfolded in them that sense of an unseen and common deliverer, which would enable them to eat the lamb, first, indeed, with the bitter herbs of penitence for their unbelief and separation, but afterwards with united blessing and thanksgiving. But will Isaiah himself have been tempted to identify the child that was given to the land with the son of Ahaz? I apprehend that he may have perceived in him, whilst still a youth, much promise after good, signs perhaps of sorrow at the alliance which his father was making with Assyria, and dislike to the new altar and the degraded worship which he and his priest Urijah were introducing into Jerusalem. Or, if he was too young and too humble to discover this disgust, yet Isaiah may have seen in him tokens of a sincere and earnest spirit, a determination to do right, and to resist such temptations as the young prince was exposed to, a love for his country's history, a belief in the glory that was destined for it. These would be warrants for hope. The prophet might have had the strongest divine assurance that this youth was destined to do what the youth for whom Virgil prayed to the gods of his country was not destined to do. Verso securex seclo. All these observations and indications would be present to the prophet's mind when he meditated upon the present and future condition of his land. His heavenly teacher would bring them before him. They would give him a warrant for exclaiming, "Unto us a child is born, unto us a son is given, and the government shall be upon his shoulder." But Hezekiah could as little represent the thoughts with which the prophet's mind was big as the little infant who had been given to himself could. That, we may be sure, was at least as near his recollection and his heart as the royal youth, even if this youth was his scholar. And neither separately, but both together, will have helped to bring out, in its fullness and power, the truth which was needed for his land and for himself, the truth which had been partially made known to him in his vision in the temple, which had been deepened by his message to Ahaz, which enabled him to understand how the union of the Israelites might spring out of their worst divisions, how a new birth might come out of death. The growing youth was a type of regenerated royal race, the prophet's child of a regenerated nation. But were these pledges and types merely addressed to the fancy? Were they merely soothing suggestions which might keep alive a hope soon to be crushed utterly by facts? No, for the original stock of royalty was not David. The nation did not derive its vitality from Abraham. There was a divine stock, an eternal seed, out of which both had proceeded. That stock could not wear out. That seed could never become less vital or germinant than it had been. The words, "Unto us a child is born, unto us a son is given," were the rapturous eureka of the prophet when this truth had dawned with its full power on his spirit. But that spirit at once confesses that the truth has been given. The search may have been long, the travail hard, but God was himself leading him on to the discovery. And what a discovery! Beneath the infinite confusion into which the land had fallen, there lay a principle of unity which nothing could break or destroy. That is our cold, hard, unreal phraseology. Isaiah could use words that are true and living. The principle is a person. The center of unity is a son. The government is on his shoulders. He is an actual king. His name is secret or wonderful. The eye sees him not. The heart owns him with awe and confusion. He is the counselor, the source of wisdom, the spring of all intuition and all discourse, the discerner of intents, the guide of acts. He is, it must be spoken. He can be, none else than the mighty God, the creator of man. He who said, "Let us make man in our own image, after our own likeness." He it is who imparts to the generations of men that fixedness which man owns amidst all the transitoriness and vicissitudes that he experiences. He is the Father of the everlasting age. And lastly, for thus we end where we began, he is the Prince of Peace, the bond of that fellowship which all the willfulness of kings and the disorders of tribes could not sever. This center of unity Isaiah opposes to all the petty, paltry confederacies which the tribes were forming against each other. They would all be broken in pieces. A sweeping whirlwind would carry them all away. But here was a safe resting place for the hopes of all true Israelites. Here was a certain assurance of revival amidst the confusion of parties, amidst the utter failure of human leaders. Not some great champion suddenly appearing cheered the soul of the prophet. Champions were gone. Isaiah had seen every staff broken upon which the people might lean. The birth of a child in weakness into an unintelligible, distracted world was the symbol of triumph, for that showed that the Son of God was himself come down into the battlefield, that he was gathering together the hosts, few and feeble in the eyes of man, which were to avenge the cause of Israel. When I say the Son of God, I do not mean to pronounce how far Isaiah was conscious whether the title Son referred to a human or a divine parentage. The truth had dawned upon him that there must be one intimately related to God, and also the Lord and Prince of his nation, one who bore up the pillars of the earth, though those who were called the children of the Most High were dealing madly and were to die like men. It required fresh sorrows, fresh revelations, to bring that truth into perfect clearness in his mind, to show that the Son of God must, in the fullest sense, be the Son of Man. We must not anticipate the gradual unfolding of so mighty a conviction, which, if it is really to dwell in every heart, must penetrate all its other thoughts and beliefs, and subordinate them to itself. Least of all must we complain if the prophet passes from a glorious announcement which concerns all times, us more than himself, to the local incidents and troubles that were affecting his own generation. If we do not care to follow him when he denounces Samaritans who say, "The bricks are fallen down, but we will build with hewn stones. The sycamores are fallen down, but we will change them into cedars." If we think it signifies nothing to us whether or not Manasseh vexes Ephraim, or Ephraim Manasseh, if we would pass over the description of the Assyrian hosts and the exposition of the divine purpose in sending them against a hypocritical nation, if we see no force or comfort in the declaration that the tyrant of the earth fancied he had a power of his own to cut down the trees of Lebanon, whereas he was but the axe with which God was hewing them, if we pass by all these utterances that we may dwell on some favorite passage, like that of which I have been speaking today, or like that in the 11th chapter, which describes the lamb and the lion feeding together, we shall, I fear, lose the full and true meaning of the sentences which we have chosen for our exclusive, certainly not for our exaggerated, admiration. If we adopt the headings which divines or printers have affixed to our chapters, and determine that such and such a paragraph denotes the flourishing state of the kingdom of Christ, we may extract from them a kind of meaning. We shall extract the indication of an excellent meaning, but I am afraid that we shall go away with a very loose notion of this kingdom, of what makes its state weak or flourishing, of the relation in which our own times or our own selves stand to it. Whereas, if we had allowed the prophet to teach us how he had acquired his lore respecting a divine king and a divine kingdom, I believe we should understand infinitely better in what way his prophecies relate to after periods in the life of the church and of the world, and how it has pleased God to educate one and another into the knowledge of himself. If you consider the application which St. Matthew makes of the words, "The people which sat in darkness have seen a great light, and to them who sat in the region and shadow of death, light is sprung up," you will find how much the thoughts in Isaiah's mind respecting the divisions of his land and the heathenism of a great part of it help to explain our Lord's teaching and work, as well as to unfold the mystery of his person. He went into the further coasts of Zebulun and Naphtali, to that Galilee of the nations of which Isaiah had spoken. So, says St. Matthew, his words were fulfilled. Just as the summons to the Passover taught the outcasts in these regions 700 years before that they were the children of the divine covenant, for whom the unseen ruler of the land cared, so did the appearance of Jesus among them, and his words and acts of love, break down the barriers which the Pharisee had raised between them and himself, and claim all Galileans and Samaritans, publicans and harlots, for members of a flock which the chief shepherd loved, and the poorest sheep of which he would go into the wilderness to seek and to fetch home. The voice which spoke to them was mighty, because the heart and conscience confessed that it was a divine voice. The light which shined upon the people of Zebulun and Naphtali, half heathen now as in the days of old, was that light which lightens every man who comes into the world. It was the light which Pharisees and scribes must own, if they would not sink into deepest darkness, and which, if they did own it, would show them that every publican and sinner was their brother. And if we, brethren, would know who Christ is, and what he was come into the world to do, we must feel the strifes which rend asunder the church universal, our own nation, every family, every man in it, as Isaiah felt those which tore Ephraim from Manasseh, and set them both against Judah. We are not to learn, we cannot learn, who he is from books, however precious they may be, not even from the book which contains the revelation of him, unless we are content that God should reveal him to us as he did to his chosen servants and teachers. And thus this blessed revelation may come to you. Look around upon Christendom. Look into the darkest, as well as into what are called the brightest, corners of it. See idolatry here, pride and exclusiveness there. See men disputing, reviling, slandering on all sides of you about the faith that has been delivered to them. See, while these things are going on among those who boast that they have the doctrine which can renew the world, what utter heathenism, brutality, atheism is reigning among the masses who are sealed with the seal of God's covenant. Do not trust to your own observation of these facts. Take with you the most scoffing infidel you can find to show them to you, to force them upon your notice, to draw his natural inferences from them. Let him point out to you the different plans of comprehension and reconciliation which wise and religious men have devised, and tell you with infinite ridicule how they have all come to naught. Let him show you how, in fact, each of these plans of compromise is really a confederacy among certain sections of the church for the destruction of some other. Acknowledge the truth of his boast that each school and church is glad of help from statesmen, whom they all denounce as oppressors, yes, from the most absolute, godless tyrannies, to accomplish their own ends. Nay, stop not yet. Go into some smaller circle of persons separating themselves from others, and making the establishment of peace and unity among men their watchwords. Mark the jealousies, strifes, heart-burnings among them. Oh, yet, once more, see them in your own heart, those lusts that war in your members. They cause all the wars and tumults without. And then ask yourselves whether you can meditate on such a world as this, whether you can explain how society has been possible in it, how families, nations, churches can have existed in it, how there has been order and fellowship amidst so much hatred and anarchy, unless there were a center of unity, a divine source of life and regeneration, such as Isaiah confessed when he cried, "Unto us a son is given, and the government is on his shoulder, and his name is Wonderful, Counselor, the Mighty God, the Everlasting Father, the Prince of Peace." I know that there is a conscience and reason within us which say, "Such a one there must be." And oh, are we to refuse to believe? Because the Bible has said it, because the creeds of Christendom have said it, because myriads of suffering men and women in all corners of the earth have said it. Such a one there is. Do you desire some new king or prophet to arise and tell you a truth which you have never heard before? Kings and prophets we shall have, if we need them, but they can only repeat the old lesson. They can only say, "He is come, and unto him the gathering of the people shall be." They can but do what each one of us in his own place and vocation may do now. Proclaim that the great Christian Passover is prepared, that men of all habits, opinions, races are invited to sit down at it, that the poor, the halt, the blind will be welcomed by him who lived with them and died for them, that upon them who sit in darkness and the shadow of death a light has risen, which no powers in earth or hell can quench. End of Sermon 15.
Sermon 16 of the Prophets and Kings of the Old Testament. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Michele, Eaton. The Prophets and Kings of the Old Testament by Frederick Denison Maurice. Sermon 16. The Proud City Doomed. Lincoln's Inn, 5th Sunday in Lent, March 29th, 1852. Isaiah 8:1. The burden of Babylon, which Isaiah the son of Amoz did see. In the 17th chapter of the 2nd book of Kings, we find these words. In the 12th year of Ahaz, king of Judah, began Hoshea, the son of Elah, to reign in Samaria over Israel 9 years. And he did that which was evil in the sight of the Lord, but not as the kings of Israel which were before him. Against him came up Shalmaneser, king of Assyria, and Hoshea became his servant and gave him presents. And the king of Assyria found conspiracy in Hoshea, for he had sent messengers to So, king of Egypt, and brought no present to the king of Assyria, as he had done year by year. Therefore the king of Assyria shut him up and bound him in prison. Then the king of Assyria came up throughout all the land, and went up to Samaria, and besieged it 3 years. In the 9th year of Hoshea, the king of Assyria took Samaria, and carried Israel away into Assyria, and placed them in Halah, and in Habor, by the river of Gozan, and in the cities of the Medes. Then follows a long enumeration of the sins which had brought this divine visitation upon the 10 tribes, ending with the words, So was Israel carried away out of their own land to Assyria unto this day. When we speak of 2 great captivities, we allude to the one which is spoken of here, and to the one which took place after Nebuchadnezzar had plundered Jerusalem and destroyed the temple. But no one can read the history attentively without perceiving indications of a series of captivities. I alluded in a former lecture to those of which Joel speaks. Captivities that had already taken place in his time, not in Assyria, but into the isles of Greece in Phoenician ships. These, as I remarked, are to be separated from all that follow. Joel looks forward to a great judgment upon the Tyrians and Sidonians who had been concerned in them, a judgment to be brought about by the agency of some power which was not discernible by his eyes. When kings of Assyria appeared in the land, it became clear to every divinely instructed observer how the prediction of Joel, as well as that with which the book of Amos opens, would be verified. This prophet said that the 3 and 4 sins of Tyre and Damascus, of Moab and Samaria, were bringing on their appointed punishment. He saw also in what manner this punishment would be executed. There might be a temporary imposition of tribute, which the kings of the nations would pay as long as they were under the fear of an immediate invasion, which they would withhold whenever they had confidence in their own strength, or were encouraged by the promises of any powerful neighbour. But ultimately the rule of ancient Oriental conquest would be enforced. The people would be carried away in smaller or greater portions into the land of the victors, and be reduced to slavery there. Accordingly, I read to you 3 Sundays ago, in the 2 Kings, chapter 15, verse 29, an account of a captivity in the days of Pekah, king of Israel, one which we are told affected Gilead and Galilee, and all the land of Naphtali. The more complete captivity of Damascus, which took place at the same time, is recorded in the 9th verse of the 16th chapter. The one under Shalmaneser was therefore merely the pursuance of a policy which had been already commenced. There was an interval during which the Israelites could still reckon themselves a nation, though a tributary one, but the sentence was hanging over them. It might be completely executed at any time. This succession of events gives great force and reality to those often repeated words of Isaiah. For all this, his anger is not turned away, but his hand is stretched out still. The captivity under Tiglath-Pileser may have easily seemed to the people of Israel the fulfilment of all the threatenings which their prophets had pronounced against them. With their view of the character of God, they would naturally think the loss of a few cities and a portion of their people a sufficient satisfaction of his wrath for their transgressions. Looking at moral evil not as destructive in itself as that which makes men's lives wretched and the earth barren, they enquired, not what methods he would take to deliver men and the earth from it, but what amount of physical evil he might inflict as a compensation for the injuries which he had received. They did not therefore turn to him that smote them. There was no earnest reformation. They sought help from Egypt. They talked of replacing buildings of brick with buildings of stone, houses of sycamore with houses of cedar. The prophet had need to tell them that the punishment was not over, since the work for which it was sent was not accomplished. A righteous being seeks to set righteousness on the earth. If men will hear his voice and submit to be made righteous, he has no pleasure in destroying them. But by all means the earth must be purged of its tormentors. The proud, the careless, the oppressors must be made to humble themselves, to understand that life is not a play, to know that their words and their deeds are not their own, that men are not their property, that they cannot do what they like. Therefore, if Tiglath-Pileser went home and came no more, another would come instead of him. When Shalmaneser had done all that he had to do with the Samaria, there would still be a Sennacherib to invade Judah. Nay, if their race failed, there would be another race. If the scourge was no longer in the hands of the king of Assyria, it would be transferred to other hands not less terrible. Would this scourge destroy the life of the Jewish nation? This was the awful question which presented itself to the minds of the prophets when they saw one and another limb of this nation lopped off, when they foresaw that a great numerical majority of the tribes would be carried away. We have heard how Isaiah was enabled to face this question. His eyes were opened to see whence the permanence of the race was derived, how great critical moments of its life discovered him who was everlastingly present with it. The child born in hours of trouble and rebuke had borne witness to him of the continuance of the regal family, as well as of the people of God's covenant, when the rage of their enemies as well as their own faithlessness were threatening them with certain destruction. Nor was this all. In the miserable, heartless reign of Ahaz, the vision had been presented to him of a rod coming out of the stem of Jesse, which should stand for an ensign of the people. To it should the Gentiles seek, and his rest should be glorious. The immediate fruits which Isaiah saw coming out of this root might have appeared in the days of any patriotic and prosperous prince, and did actually appear in the latter days of Hezekiah. No doubt at that time a remnant of the people which were left were drawn back by the summons of the king and by his influence with the surrounding kings from Assyria and from Egypt and from Pathros. and from Cush, and from Elam, and from Shinar, and from Hamath, and from the islands of the sea. Such words do not unnecessarily indicate more than the recovery of a multitude of Jewish slaves out of the bondage into which they had been brought by the neighbouring people. Assyria, which had in the meantime been weakened by internal revolutions, being just as likely to give up a portion of her booty as any of those whom she had herself crushed and made feeble. No doubt Hezekiah might become, and did actually become, an ensign to the nations, just as Solomon had been before him, one to whom they brought presents, whose alliance they sought, whose elevation out of a deep calamity was a proof that some mighty God was with him. No doubt Ephraim did not in those days envy Judah, or Judah vex Ephraim, as they had done before through so many ages. There was a feeling of a benignant native ruler who cared for all the people of God alike. He must have been the one powerful king who was left in the whole region, so that the Philistines and Edom and Moab and the children of Ammon would naturally obey him. Egypt would be no more a dangerous neighbour to such a prince. It would respect him as it had done his great predecessor. Men might go dry-shod over the river which had once been beset by hostile armaments, and though there might be still multitudes of Jews left in the cities of Assyria, there would be a highway open to them, a preparation for them to come back into their land, if their own unwillingness or the death of the king and the reign of some evil successor did not hinder it. But though we need not seek in any more distant days than those of Hezekiah for a very satisfactory fulfilment of these predictions, and let it never be forgotten that what may seem to us, when we look back over 3,000 years, an exaggerated description of deliverance and restoration, must have seemed inadequate and almost cold to those who experienced the blessing. Though Hezekiah was a rod out of the stem of Jesse, and though the Spirit of the Lord did rest upon him, the Spirit of wisdom and understanding, the Spirit of counsel and might, the Spirit of knowledge and of the fear of the Lord, though he did judge the poor with righteousness, and reprove with equity for the meek of the earth, though the peacefulness and order of his last years might faithfully carry out the symbols of the wolf and the lamb lying down together, yet it was no less impossible for the prophet to think chiefly of Hezekiah when he was uttering these words, than it would have been for him to fancy that he was the king whom he saw sitting on the throne, and his train filling the temple in the year that Uzziah died. The more he saw of what corresponded to this description in the actual monarch, the more would his thoughts be drawn to the one in whose name and in whose might he was reigning. To him, from whom the Spirit came, by which he was quickened, Hezekiah he could but look upon as exhibiting some few rays of his splendour, the feeble image of his righteous government, the counsellor, the mighty God, the Prince of Peace upon whom that government rested, was the upholder of the Jewish people. Apart from him, it was merely the miserable heap of fragments which we so often suppose must be carried away before the Assyrian whirlwind. There was, however, this great blessing which came to Isaiah from his being able to connect the divine king with an actual man. The belief that a man must embody and present the Godhead, that only in a man could its blessedness and glory appear. That belief, which we saw slowly developing itself in the prophet's mind, acquired a force and vividness from his hope of Hezekiah's government and from his actual experience of it, which we may say without rashness or profaneness would have been otherwise wanting in him. In using that language, I am only affirming that any method but the one which we know the divine wisdom has adopted for conveying a truth to a man's spirit must be an imperfect method. Hezekiah's existence was necessary to the instruction of Isaiah, and through him of all generations to come. Perhaps we may find that Shalmaneser and Sennacherib were scarcely less necessary. Apparently the prophet passes in our chapter to an entirely new subject. The Assyrian, of whom he had spoken so much before, and of whom he speaks so often again, seems to be forgotten. He opens with the burden of Babylon. He goes on to the burden of Damascus, the burden of Moab, the burden of Egypt, the burden of the Valley of Vision, the burden of Tyre. The occurrence of the word Babylon led commentators of the last age to conclude that he must mean to foretell the downfall of that kingdom, which took place in the reign of Belshazzar. Some of the bolder critics of our own time finding great difficulties in an interpretation which breaks the harmony of the prophet's visions and destroys their application to the people among whom he was dwelling, and whom he was sent to warn, have decreed that all these passages, together with all the chapters after the 40th, must have been written subsequently to the Chaldean captivity, probably in the age of Ezra, and that they have been mixed with the genuine discourses of Isaiah by a compiler. I do not wonder that this theory should have startled and shocked readers who have been wont to regard the 13th and 14th chapters, to say nothing of the 40th and the 53rd, as containing the very inmost spirit of the Essaying prophecies. Still, the mere sentimental feeling which attaches a particular passage to a particular name will be readily sacrificed by a lover of truth. The more firmly we believe the Bible to be from God, the less serious will that sacrifice seem to us. We shall hear God's voice speaking to us by whatever appellation we denote him, who is the instrument of the communication. It is, however, a grave question whether we ought to abandon a venerable tradition which has connected itself with the feelings of Jews and Christians for generations, not because there is any decisive external proof that it is untenable, but merely in order to escape from a difficulty which perhaps we have created for ourselves. That it is a difficulty I at once acknowledge. Not only the coherency of the prophet's discourse is lost if we feel that we are reading in one paragraph of an event soon to occur, and in the next of one which would not happen for 200 years, and which has no internal connection with it. Not only are we unable to understand how such a prophecy could contain any lesson for the contemporaries of Isaiah, but we are forced to outrage the letter and to misrepresent the character of the very discourses which we seek to preserve. I am persuaded that it is impossible for anyone to read attentively the brilliant description of a conqueror or destroyer of boundaries in the 14th chapter of Isaiah, and to think of it as applying to such a mere voluptuary as Belshazzar is represented to be in the book of Daniel. The description is doubtless more applicable to Nebuchadnezzar, yet Jeremiah never speaks of him without some respectful epithet, such as the servant of the Lord, and his government, as the prophet of the captivity represents it, stands out in advantageous contrast to that of all his predecessors and followers. Moreover, there was no destruction of Babylon in his day. It was the time of its highest glory. On the other hand, there is the very closest resemblance between the picture of a Babylonian monarch which is drawn in this chapter and the language respecting the Assyrian which was used in the 10th, and with that which is applied directly to Sennacherib in the 38th. These remarks may lead us to inquire whether it may not be a safer course to reconsider our own theories of the divine book before we unsettle its order, that we may make it accord with them. Babylon, it is admitted, was a powerful city, dependent at this time on the Assyrian Empire. It may have been regarded as the sacred city of the empire, even while Nineveh or any other place was the capital of it. Just in the same way as the glory of Mecca was not diminished in Mahometan eyes by the residence of the caliphs in Baghdad, and has scarcely suffered from the reputation of any later metropolis of the sultans. There is something in Isaiah's language which would favour such a hypothesis as this, for he speaks of Babylon as especially the seat of the graven images of the gods falling when the city falls. But without resorting to any conjecture, we know positively what image the name Babylon must have called up to a Jewish seer who meditated on the divine word by day and night. Long before he had the least reason to connect that particular city with the punishment of the Jewish tribes, long after its importance had disappeared, and it had given place to capitals which were mud villages or fishermen's huts when chariots were passing over its walls, the name still continued in permanent association with the experiment of building a tower whose top should reach to heaven, that the sons of Noah might not be scattered abroad upon the earth, as God had purposed that they should, according to their tribes, in their families, in their nations, and in association also with the dynasty which was set up by Nimrod, the great hunter before the Lord. In other words, Babel, or Babylon, represented to the prophets the attempt to establish a universal society without respect to tribes, nations, families, not upon the acknowledgement of divine care and protection, but upon the acknowledgement of a mere power in nature against which men must try to measure their own. It pointed to the actual establishment of such a power, not on a scale commensurate with the original design, but on the same principle, the great hunter or tyrant confessing no landmarks, owning no responsibilities, believing that the earth was intended for his possession, that the gods were sovereigns raised above all law and obligation, that the human sovereigns were most like them when they could most cast such fetters aside. In lecturing on the Old Testament, I have been obliged again and again to remind you of the existence of such a power, of its first appearance in the world, of the way in which the order and history of the Jewish nation were made, from age to age, silently to testify against it. What I wish you to observe now is that the critical moment had arrived when the testimony could not any longer be a silent one. The prophets could not in the least have understood what was about to happen in their land, the length and breadth of the conflict in which it was to engage. They would have been completely crushed at once by the confused aspects of it and by the almost inevitable issue of it, if they had not been led into a much deeper apprehension than their fathers ever possessed, of the position which they occupied, of the work which they had to do, of their influence upon all the after destinies of mankind. And for this end it was quite necessary that they should have a name by which to denote the power which was coming against them, a name significant of its continuous nature, a name which should have associations with the present as well as with the past, a name suggesting features which they should have to look upon with their own eyes, and the description of which might be an heirloom to their descendants, enabling them to trace the same in a succession of men or of dynastics. Isaiah's prediction, I think, exactly fulfills these conditions. Babylon is the glory of kingdoms, the beauty of the Chaldees' excellency. But her time is near to come. Her days shall not be prolonged. The Medes have been stirred up against her. Their bows shall dash the young men to pieces. They shall have no pity on the fruit of the womb. Their eye shall not spare children. That this is the description of an event about to befall the actual Babylon, then a leading city of the Assyrian Empire, I cannot doubt. The Medes would be the tribe to make such an invasion. They were notoriously the power which threatened Assyria at this time, which robbed it of some of its provinces, which finally overthrew it. They are described as a mountain tribe, careless of silver and gold, very unlike what they were in the days of Cyrus. I apprehend that the attack made upon Babylon, while Sennacherib was invading Syria, Ethiopia, and Egypt, may have been as fierce as Isaiah represents this, destructive of temples and gods, ominous of one which should be like the overthrow of Sodom and Gomorrah. The words, "It shall never be inhabited, neither shall it be dwelt in from generation to generation. Neither shall the Arabian pitch his tent there, neither shall the shepherds make their fold there. But wild beasts of the desert shall lie there, and their houses shall be full of doleful creatures, and owls shall dwell there, and satyrs shall dance there," may refer to the desolation which Assyrian and Chaldean travellers witnessed in our day. They cannot have the least application to the state of things under the Medo-Persic rule, for during that Babylon continued to be a conspicuous city, a summer residence for the kings. But they must refer to more than the destruction of a certain Chaldean city then or afterwards. How can we limit them to it when I find such words as these? "I will punish the world for its evil, and the wicked for their iniquity. I will cause the arrogancy of the proud to cease, and will lay low the haughtiness of the terrible. I will make a man more precious than fine gold, even a man than the golden wedge of Ophir. Therefore I will shake the heavens, and the earth shall remove out of her place in the wrath of the Lord of hosts, and in the day of his fierce anger." I want to know why the first Babylon fell, and why the last Babylon fell. I want to know what makes any city deserve the name of a city of confusion. I want to know why a city that does deserve that title may yet be suffered to lay waste the earth and lead nations into captivity. Isaiah answers all these questions together. A man in the old Babylon, a man in every later Babylon, was not accounted more precious than the golden wedge of Ophir. It was the principle of the society that he should be accounted less precious. For the sake of the outward splendour and glory, the human being was sacrificed. The person was given up for the thing. Here is the one adequate satisfactory exposition of the cause of the fall of empires. Hence we understand how great empires have become the scourge of small nations. When they have adopted the Babylonian principle into their hearts, when it has penetrated and pervaded their acts and their lives, when it has overturned or made contradictory all the deeper and truer principles which are embodied in their constitutions, then those huge tyrannies, which release the inhuman godless maxim most perfectly, which recognise no law but that, are commissioned to sweep and devastate, that the tribes which have adopted their lie and mimicked their crimes may feel in themselves the full pressure of both, and this that all may understand how impossible it is to build human society upon another ground than that upon which God has built it. How certainly the most splendid city that was ever raised in the earth will fall down, and all its palaces perish, if it is merely formed of bricks and slime, which men have substituted for the living stones which God has hewn out and fitted together. All the chapters in Isaiah which follow, till that one in which he says, Behold, the Lord maketh the earth empty, and maketh it waste, and turneth it upside down, and scattereth the inhabitants thereof, are setting forth one aspect or another of that great judgment by which it was proved that a man is more precious than the golden wedge of Ophir, a judgment in which Samaria and Judah suffer with Moab and Tyre, because they are sharers in the same sin. But the fall of Babylon is a blow to the Asiatic empire, which declares how little it has cause to exult in the ruin it is producing. How certainly that ruin will return upon itself, because it springs from evils which are lying more deeply and radically within it than within any of the people whom God hath sent it forth to punish. Instead of being an interpolated fragment in the midst of Isaiah's discourses, the burden of Babylon comes in to make all the visitations upon other tribes of the earth intelligible, and to relieve our minds of the infinite oppression which we should otherwise have in contemplating them. They are diverse but harmonious portions of the same divine message to men, a message of terror, but also of deliverance and hope. In the 14th chapter, we feel how wonderfully these are combined. The hearts of people in all ages have been stirred by these words. In the day when the Lord shall give thee rest from thy sorrow, and from thy fear, and from the hard bondage wherein thou wast made to serve, thou shalt take up this proverb against the king of Babylon, and say, How hath the oppressor ceased? The golden city ceased. The Lord hath broken the staff of the wicked, and the sceptre of the rulers. He who smote the people in wrath with a continual stroke, he that ruled the nations in anger, is persecuted, and none hindereth. The whole earth is at rest, and is quiet. They break forth into singing. Yea, the fir trees rejoice at thee, and the cedars of Lebanon, saying, Since thou art laid down, no feller is come up against us. Hell from beneath is moved for thee, to meet thee at thy coming. It stirreth up the dead for thee, even all the chief ones of the earth. It hath raised up from their thrones all the kings of the nations. All they shall speak and say unto thee, Art thou also become weak as we? Art thou become like unto us? Thy pomp is brought down to the grave, and the noise of thy viols, the worm is spread under thee, and the worms cover thee. How art thou fallen from heaven, O Lucifer, son of the morning? How art thou cut down to the ground, which didst weaken the nations? For thou hast said in thine heart, I will ascend into heaven. I will exalt my throne above the stars of God. I will sit also upon the mount of the congregation, in the sides of the north. I will ascend above the heights of the clouds. I will be like the Most High. Yet thou shalt be brought down to hell, to the sides of the pit. They that see thee shall narrowly look upon thee, and consider thee, saying, Is this the man that made the earth to tremble, that did shake kingdoms, that made the world as a wilderness, and destroyed the cities thereof, that opened not the house of his prisoners? All the kings of the nations, even all of them, lie in glory, every one in his own house. But thou art cast out of thy grave like an abominable branch, and as the raiment of those that are slain, thrust through with a sword, that go down to the stones of the pit, as a carcass trodden under feet. Thou shalt not be joined with them in burial, because thou hast destroyed thy land, and slain thy people. The seed of evildoers shall never be renowned. Prepare slaughter for his children, for the iniquity of their fathers, that they do not rise, nor possess the land, nor fill the face of the world with cities. For I will rise up against them, saith the Lord of hosts, and cut off from Babylon the name and remnant and son and nephew, saith the Lord. I will also make it a possession for the bittern, and pools of water, and I will sweep it with the bosom of destruction, saith the Lord of hosts. But though most feel something of the grandeur of this poetry, and a few the truth of this prophecy, we do not enough consider upon what both are founded. We have heard how the God-man was the ground upon which the Jewish nation stood, that which it was in due time to make known to all nations as the ground upon which they must stand. Here you have the contrast. The man-God, he who would ascend up to heaven and exalt his throne above the stars of God. This is the natural ruler of a society which counts the gold of Ophir more precious than human beings. For in some way or other, man must have his glory. It may be as a tyrant, trampling upon his fellows as if they were mere things created for his use. It may be as one bearing the image of God, and claiming his brethren as intended to bear that image. He who would be a Lucifer, a son of the morning, must seek to be a god by rising above men and degrading men. He who is the Son of God, one with the Father, must prove that he has that glory by humbling himself and becoming of no reputation, by taking upon him the form of a servant. The one wants to be above all law, that he may assert his own will and subject all wills to his. The other makes himself subject to law, that he may show forth his Father's will and give up his own, and redeem men from slavery into the service which is freedom. The one saith, By the strength of my hand have I done it, and by my wisdom, for I am prudent. And I have removed the bounds of the people, and have robbed their treasures, and I have put down the inhabitants like a mighty man. And my hand hath found as a nest the riches of the people, and as one that gathereth eggs that are left have I gathered all the earth. And there was none that moved the wing, or opened the mouth, or peeped. The other prayers for his poor family upon earth, that they all may be one, as thou, Father, art in me, and I in thee, that they all may be one in us. Yes, brethren, we have here the Babylonian power and the Jerusalem power, that parody of human and divine greatness, which is seen in an earthly tyrant, that perfect reconciliation of divinity and humanity, which is seen in the Redeemer. Consider both images well. Both are presented to us. We must admire and copy one of them, and whichever we take, we must resolutely discard the other. If we have ever mixed them together in our minds, a time is at hand that will separate them forever. One was marked on your foreheads in childhood, when you were signed with the sign of the cross, and the prayer was prayed for you, that you might not be ashamed to confess the faith of Christ, crucified against sin, the world, and the devil. The other, the Babylonian mark and image, your own evil nature, a corrupt society, the evil spirit have been stirring to stamp you with ever since. Each hour you are tempted to think a man less precious than the gold of Ophir. The current maxims of the world take for granted that he is. You, in 1,000 ways, are acting on those maxims. Oh, remember that in them, and in the habits which they beget, lies the certain presage of slavery for men and nations, the foretaste of decay and ruin. which no human contrivances can avert, which the gifts and blessings of God's providence only accelerate. And think this also: when once this disease has penetrated into the vitals of a people, it may be very decorous and very religious, but it cannot believe in the Son of Man. How sayest thou that the Son of Man must be lifted up? Ask the religious, gold-worshipping Jew of our Lord, who is this Son of Man? He had answered that question by stooping to the lowest state of men, by living with fishermen, by eating and drinking with publicans and sinners. But this answer only confounded them the more. Such a one cannot be Christ the King, they said. And so when Pilate brought forth Jesus crowned with thorns and said, Behold the man, behold the King, and shall I crucify your King? The high priests, those who spoke the voice of the people, those who represented their belief, cried out, We have no king but Caesar. A man-god is our choice. The God-man shall not reign over us. Brethren, may God in his mercy grant that our English faith may never express itself in the same way, or give birth to acts differing only in form, not in essence, from that which the Jewish nation perpetrated. May God grant us power to cast Babylonian principles out of our hearts, that when they come before us embodied in some person, sustained by some mighty physical force, we may despise them and laugh them to scorn, knowing that not against us, but against the Holy One, our enemy is exalting himself and lifting up his voice on high. God grant that in that day we may be able to sing the song which the prophet said should be sung in the land of Judah. We have a strong city. Salvation will God appoint for walls and bulwarks. Open ye the gates that the righteous nation, which keepeth the truth, may enter in. Thou wilt keep him in perfect peace, whose mind is stayed on thee, because he trusteth in thee. Trust ye in the Lord for ever, for in the Lord Jehovah is everlasting strength. Note: in the time of Sennacherib, says Nick Burr, Babylon acknowledged the supremacy of Assyria, and had perhaps even been compelled to submit to Shalmaneser. Haggissar, a brother of Sennacherib, was king of Babylon, but that kingdom revolted, and Haggissar was slain. Merodach Baladan then raised himself to the throne. Lectures on Ancient History, Volume 1, pages 31 and 32. End of Sermon 16.
Sermon 17 of the Prophets and Kings of the Old Testament. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Thandile. The Prophets and Kings of the Old Testament by Frederick Denison Maurice. Sermon 17. The Suffering King and People. Lincoln's Inn, Palm Sunday, April 4th, 1852. Isaiah 42, verse 1-3. Behold my servant, whom I uphold, mine elect, in whom my soul delighteth. I have put my spirit upon him. He shall bring forth judgment to the Gentiles. He shall not cry, nor lift up, nor cause his voice to be heard in the street. A bruised reed he shall not break, and the smoking flax shall he not quench. He shall bring forth judgment unto truth. The burden of Babylon, of which I spoke last Sunday, is said to have been in the year that Ahaz died. In that year Isaiah warned the whole of Palestine that it must not rejoice because the rod of him that smote it was broken, for out of the serpent's root should come forth a cockatrice, and his fruit should be a fear-flying serpent. Yet he tells his countrymen that the poor shall feed, and the needy shall lie down in safety. The Lord hath founded Zion, the poor of his people shall trust in it. I said that Isaiah evidently expected that this new calamity would soon overtake the land. He tells Moab that in 3 years its glory shall be contemned with all its great multitudes. He goes barefoot 3 years as a sign to the Egyptians and Ethiopians that the young and old shall be led captives by the Assyrians. He says that Kedar shall be wasted within a year. The desolation will be a very sweeping one. The prophet looks to see the whole earth turned upside down, the land emptied, the master and the servant perishing, money lenders and money borrowers, all classes of men cast into utter ruin. There were 2 great invasions of Palestine in the reign of Hezekiah, that which took place under Shalmaneser in his 4th year, that of Sennacherib in his 14th. I apprehend that most of the calamities which are spoken of in the 24th chapter were fully realized in the former. I have spoken already of the hopes which dawned upon the prophet's mind in the midst of its gloom, of his assurance that the time of his discomfiture and overthrow to all surrounding nations, of terror to his own, would nevertheless be in some respect a better and more blessed time than most which had preceded it. The confidence grows brighter and firmer as the cloud becomes nearer and more portentous. The prophet does not merely trust that light will follow when the darkness is scattered. He sees the light present in the midst of the darkness. The death of the night makes him know that there is a day spring from on high which will visit his land and all lands. It is difficult to say whether the song of trust and thanksgiving in the 25th chapter is one of anticipation, or whether it was uttered in sight of a ruin which had already more than fulfilled all his saddest forbiddings. The visions of a prophet concerning that which is to be are so full of present force and reality. His contemplation of that which has happened is so necessarily involved with foresight of its issues that nothing is harder, as all interpreters have felt, than to fix the boundaries between the two. If we could do it accurately and decisively, much of the very meaning of prophecy would be lost. It would be far less a guide to us in our own meditations upon the world we read of, the world we behold, and the world that shall be, than if we use it rightly, it is now. And the music or song seems so especially ordained to give a sense of wholeness and unity to those thoughts which ordinary discourse breaks up into successive instants, that when the prophet pours forth a lyrical rapture, we should try more than at other times to follow the movements of his spirit in the certainty that they cannot be defined by chronological landmarks. Nevertheless, it is the impression I think upon the minds of most readers, and I cannot doubt a right impression, that this chapter, if it is in a measure prospective, yet must have been written during the Assyrian invasion. I do not rest anything upon tenses. Every reader of the prophets must feel how ambiguous they are, but still the words, "Thou hast made of a city an heap, of a defenced city a ruin, a palace of strangers to be no city, and these, thou hast been a strength to the poor, a strength to the needy in his distress, a refuge from the storm, a shadow from the heat, when the blast of the terrible ones is as a storm against the wall," do seem to describe an actual experience. One can hardly help thinking that the man who wrote such words had just heard of some old and famous Palestinian city which had been sacked, if he was not walking amidst the ruins of it, and that he was at the same time drinking in consolation from the thought that the cry of a number of serfs and bondsmen which had gone up to heaven against the oppressors in their own country was answered by this visitation. It was not merely that their wrongs were thus avenged. The humbling of the proud men of their own cities may have been an actual immediate blessing to them. The rich men and rulers of neighboring lands may have been awakened by the common danger of a sense of sympathy and brotherhood which they had never known before. At all events, an eternal law was revealed to the prophet's mind, and in greater or less clearness to the minds of others who witnessed the same events, a law which decreed that more force should not prevail, that the strong should be laid low, that the weak should be raised up, a law which contained a sure pledge that some day or other God would destroy the face of the covering cast over all people, and the veil that was spread over all nations, that he would swallow up death and victory and wipe away tears from all faces. We have all of us witnessed enough of remarkable changes and sudden revolutions to be capable of understanding passages in the prophet's discourse which at first sound puzzling and contradictory. When thy judgments are in the earth, the inhabitants of the world will learn righteousness. Let favor be shewed to the wicked, yet will he not learn righteousness. In the land of uprightness will he deal unjustly and not behold the majesty of the Lord. Lord, when thy hand is lifted up, they will not see, but they shall see. It is thus that two opposing sides of truth present themselves to a divinely taught man. There is a blindness, an insensibility, a lightness of heart, which at one moment strikes him as quite inconceivable in those who are passing through fires which will leave effects behind them for generations to come. Then he perceives that after all the visitation has not been in vain, that men have seen and felt a meaning in it, even when they have been trying to harden themselves, nay, when they have even plunged into worse courses than those which it was sent to warn them off. They have confessed that a divine hand has been lifted up, though they have invented a number of dry and empty formulas to persuade themselves that what has happened has no reference to their evil doings. Their consciences have been awakened, though the awakening out of such a sleep and such fevered dreams as theirs is to terror, not to repentance. But meantime there has been a peaceable fruit of righteousness slowly, not suddenly or immaturely, coming forth in those who desire to know more of God and his ways, who dimly, amidst many contradictions of thought and practice, yet confessed a law of right and tried to follow it. O Lord our God, such persons will cry out, other gods beside thee have had dominion over us, but by thee only will we make mention of thy name. They are dirt, they shall not live. Therefore thou hast visited and destroyed them, and made all their memory to perish. To understand when a national reformation has taken place, when even there has been many solid commencement of it, is the hardest of all things. A prophet shews his wisdom to be above that of other men, not by pronouncing upon the diagnostics of such a change, but by marking all the various fluctuating symptoms which ever and anon tempt him to doubt the reality of it, and then show that it is in process, still more by connecting these symptoms with others which he discovers in himself, with his own strange vicissitudes and inconsistencies, with the deep conviction which he has at one time of God's truth and love, and his thankfulness that they should in any wise make themselves manifest, and then with the utter dreariness, barrenness, heartlessness of his inner soul and of his outward acts. From the utmost parts of the earth have we heard songs, even glory to the rushes. But I said, my leanness, woe unto me! The treacherous dealers have dealt treacherously, yea, the treacherous dealers have dealt very treacherously. He understands the treachery of other men's dealings with God's promises and his covenant by the treachery of his own. And so wonderful and gracious result of such baffling and bewildering experiences, he is thrown back upon those promises and that covenant, or rather upon God himself, the author of them. He discovers a ground deeper than human faithfulness, the faithfulness and righteousness of God, and that is sufficient to sustain his hopes, not for himself, not for a few men in whose truth he can confide better than in his own, but for his nation with all its sins and idolatries, for the universe which God has created and not forsaken. I apprehend that Isaiah had need of all these lessons so hardly learnt, not merely that he might be able to judge of the state of his nation while it was undergoing this visitation, or had just escaped from it, but that he might think rightly and speak wisely in the 10 more peaceful years which followed. To these years I think we may refer most of the discourses which are contained between the 27th and 36th chapters of this book. We do not need a prophet to tell us how very soon the mere impression of any great calamity passes away from the majority of our people when the visible signs of it are not present. It becomes a topic for men to talk of. Some may smart under the recollection of lands devastated, of friends perished, but soon all seems to have returned to its old course. In many there is a strange sense of security from the notion that they have had their fill of startling occurrences, and that any repetition of them can scarcely be looked for in their day. The people of Jerusalem had more than ordinary excuse of this confidence. Their city had escaped the general wreck. A feeling strangely mixed of faith and fatalism might lead them to think that it would be eternal. Moreover, that great blessing which Isaiah had looked forward to, and which connected itself with all his deepest intuitions respecting a divine ruler, the blessing of a king reigning in righteousness, had been granted to the land. Moreover, that great blessing which Isaiah had looked forward to and which connected itself with all his deepest intuitions respecting a divine ruler, the blessing of a king reigning in righteousness, had been granted to the land. Hezekiah probably began to remove some of the abuses which his father introduced before Shalmaneser's invasion. He must assuredly have been one of those who received precious instruction from that judgment. It found him with an open, prepared heart. It must have changed him rapidly from a promising youth into a sobered and saddened man. It had given him, too, facilities which he had not possessed before. The portion of the 10 tribes which remained would be glad of his protection, might welcome his invitations to come up to Jerusalem and worship. The surrounding people would respect the king who had survived when theirs had fallen. These effects, at which I hinted in my last sermon, must have been more remarkable in a latter part of his reign, but there will have been enough of them even at this time to elate the inhabitants of Judea with a sense of their own power and superiority. The feeling would be all the stronger because it was a rebound from a state of depression and shame. With it, and with the returning prosperity of the land, would come fresh wantonness and self-indulgence, the old oppression of the poor, of the debtors, of the slaves, the old sottishness. To these evils would be added that one upon which Isaiah dwelt so much in the introduction of his book, the multitude of sacrifices, unrighteous dealings, indifference to human beings being glossed over with the show and phantom of religion. There would be politicians too in this society, some who were confident in the friendship of the Assyrian and thought he could never return to their land, some who believed that with the help of the pharaohs no evil could overtake them, some who fancied that they might form a native force strong enough to drive off any invader. To all these different tendencies of the people's mind, Isaiah addresses himself in this grand series of discourses. The drunkards of Ephraim, the scorners, the sleeping prophets, and priests and rulers of Jerusalem, the rebellious children who would strengthen themselves in their strength of Pharaoh and trust in the shadow of Egypt, the men who stay on horses and trust in chariots because they are many, all pass before his eyes or receive his awful rebuke. There will be a tempest of hail, a new destroying storm in the fat valleys which are bringing forth the wine. An overflowing scourge will pass through the land. Morning by morning shall it pass over, by day and by night. Those who are mocking at the coming danger will find it a vexation only to hear the report. There will be a heaviness and sorrow in Ariel, the city of David. There will be a camp round about it. Forts will be raised against it. It shall be brought down and speak out of the ground. Its speech shall be low out of the dust, as of one that hath a familiar spirit. The Egyptians will be ashamed of a people that could not profit them, nor be a help to them, but only a reproach. If they did help, they would help in vain. The Egyptians are men and not God. Horses are flesh and not spirit. When the Lord shall stretch out his hand, both he that helpeth shall fall, and he that is holpen shall fall down, and they both shall fail together. Hezekiah seems to have had two sets of advisers, one represented by Shebna the Surib, one by Eliakim, who was over the house. The former Isaiah denounces as utterly base and selfish. The other, it is said, shall be a father to the inhabitants of Jerusalem and to the house of Judah. The king, it would seem, must at this time have yielded to the meaner and more cowardly policy. He might be, just in his ordinary dealings, a refuge for the poor, a destroyer of idols, and yet not have thought or understood that flesh is weaker than spirit, the horses of Egypt than the word of God. No doubt he thought he trusted God. He had given some proofs that he did trust him, but perhaps he had begun to trust his own faith, to glorify that, not him who had been the object of it. A man soon finds what a reed that is to lean upon, and then he naturally looks for the other reeds to help out its weakness. In a moment of vain self-confidence, Hezekiah seems to have refused tribute to the kings of Assyria. We have a right to give the act that name, and to suppose that he was prompted to it by his Egyptian advisers, for the first appearance of the enemy daunted him and led him, so the second book of Kings tells us, to make the most abject submission. The prophet, joyfully as he had hailed the reign of the new king, much as he honored him, does not point to him as any ground of confidence to the inhabitants of Jerusalem in the hour of trial which he said was approaching. That other king who had been the first inspirer of his words, who had been more and more clearly manifesting himself to him in all that he had seen or foreseen since, was the one support of his hopes. Behold, he says to the rulers in Jerusalem, I lay in Zion a foundation stone, a tried stone, a precious cornerstone, and he that believeth shall not make haste. To know the actual living center of the nation was, we have seen, the great gift which the prophet had derived from the teaching he had received hitherto. All new trials and disappointments were to bring this center more clearly before him. He could not but contemplate this as the great end and interpretation of them to the whole people. The certainty of this truth does not permit him to make haste. In the days of Ahaz he had been taught to despise the plots of Samaria and Syria and Judah against each other. These had come to naught. The devices of the feeble man about Hezekiah, who could not look beyond the moment, who could only invent expedients, seemed to him as contemptible. Still more shameful the ignorance of the prophets and priests who should have taught the eternal principles which the book of their country's history proclaimed, but who pretended they could not read it because it was sealed. God, however, was bringing these principles into light. A day was at hand which would enable the deaf to hear the words of the book, and the eyes of the blind to see out the obscurity. A revelation there would be of the divine purpose in maintaining the chosen race from age to age, a proof that the promises to Abraham were not empty promises, signs that visible priests, prophets, kings had all their appointed functions, had all been bearing their mighty testimony that there was a priest, prophet, king, of whom they were only the emblems and spokesmen. The prophet's words, therefore, are as full of encouragement as they are of warning and terror, not of encouragement contingent upon certain acts or lines of conduct which their country might pursue, of encouragement as obsolete as any fatalist could derive from the conviction that Jerusalem had a charmed life which no ill-doings or negligence could destroy. Only there was this amazing difference. The pledges of the nation's endurance were also pledges that every form of evil should be put down, that truth and righteousness should stand. Its existence meant that nothing but that. It was the appointed proclaimer to all nations of a law of right and truth to which they were subject, of a God of right and truth who was their God, of a divine image of that God who would confound the images which they had made of him. Through this part of Isaiah's prophecy, through all the visions of deep unutterable weakness and shame which were to come upon his land, through all the visions of glory behind and beneath that weakness and shame, the same truth is working itself out into clearness. Jerusalem must live because it has a message to deliver, a message of blessedness and freedom to all the tribes of its own land. Israel must live because it has a message of blessedness and power to all the people of the earth. Let it sink as low as it may, in the depth of humiliation it will be a prophet to the universe. Nay, it can be a true prophet to the universe only when all its imaginary false strength is taken from it, and when it is able to utter nothingness to realize the divine help which is within it. Such were Isaiah's preparations for the event which took his master and people by surprise, and set their hearts to meditate terror, each one saying, "Where is the scribe? Where is the receiver? Where is he that counted the towers?" In the 14th year of King Hezekiah, we are told, Sennacherib, king of Assyria, came up against all the fenced cities of Judah and took them, and he sent Rabshakeh from Lachish to Jerusalem with a great army, and he stood by the conduit of the upper pool. He sent a message of scorn to the king, of scorn which must have been felt not only because there was an army to enforce it, but for the deep truth which lay in it. Sennacherib challenged Hezekiah to bring forth all his horses, and he would put riders upon them. He bade him understand that Egypt was a broken reed which would go into the hand of everyone that leaned upon it. He said they might talk of trusting in the Lord, but he was not come up without the Lord against that city. He appealed to all the cities he had destroyed already, and the little help which their gods had given them. The words of the Assyrian were, as always happens in such cases, the words which the patriot prophet had uttered in vain. If the people had heeded them when they came from his lips, they would not have heard them from the oppressors. It was only the prophet who could answer these words and cheer the people who had regarded him as their enemy. Hezekiah, despairing of Egypt, had cast himself before the living God and besought him to show whether he was indeed like the gods which the Assyrians had cast into the fire. His heart had caught a new inspiration as he prayed. He said, "Save us, O Lord our God, save us from his hand, and let all the kingdoms of the earth know that thou art the Lord, even thou only." Then came the answer. Isaiah spake and said, "This is the word of the Lord concerning him. The virgin, the daughter of Zion, hath despised thee and laughed thee to scorn. The daughter of Jerusalem hath shaken her head at thee. Against whom hast thou exalted thy voice, and lifted up thine eyes on high, even against the Holy One of Israel?" In these words lies, I believe, the secret not merely of that well-known history, but of all that follows in this book. When the city had been delivered from its enemies, and the brighter days to which the prophet looked forward were actually commencing, Hezekiah fell sick. He had to experience in his own person the prostration of strength and spirit which his people had felt before. The first prayer in his sickness shows that he was still clinging to what he had done and what he had been. "Consider how I have walked before thee with a perfect heart." Yet there was in him an undercurrent of real trust in God. His thanksgiving for his recovery shows how wonderfully his self-righteousness had been taken away, how he had been brought to feel that in God only was the life of his spirit. The lesson was a precious thought, not a complete one. At least it was not proof against a new temptation. After the defeat of Sennacherib, the city began speedily to recover its strength. Treasures poured into it once more. The king received them in the right spirit as gifts of God, as tokens of his deliverance. But the tendency to worship the gold of Ophir, to think of that as the strength of men and nations, lay near the heart of this king and people as it is near the heart of us all. There came messengers from a far country to greet the king on his recovery. It was not unnatural they should come, for the far country was Babylon, which had broken loose from the Assyrian government and was therefore likely to fraternize with one who had so successfully thrown off its yoke. Hezekiah showed them all his treasures. To him, the name Assyria was one of fearful omen. Babylon meant nothing. It was otherwise with the prophet. He had been taught to look through the mere temporary representatives of a false principle to the principle itself. Babylonia, he saw, would be as terrible to the descendants of Hezekiah and the world as Assyria had been. Out of the serpent's root another cockatrice was springing. He told Hezekiah that the sons which he should beget should be taken to the palace of the king of Babylon. These words we shall hear were literally fulfilled to Manasseh, the son of Hezekiah. The prophet, therefore, does not project himself at once into a distant future when he speaks of a Babylonian captivity. He speaks, no doubt, of a series of evils which might stretch over years or even centuries, of punishments that would befall the land, of deliverances that would be wrought for it. But I apprehend we have given a precision and definiteness to his words on this subject in the latter chapters of his book, which, if carefully and patiently considered, there will not be found to bear. Divines eager to catch at a proof of the fulfillment of prophecy have insisted that the account of the taking of Babylon by Cyrus, which is given in Herodotus, should have its exact counterpart in Isaiah. Now, I do not venture to say that the expression two-leaved gates may not have some reference to the construction of the city of Nitocris or Nebuchadnezzar, or that the drying of rivers may not mean the altering of the course of the Euphrates. But I should be very sorry to build an argument on any subject strafing or important upon the assumption of such correspondences. The use of the name Cyrus undoubtedly suggests the thought of the Persian king who has been the subject of so much Greek as well as Oriental romance. But if we were not familiar with the traditionary history which is so differently represented by the two Greek authorities, I do not think we should at once have resolved that that particular Persian king, or perhaps any other, must be indicated by the prophet's language. The often repeated story that the words were shown to Cyrus and that they determined him to allow the chosen people to go forth is a mere legend resting on no evidence at all. And it is at least singular that Ezra, in the first chapter of his book, alludes distinctly to a prophecy of Jeremiah which was accomplished in Cyrus, but does not point out a passage apparently so much more definite and emphatic. This last argument may be turned to a different use by those of whom I spoke last Sunday, who hold that all the chapters in Isaiah after the 40th were written by another person and at another period of the history. They might say, though I suspect this evidence would prove too much, that the silence of Israel was favorable to the nation, that this part of the prophecy had not yet become one of the recognized Jewish oracles. The answer to them lies not in detached sentences or paragraphs, but in the whole tenure of these chapters. There is only one ambiguous and difficult passage to connect them with a period subsequent to the destruction of the temple, or even with any anticipation of such destruction, whereas every characteristic of Isaiah's mind and discipline, which we have traced through the earlier chapters, reappears in these, only with such expansions and developments as we should naturally look for. Babylon is still as before the great Babel, the city of confusion, that which is setting up idols in place of God, that which is the distant punisher of the Babel notions and habits that have infected the holy city, which is blindly, inhumanly, godlessly executing a mighty commission which carries its doom written on its greatest triumphs. Jerusalem is always the society which is called out to witness by its words, by its acts, by its sufferings, for the power of weakness, for the fact that a city does not stand by walls and fortresses, for the presence of an invisible king reigning throughout generations. But that special discovery which was made to the prophet by the share which Judea had in the fall and rising of the other nations, by its extreme peril, by its unlooked-for rescue, that it was to be the herald of a deliverance for all kindreds and races, comes forth with quite a new power as the prophet, looking through the vista of years, sees how it may be destined to a still closer and more humiliating connection with the great empires of the world. The burst with which the 40th chapter opens, comfort ye, my people, saith your God," is not suggested merely by the past redemption of the city. That would be a very insufficient consolation, one which Esarhaddon or Merodach Baladan might speedily set at naught. But it was grounded upon a voice which the prophet heard crying in the wilderness, "Every valley shall be exalted, and every mountain and hill shall be made low, by the assurance that all flesh was as grass, and the godliness thereof as the flower of grass, that the grass withereth and the flower fadeth, but that the word of our God should stand forever." It was grounded upon the assurance that Jerusalem had good tidings and bring, that she could lift up her voice and say to all the cities of Judah, "Behold your God," that she could announce him not as a tyrant such as they had imagined him to be, a counterpart in the sky of the Assyrian upon the earth, but as a shepherd who gathers the lambs with his arm and carries them in his bosom and gently leads those that are with young. Proclaiming this gospel to the cities of Judah, which had yielded to all the idolatries of the nations round about, she could challenge those nations to bring forth their likenesses of God, all the images which they had made after the notion of their own minds, after the works of their own hands, after the things in heaven or earth or under the earth. Let them show one and all what these gods had done for them or could do for them, what help or guidance or power or foresight against coming evil lay in them, what capacity they had of working good or evil. As the prophet's vision becomes brighter and his divine confidence stronger, he invites all the islands to enter into this controversy to meet the feeble Israelite, the mere worm of the earth, and see whether the God in whom he trusts is not indeed the God of the whole earth, he who has ordered the times and seasons, the fate of nations, the revolutions of history. At each step, the grandeur of his people's mission is being able to make their own life, even their own sins, witnesses of a kingdom which stretches over every land, over Moabite, Edomite, Egyptian, Assyrian, becomes more evident to him. At each step he sees more how its weakness is the secret of its power. Were the nations then wrong in thinking they required a likeness, a human likeness of God? Were they merely to be thrown back upon the idea of an absolute being separated from their sorrows and sympathies? Such a doctrine, however seemingly magnificent, would really have led them by another route to an Assyrian god, a god of mere power, not a shepherd, not a redeemer, not a holy one. No, there must be an image. Isaiah has seen it and felt it all along. Now he is permitted to trace one by one each feature of that image, to see it rising up a living whole before his spirit. "Behold my servant, whom I uphold, mine elect, in whom my soul delighteth. I have put my spirit upon him. He shall bring forth judgment unto the Gentiles." Here is the beginning of a stream of prophecy which runs on gathering new strength and sweeping away countless obstacles before it. I will stop at one point in that stream, at the words which we shall be reading tomorrow. "Who is this that cometh from Edom, with dyed garments from Bozrah, this that is glorious in his apparel, travelling in the greatness of his strength? The Jews ask whether this is not the description of a triumphant conqueror returning from the defeat of the heathen. Unquestionably, the church which appointed the service for Passion Week did not wish us to forget that all the symbols of the prophet pointed to such a person. Only she would have us remember that he is the same person whose visage is said to be marred more than any man's, who is declared to be the despised and rejected of man, a man of sorrows and acquainted with grief. She asks us to understand that out of that contempt, sorrow, and humiliation, all might comes, that the nations could never be subdued except by one who wrestled with the death and sin which all nations share together. The Jew asks again whether the man of sorrows may not be Isaiah or Hezekiah, the deserted prophet, the humbled king, whether he may not exhibit the condition of the Jewish race. Unquestionably, Isaiah was a man of sorrows. Throughout the most blessed periods of Hezekiah's life, he was a man of sorrows. The Jewish race is represented throughout the prophecy as crushed, helpless, broken by its misery and desolation, the channel of blessings to mankind. The more Isaiah, Hezekiah, the Jewish nation understood this great secret, this divine paradox, the more was each enabled to do the work which they were appointed to do in the world. And thus, because the image of a higher and more perfect sorrow, of the man who could alone be called the man of sorrows, of him who enabled them to be true sorrowers, of one sympathizing with the mind of God and the woes of his creatures, rose then more clearly and brightly and perfectly before them. Christian brother, if thou believest in such a man of sorrows, ask how thou mayest exhibit his image by suffering with thy fellows. Let Passion Week be indeed a witness to thee that thou art the heir of the same nature, of the same death, of the same redemption with them. Jew, Turk, heretic, infidel brother, try whether thou canst not be what in thy best hours thou desirest to be. Then thou wilt believe that thou needest a sacrifice offered for the sins of the whole world, that thou needest a brother, a king, who can make thee at one with thy Father in heaven, and so enable thee to be at one with his children upon earth. End of Sermon 17, read by Thandile in Dublin, Ireland, on the 17th of November, 2021.
Sermon number 18 of the Prophets and Kings of the Old Testament. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jddykst, Thurgood, Iowa. The Prophets and Kings of the Old Testament by Frederick Denison Maurice. The Jew Conquering the Nations. Lincoln's Inn, Easter Sunday, April 11, 1852. Isaiah chapter 63, verse 16. Doubtless thou art our father, though Abraham be ignorant of us, and Israel acknowledge us not. Thou, O Lord, art our Father, our Redeemer. Thy name is from everlasting. The last passage in Isaiah's prophecies to which I alluded was that which begins with the words, Who is this that cometh from Edom, with dyed garments from Bozrah? I could not doubt that these words contained the description of a mighty conqueror, I could not deny the Jewish assertion that the whole scenery of the passage, as well as the context of it, led us to think of a Jewish conqueror returning from a victory over Gentile hosts. This being admitted, the question to be considered was, what is the nature of the triumph here described? How was it or will it be won? In what sense and upon what terms has the Gentile world, represented by these cities of Edom and Basra, done homage or will it do homage to the Jewish race and to a sovereign of Jerusalem? With the consideration of this question, I shall conclude what I have to say upon this great prophet. Without it, I believe we could neither understand the visions which he saw concerning Judah and Jerusalem, when he declared that God had nourished and brought up children, and that they had rebelled against him, that God would ease him of his adversaries and avenge him of his enemies, that the strong should be as tow, and the maker of it as a spark, and that they should both burn together, and none should quench them, nor that vision of a new heavens and a new earth, when Jerusalem should be rejoicing and her people a joy, when the voice of weeping should no more be heard in her, nor the voice of crying, which cheered him, as we have been wont to believe, before his race was run, and the torch of prophecy was given into some other hand. I am aware that an argument may be drawn from those allusions to Gentiles upon which I propose to speak, in favor of the notion that the later chapters of this book were not written by Isaiah. Why, it will be asked, should such allusions be so much more frequent in these discourses than in the others? Must not we suspect that they belong to a later stage of the history, when the Jews had been groaning under Gentile government, as in the 70 years' captivity, rather than to the time of Hezekiah, when they had had no such experience? To the first suggestion I answer that the relations into which Samaria was entering with the heathen Syria, and Ahaz with the heathen Assyria, were the hint and occasion of Isaiah's earliest inspirations, that a struggle between heathendom, concentrated in the person of the Assyrian monarch, and the holy city ruled by Hezekiah, is the subject of the chapters preceding the 40th, that what one finds in the succeeding chapters is not the record or anticipation of a conflict of a different kind, but a clear intimation that the same conflict would be prolonged for many generations. To the reason given for referring these discourses to the later years of the captivity, I answer that the symbols of the warrior who fights with Edom and Basra are the symbols of a native prince, and that I cannot see why, upon any view of Isaiah's mission, these should have been more natural in a time when there was no native prince and no prospect of any, when the restoration of the city, of the temple, of the order of the priests and sacrifices, not the establishment of a throne in Jerusalem, was that which patriots and holy men were expecting, than to one living in a time when there was such a throne, an actual heir of David, sitting upon it, a righteous ruler, one who had been permitted to assert the glory of Israel and of the Lord God of Israel. I do not refer to the authority of St. Paul in the Epistle to the Romans to decide this question. It may be said reasonably enough that he would, of course, quote any prophecy by the title which it ordinarily bore in his day, and that he was too much occupied with his subject to engage in a discussion which had no direct bearing upon it. But I refer to him for the light he throws upon the actual intention of the passages which I am considering. In the 9th chapter of the Epistle to the Romans, he had been speaking of the great heaviness and continual sorrow which he had in his heart when he thought of the condition of his countrymen. They were his kinsmen according to the flesh. To them pertained the adoption and the glory and the covenants and the giving of the law and the promises. Theirs were the fathers. Of them, he adds, as concerning the flesh, Christ has come, who is over all, God blessed forever. The inheritors of all these mighty blessings were, it seemed to him, cutting themselves off from them. He could not help seeing that a tremendous crisis was at hand, that in a few years the holy city and the temple would be trampled underfoot by the Gentiles, that the great empire of the world would extinguish the nation which it had subdued. With that prospect before him, the apostle had wished, could even then wish, that he might himself be accursed if his race could be preserved. And this was not merely a patriot's passion. The truth and faithfulness of God upon which his own existence and all his hopes stood seemed involved in the continued preservation of the people who had been called out to be his witnesses. To contemplate the world without them was like believing that all the past had been nothing, that the whole scheme of the divine government had been set at naught and defeated by man's willfulness. No dream of a possible future, no thought of blessings for new tribes and kindreds of the earth could console the apostle under such a thought. It was anguish to him, not as a Hebrew of the Hebrews only, but as a man. For what had man to hope for but the knowledge of God? And if God were other in the present and the future than he had revealed himself in the past, what knowledge could there be of him or of his ways? But a deep discovery had been made to the inmost heart of St. Paul, which had sustained him through that tremendous personal conflict that is described to us in the 7th chapter of his epistle, and which was not less available in these doubts concerning the destiny of his own race and of mankind. He had been taught that in himself, that is, in his flesh, dwelt no good thing. As a separate creature, he could do nothing that was right to do. Yet there was that in him which was perpetually aiming at something good, perpetually struggling and desiring to be in conformity with this good. This will, this spirit in him, what was it? Whence did it come? It pleased God to show him that there was a mighty deliverer who had asserted his own dominion over this feeble, struggling, sinking spirit, who had declared that it had a life in him which it had not in itself. He believed that this deliverer was the Son of God, that he had been manifested that men might become sons of God in him. Saul of Tarsus, circumcised the 8th day, brought up at the feet of Gamaliel in the strictest sect of his religion, had learnt in mature life that his descent from Abraham, his circumcision, his knowledge of the law, and his strictness in fulfilling it did not make him a true and righteous man, that circumcision and the law were witnesses, that he had no righteousness of his own, but was righteous only in virtue of his relationship to the righteous God. This relationship he now knew to be a real one. Christ, by taking flesh, by dying, by rising again, had proved it to be fixed, eternal, dependent on no accidents, grounded on the divine constitution of things. What a light did this throw upon the calling of the Jewish nation, upon the end for which it existed. Was it not chosen out to testify of this divine relationship? Were not the covenant and the law and the promises all so many declarations that God, who is the Spirit, claims the spiritual creature whom he has formed in his own image as his servant and his child? Was not the sin of the Jews of St. Paul's day, of the Pharisee as well as of the Sadducee, that he did not estimate enough his own high calling, that he was content to be a child of Abraham when he should have asserted his right to be a child of God? What was his denial of Jesus, his cry, "This man blasphemeth, because he saith he is the Son of God," but saying, "There is no relationship, no living bond between us and God"? Now such men, St. Paul saw, could not be the representatives of the Jewish nation, could not perpetuate its existence. They denied the very law and principle of its existence. They set up a law and principle directly in opposition to that. They said, We are Jews simply because we can trace our pedigree up to Abraham. By taking that ground, they renounced all that was peculiar in their position, all that made it other and nobler than that of any heathen people. They simply measured their privileges of descent against the privileges of Persian or Greek or Latin descent, when their legislator had heaped contempt upon all such pride, bidding them come with their baskets of fruits before the Lord and say, "A Syrian ready to perish was my father." In all the most memorable passages of their history, those which they most delighted to dwell upon, because they seemed to cut them off from the neighboring tribes, in the rejection of Ishmael, in the preference of Jacob to Esau, a testimony had been given that not the seed of the flesh, but the seed of the promise was the heir, that God, not Abraham, was the source of their national life. And therefore the apostle triumphantly argues that those Israelites who, like himself, were maintaining the reality of these promises, their own actual relationship to God, and were looking upon their descent from Abraham as entirely accidental and subordinate to this, were in fact maintaining the perpetuity of the Jewish nation, that in them God's assurance that its permanence should be greater than that of the hills and mountains, that he had not and would not cast away his people, was vindicated and accomplished. Now when he had made this statement good by other arguments and appeals to other passages of Scripture, he adds, "Esaias also crieth concerning Israel, though the number of the children of Israel be as the sand of the sea, a remnant shall be saved. For he will finish the work and cut it short in righteousness, because a short work will be the Lord make upon the earth." And as Esaias said before, "Except the Lord of Sabbath had left us a seed, we had been as Sodom and like unto Gomorrah." Here then is St. Paul's inspired commentary upon that series of passages in Isaiah's prophecies which speak of a remnant, a series most memorable and most characteristic of the earlier portion of the book, as some of the learned and intelligent writers who are anxious to separate it from the latter portion have clearly perceived. But understand Isaiah's doctrine respecting the remnant as St. Paul understood it, and I remarked in a previous lecture that we must utterly distort the prophet's plainest illustrations and destroy the contrast as well as the connection of his book if we put any other sense upon these expressions. If we suppose, for instance, that the remnant were merely a few faithful men saved out of a ruining nation, instead of being the proof that it was not ruined, that the kernel of it lived when the leaves and boughs were broken off. And then the most characteristic parts of the later prophecy also acquire a new and striking significance. For instance, the words which I have taken as my text this afternoon seem as if they were written expressly to establish the truth which St. Paul discovered in the prophet, and by doing so they illuminate and harmonize a multitude of passages in these discourses with which they have no apparent relation. The sore and tremendous discipline to which the nation has been subjected leads it to exclaim at last, "Doubtless thou art our father, though Abraham be ignorant of us, and Israel acknowledgeth us not." God had been leading it by all its humiliations to this conviction. Once brought to it, this race was what God had meant it to be. It was capable of doing the work and achieving the victories which he had destined for it. What these victories were, St. Paul, still continuing to illustrate and interpret Isaiah, will also teach us. He begins by explaining the nature of his countrymen's unbelief. He does it in the words of our prophet. "They stumbled," he says, "at that stumbling stone, as it is written, Behold, I lay in Zion a stumbling stone and a rock of offense, and whosoever believeth on him shall not be ashamed." He makes the application of this passage clear by saying that his countrymen have a zeal for God, but not according to knowledge, for being ignorant of God's righteousness, and going about to establish their own righteousness, they have not submitted to the righteousness of God. Christ, he adds, is the end of righteousness to every one that believeth. This foundation, this underground of the national fabric, this cornerstone of its unity, he proclaims to be a living and righteous person. He who stood on this ground, he who believed in this righteous person, was righteous, was united to his brethren. He who sought to be righteous in himself lost his righteousness by that very effort. He became selfish, self-exalting, separate from his fellows. The one was not ashamed, was not disappointed of that which he sought. He had a real righteousness which made itself visible in his acts. He did not make haste. He was not restless and feverish, striving to justify himself, to make out a case for himself, or to obtain an apparent righteousness in the sight of men. The other was always busy, contriving, inventing fresh plans to make amends for past disappointments, exhibiting no results of his weary activity, but discontent with himself who was ever twining ropes of sand, discontent with God who reaped where he had not sown, discontent with his brethren who were always hindering him or eclipsing him. The quiet faith in the foundation as opposed to this restlessness, St. Paul describes in words taken from the book of Deuteronomy, and which he interprets by the divine light. The word is nigh thee, even in thy mouth and in thy heart. That is the word of faith which we preach, that if thou shalt confess with thy mouth that Jesus is the Christ, and believe in thine heart that God hath raised him from the dead, thou shalt be saved. He repeats again part of Isaiah's words, that we may know he is still commenting upon them. Then he passes by what may seem at first a sudden transition to the Gentiles and the relation between them and the Jews. For there is no difference, he says, between the Jew and the Greek, for the same Lord over all is rich unto all that call upon him. For whosoever shall call upon the name of the Lord shall be saved. What is the connection between these passages? I apprehend it is this. As long as his countrymen were seeking to establish their own righteousness, so long they could not acknowledge a common ground for them and for other men to stand upon. They must prove a title for themselves resting on their hereditary privileges or on their personal holiness, which would exclude others. But the moment they acknowledged that foundation which was laid, the moment they felt it to be the rock on which they were standing, not a rock of offense, that moment they confessed a foundation large enough for the whole human race. They asserted their privilege to be this, that they were heralds of blessing to the human race. St. Paul goes on to show how Isaiah, having seen and understood this to be the basis of his nation's existence and glory, immediately perceived that it must be such a herald to the world. He quotes the words from the 52nd chapter. How beautiful are the feet of them that preach the gospel of peace, and bring glad tidings of good things. The apostle does not indeed pretend that these words were first of all applicable to the Gentiles. He knew that the prophet had said in that chapter, "Say to the cities of Judah, behold your God." He knew that the first work of the righteous king, the first duty of every righteous Jew, was to tell his countrymen of the covenant which God had made with them, of the foundation which God had laid for them in Zion. But he quotes again from the 53rd chapter of Isaiah the words, "Lord, who hath believed our report," to show that the message was delivered, and that those to whom it was proclaimed did not receive it. And therefore he adds, Isaiah becomes very bold and says, "I was found of them that sought me not. I was made manifest unto them that asked not after me. But to Israel he saith, All day long I have stretched forth my hands unto a disobedient and gainsaying people." These are not mere chance passages taken out for a particular purpose. They suggest hints which discover to us the whole mind of the prophet as well as of the apostle, and the close national and spiritual sympathy by which, at the distance of 700 years, they were united. Isaiah was profoundly convinced that the words which he had quoted from an older seer would be fulfilled, that the mountain of the Lord's house would be established on the top of the mountains, and all nations should flow unto it. From Zion should go forth the law, and the word of the Lord from Jerusalem. He was learning all his life, till the very end of it, what made such a prediction apparently incredible and impossible. Most incredible and impossible to the wisest man who knew his country best. He was all his life, to the very end of it, learning in what way this assurance would be realized. And now that he has fully apprehended the presence of the invisible Redeemer and King, the wisdom, the counselor, now that sorrow has taught him not only to reconcile the characters of the sufferer, the despised and rejected, with the warrior and the conqueror, but to feel that every great battle must be fought by self-sacrifice, that the greatest conquest must come through the greatest humiliation. Now he is prepared for the last and highest revelation, the revelation of the great head of humanity, of him in whom all the nations are to be blessed. It was not a future king of Israel that was revealed to him, but one who was then reigning. It was not a stone that was to be hereafter laid that was revealed to him, but one that was laid then. It was not some great champion of humanity who should appear at some distant time, but one who was then, and always had been, the light of men. It was not some future conqueror that should arise to claim the Gentiles as his subjects. It was one who was then asserting, by judgments and deliverances, his dominion over all the ends of the earth, who was declaring himself King of kings and Lord of lords, who was putting down the inhuman, anarchical, godless power which asserted its own title to universal dominion. Isaiah then had a gospel for the nations in his own day. He felt that his high calling as a Jew was to preach that gospel. But if it was a true gospel, it must contain in itself a pledge and promise of acts to be done that had not yet been done, of words to be spoken that had been kept secret from the foundation of the world. The Word, the Counselor, the Prince of Peace, could not always be hidden, could not always be seen in imperfect human mirrors, could not always work through secondary agents. The sufferer could not always be known only in the sufferings of those who had caught a portion of his life in sympathy. The conqueror could not only assert his dominion over Edom or Basra, or over even one mighty empire that tried its strength with his. There must come a moment when all the subordinate actors in God's drama should give way to the one central hero of it, when all its preparatory conflicts and crises should be gathered up into one which he should carry on alone, having of the people none with him. That moment, says St. Paul, is come. The battle is fought, the victory is won. The Son of God has been down into death and the grave and hell. With the enemies of Jews, with the enemies of Gentiles he has fought. I proclaim him the deliverer and king of mankind, the spring and source of a new life to a race of fallen spirits, created to be the sons of God, created to bear his likeness. We bid you believe that God, in raising him from the dead, has claimed you for his children and given you a right to say, Doubtless thou art our father, though Abraham be ignorant of us, and Israel acknowledge us not. I bid you not only believe this with your heart, but confess it with your mouth. I bid you say to all the nations, Doubtless he is your father, though you can make out no proof that you are sons of Abraham. And thus only, shall the Gentiles be subdued to Judah and Jerusalem. Thus only shall it be seen that a word has gone forth from Mount Zion, which has power to make all things new, yea, to create a new heaven and a new earth. St. Paul has commented upon Isaiah. The history of the modern world has commented upon St. Paul. Is it a dream or a fact that the Jewish nation has been a sharp threshing instrument, beating in pieces the nations that it has asserted its dominion over them, that it has compelled them, however reluctantly, to accept the yoke of a son of David? When you think of those you have seen or heard of who bear the name of Jews, you are disposed to answer that there has been indeed a very powerful influence going forth from them, that all Europe has felt it and confessed it, but that so far from being a spiritual or elevating influence, it has been utterly immoral and anti-spiritual, the most formal and systematic assertion ever put forth in the world that money is the power which rules it, the God which is to be worshipped in it. But a moment's thought will show you that when you are making this statement, you are not speaking of a Jewish nation at all, but merely of those who exist in every land to proclaim that there is no Jewish nation, that there is nothing to bind together the fragments which might compose one. However much you may wonder at the mysterious and awful power which these chaotic relics of a former universe have been able to exert over civilized societies, at the influence which they have obtained over the councils of statesmen and princes, however striking the fact may seem to you, and there are few facts more striking, that in every temple of Mammon there are men bearing witness of a living God, reverencing the books which declare that they are meant to be a race of priests to him, you must be very blind all the records of history if you suppose that this is the kind of trophy by which the Hebrew race has asserted and is asserting its dominion over Gentile faith and Gentile intellect. The fishermen of Galilee, the tent maker of Tarsus, when they had once learned to say, "Doubtless thou art our father, though Abraham be ignorant of us, and Israel acknowledge us not," went forth with that proclamation of a one Father who had sent forth his only begotten Son to adopt all kindreds of the earth into his family and to baptize them with his Spirit. Before that testimony, proceeding from those insignificant lips, backed by no authority, defended by no subtle arguments, the Roman pantheon fell down. All the attempts of Greek Neoplatonic wit and wisdom to reconstruct it, to fill the heavens with a new set of earthly demons surmounted by a philosophical abstraction, failed utterly. The power of emperors was as weak as that of teachers. They struggled, persecuted, succumbed, and were broken in pieces. Was not this the triumphant march of a conqueror, coming with dyed garments, traveling in the greatness of his strength? And was not this conqueror he of whom it was written in letters of Greek and Latin and Hebrew, "This is the King of the Jews"? And was not the cross on which those letters were written the symbol of his triumph? Was it not the cross in which, as St. Paul declares, the wisdom and power as well as the love of God manifested themselves to man? Here was a new heaven, more perfectly a new heaven than Isaiah had ever dreamed of, a heaven peopled no longer with dark, capricious, malignant forms, such as it appeared to the eye of the poor wayfarer, and no less to the eye of the priest who was busy in devising means of making some one of these forms propitious to the particular locality over which it ruled, nor yet a cold expanse lighted up by a distant star here and there as it looked to the philosopher, but the home of one who, of his tender love towards men, gave his only Son to take their flesh upon him and suffer death, that all mankind should follow the example of his great humility. A heaven from which there came, and could come, nothing but light and blessing to the earth. And just so far as this new heaven was confessed, as fresh mists from below did not darken and conceal it, there was also a new earth. Men went forth to till and subdue the ground with a sense that they had a Father's blessing and a Father's command to cheer them and give them confidence in the work. The woman rose to her rightful glory as one of her race and kindred, whom he that is mighty had magnified. The serf knew that he was the brother of the king who had taken the form of a servant, of the Son who came to make all free. All this came to pass when the root out of the dry ground, which Isaiah spoke of, proved to be the root of the feelings, thoughts, habits of mind which had sprung up, not untended, not neglected by the divine husbandman, on the Gentile soil, when the God of Abraham was shown to be the great king above all gods. But the new heaven has been darkened with the old idolatrous and evil forms, and therefore the new earth has been stained with the old crimes and oppressions. Christian men, forgetting the great truth which they have inherited from the Jew, have relapsed into heathen notions and conceptions, have thought of God as altogether such an one as themselves. Again and again, these tendencies have reached a fearful height in the Christian church. Men have wearied themselves in the greatness of their way. They have become exhausted with the multitudinous superstitions and with the philosophical schemes and scoffs which have encountered them. Then there has come a revival always brought about by a recurrence, too often a partial and one-sided recurrence, to old Hebrew maxims and principles. Mohammedanism, proclaiming an absolute divine sovereign to whom all owed allegiance and devotion, struck at one part of the heathenism to which Christendom had yielded. It had the blessed effect of teaching Christendom by its great denial, practically as well as theoretically, to grasp the truth that, if the sovereign is to be a father, there must be a son who is honored even as he is honored. When that belief had degenerated into the acknowledgement of an earthly father as the center and bond of Christian society, when heathen notions of sacrifices, heathen confusions between the sacrifice and him to whom it was presented, had crept in under the shadow of that doctrine, when the classical heathenism which arose with the revival of letters had partly shaken the ecclesiastical heathenism, partly incorporated itself with it, the Jewish faith of the Reformers appeared with its protest against idolatry, with its assertion of a direct relationship between God and man, with a gospel from God to man. But it must not be concealed that Christ is regarded by the successors of reformers, as well as by those who oppose them, rather as the head of their sect, who has persuaded the Lord of the universe to save them from the ruin which he had designed for it, than as the well-beloved Son, who has perfectly accomplished his Father's will by giving himself up for men, in whose loving kindness we see the perfect image of his loving kindness, from whom he came, and with whom he dwells. Instead of beginning with a declaration of God's will to men as Jewish prophets and apostles did, we are trying to heap up mountains by which men may climb to heaven, like the giants of a heathen fable. And, as always must be the case, where there is such an inversion of right order, our schemes and devices become infinite. Each asserts a right to his own. Each complains of the arbitrariness and uncertainty of every other. There are hopeless attempts to settle all questions by appeal to some absolute authority, as hopeless attempts to settle them by appeals to each man's individual judgment. Divines, churches, sects dispute. Statesmen and economists say that the earth has maxims of its own, which regulate it wholly irrespective of any divine law of righteousness, the nature of which we seem unable to settle. Those maxims are found by the peoples of all lands intolerable, setting man against man, making the gold of Ophir precious above all the beings who toil for it. The stronger of them say, we will have a new earth at least, since we cannot have a new heaven. Their endeavors to produce one on such conditions prove anarchical and suicidal. It is no strange faith at such a time, which many brought up in most different schools seem beginning to entertain, that the old Jewish race may still have its old work to do for the world, that it may reappear as a nation of conquerors, when men least expect it, that so the visions of prophets may very strictly and literally accomplish themselves. It is no strange faith, but one which men reading the book of God's Word by the light of facts find it hard to escape from. I would check no one either in the indulgence of the salutary terrors which may arise in his mind when he reads St. Paul's words, "Thou wilt say then, the branches were broken off, that I might be grafted in." Well, because of unbelief they were broken off, and thou standest by faith. Be not high-minded, but fear. For if God spared not the natural branches, take heed lest he also spare not thee. High-minded Greeks, Latins, Teutons, surely we may all think of this solemn saying, and tremble lest God's vineyard, the fruits of which we have not rendered to him but taken to ourselves, should be given to another race. Nor will I quench any hope which has been drawn from the words, and they also, if they abide not in unbelief, shall be grafted in. For God is able to graft them in again. A thought most cheering, surely, with whatever punishments to ourselves it may be accompanied. A promise that the new heaven and the new earth shall both have their realization. But I would desire that we should connect these thoughts with two others. One is that this blessing can only come to the outcasts of Israel when they shall give up saying to themselves, "We have Abraham to our father." When renouncing all faith in the power of their gold, in their intellectual gifts, in their Caucasian blood, they shall cry, "Doubtless thou art our father, though Abraham be ignorant of us, and Israel acknowledge us not." So they will establish their spiritual descent from all the great men who have been before them. So they will claim to be parts of an organic nation which has never been extinct, because though it has been banished from its old soil, it has stood in the person of its divine king. The other caution is this. We, brethren, have no right to believe that these prophecies, whatever fresh fulfillments may come out of them, are yet unfulfilled. We exist only to witness of their fulfillment. Easter Day says to us, a new and regenerate life of the universe has begun. We baptized men are to tell all nations that it has begun. If you say, "Doubtless thou art our father," to whatever tribe or race or nation you belong, our Father who hast redeemed us, justified us, reconciled us, given us a new and divine life in thy Son, you dwell in a new heaven. If, in the faith of that heaven and of your citizenship in it, you go forth to all your duties as members of a nation, as members of families, if you remember that the Lord by whom you live has died and lived for every man whom you meet, that any good you do that man is a good done to him, that any wrong you do that man is a wrong done to him, you will prove that there is a new earth receiving light from that new heaven, an earth wherein also dwelleth righteousness and peace. The visions in the 65th chapter of Isaiah, visions for Gentiles as well as Jews, are visions indeed of all spiritual blessings, of that which the eye cannot see, nor the ear hear, nor the heart conceive. But grounded on these are visions of earthly blessedness which God has joined to them, which we must not put asunder. They shall build houses and inhabit them. They shall plant vineyards and eat the fruit of them. They shall not build and another inhabit. They shall not plant and another eat. For as the days of a tree are the days of my people, and mine elect shall long enjoy the work of thine hands. They shall not labor in vain, nor bring forth for trouble. For they are the seed of the blessed of the Lord, and their offspring with them. And it shall come to pass, that before they call I will answer them, and while they are yet speaking I will hear. The wolf and the lamb shall feed together, and the lion shall eat straw like the bullock, and dust shall be the serpent's meat. They shall not hurt nor destroy in all my holy mountain, saith the Lord. End of Sermon 18. Sermon 19 of the Prophets and Kings of the Old Testament. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jddykst, Farragut, Iowa. The Prophets and Kings of the Old Testament by Frederick Denison Maurice. The Village Greater Than the Cities. Lincoln's Inn, first Sunday after Easter, April 18, 1852. Micah, chapter 5, verse 2. But thou, Bethlehem Ephrathah, though thou be little among the thousands of Judah, yet out of thee shall he come forth unto me that is to be ruler in Israel, whose goings forth have been from old, from everlasting. Micah the Morasthite was a contemporary of Isaiah. The word of the Lord is said to have come to him in the days of Jotham, Ahaz, and Hezekiah. From a passage in Jeremiah, which I shall notice hereafter, it would seem that his prophetical work belongs to the last of these reigns. He was therefore younger than Isaiah. He may have been one of those disciples to whom he committed his testimony. There are many striking resemblances in his short book to the one which we have been examining during the last 6 weeks. He quotes the passage respecting the last days, which Isaiah himself probably quoted from an older prophet. Though his commentary is very different, his attention may first have been drawn to it by hearing Isaiah's discourse. The woes which he denounces upon the great men of the land who practice evil because it is in the power of their hand, who covet fields and take them by violence, who oppress a man and his house, even a man and his heritage, recall those splendid passages in which Isaiah laid bare the corruptions of a time of seeming, nay, of actually commencing, reformation. The hypocrisy of that time presents itself to Micah with the same terrible force as it did to the son of Ahaz. There is a community of sentiment between them which indicates, I think, more than the fact that they were writing concerning the same condition of society, though one cannot dare positively to affirm that they stood in the relation of master and scholar. The influence of Isaiah upon him, however exerted, we may be sure served to awaken his spirit, not to crush it, to make him conscious of a native inspiration, not to supply him with second-hand phrases and notions. He may have had a pious affection for expressions, modes of thought, subjects which his predecessor and guide had first brought before him. He might like to recur to them, nay, prefer them to those which strictly belonged to himself. But his delight in them would arise from the fact that the hour when he received the lesson was one of new inward revelation, or that, if he did not understand or heed it at first hearing, it came back to him in some time of confusion and distress, telling him where he might find the clearness and deliverance which no school and no mortal voice could impart. I do not know whether there are any passages in this book which give us more the feeling that Micah was standing face to face with both the visible things and the invisible truths which he speaks of, than those which he has in common with Isaiah, and which some might say he borrowed from him. He appears to have lived in the country parts of Judea, while Isaiah's work was mainly in the city. The phenomena of nature are therefore all familiar to him. He connects with the convulsions of the earth, political storms and earthquakes, which were about to visit his country. The Lord cometh forth out of his place, and will come down and tread upon the high places of the earth. And the mountains shall be molten under him, and the valleys shall be cleft, as wax before the fire, and as the waters that are poured down a steep place. For the transgression of Jacob is all this, and for the sins of the house of Israel. The grasping landholder, the poor man cast out of his house in which his fathers dwelt, the reckless violence of the soldiers spread over the country, who pulled off the robe with the garment of them that passed by securely, as men averse from war. The women and children driven from their houses by creditors, who, in violation of the Mosaic law, seized their goods and their raiment for the debts of their husbands and fathers. These are no pictures presented to the imagination of the prophet. He has seen them with his eyes. And when he cries at the sight of them, "Arise and depart, for this is not your rest," meaning by those words, I believe, "Begone, tyrants, into a land of captivity, for you have determined that this land of yours shall be polluted, and shall be no resting place for you or for your brethren." He has the clearest assurance in his own mind that this must be the effect of the evils which he beholds, though he may have first learned from Isaiah, or from some other holy man, the eternal connection between mortal sins and divine judgments. Micah had therefore a special education of his own. Critics have remarked the effect of it in giving a roughness and abruptness to his style, which makes it a striking contrast to the lyrical freedom and richness of Isaiah's. But there is another point, apparently the characteristic one, of Micah's prophecy, which is closely connected with the circumstances of his outward life. The word of the Lord which came to him, we are told in the first verse of this book, was concerning Samaria and Jerusalem. These cities do not merely stand for the countries of which they were capitals. What is the transgression of Jacob? Micah asks at the very commencement of his prophecy. Is it not Samaria? What are the high places of Judah? Are they not Jerusalem? In other words, he views all the corruptions of the land, those which were bringing ruin upon every part of it, as gathered up in these the supposed centers of its strength. They stood out as rivals one to another, representing the quarrels and hostility of the tribes. They stood out as the representatives of the religion of Israel and Judah, respectively. Though the first calves had been set up in Bethel, Samaria, since the time of Ahab, had become the seat of the graven images of the gods. She had gathered from all the land the tributes which were to maintain her idolatries. And all these harlot hires, he now declares, will be carried off into another land, still to be turned to the same use, to enrich the idol temples of Assyria. Such an expectation, I said, when I was speaking of a similar prophecy in Isaiah, would have sounded most cheering to the inhabitants of Judah and Jerusalem, as it was the announcement of the fall of an enemy, of that country which then or a very short time before they had regarded as their most hateful, nay, even in conjunction with Syria, as their most formidable enemy. But when Micah contemplates this coming judgment, he wails like the dragons and mourns as the owls. And this not merely because a portion of the Lord's people is going into captivity. That indeed fills him with sorrow, as he sees one and another city and village of the land humbled and crushed by the invader, but because their captivity is a sure witness of downfall to the whole of it. Samaria, with her graven images, is not, in Micah's mind, the contrast to Jerusalem or the rival of it. The evils of one he looks upon as essentially the evils of the other. Therefore he anticipates the same judgments for both. It is in this way that the prophets tear off the masks which hide the true condition of a people. We are told frequently that they had the most exclusive preference for the religion of Jehovah, the religion of their fathers, the most passionate and intolerant hatred of every other. I alluded to this charge when I was speaking of Elijah. I showed you then how the Protestant against sensual and divided worship went to Zarephath, a city in the country from whence Jezebel and the Baal worship came, took refuge with the widow of that city, treated her as one in behalf of whom all the healing powers of the prophet, all the kindly offices of the human brother, were to be exercised. Here is a test of another kind. Micah is writing in the days of Hezekiah. The worship of Jehovah had been reestablished in Jerusalem. A king, evidently right-minded, had himself been the restorer of it. What a moment for a sectarian prophet to exhibit his gall against the fallen or falling idolaters, his adulation of the pious monarch, his exultation in the triumph of his own faith. How stand the facts? Micah perceives the same unrighteousness and oppression among the princes of Judah as among those of the 10 tribes. Therefore he is certain that there is the same practical inward idolatry among them. So far from thinking that the religion of Samaria has destroyed it, and that the religion of Jerusalem will save it, the religion and the religious men of the one city, as much as of the other, are those who fill him with terror and trembling. They build up Zion with blood, he exclaims, and Jerusalem with iniquity. The heads thereof judge for reward, and the priests thereof teach for hire, and the prophets thereof divine for money. Yet will they lean upon the Lord and say, Is not the Lord among us? None evil can come upon us. The men who assumed divine inspiration excited his indignation above all. We have heard how every true prophet has denounced the traitors in prophecy, the men who lived by flattering rulers or people, who frightened and cajoled them by turns with lying guesses, who strengthened them in sensual worship, in cowardice, oppression, and practical unbelief. But from the time that the promise of Joel began to be fulfilled, when the Spirit of the Lord was so remarkably preparing the land for the great and terrible day of the Assyrian invasion by raising up a race of men of profound insight and foresight, when their office began to acquire something of the stability of the other offices in the Commonwealth, when their words were no longer merely preserved in the memories of the people but reduced to writing, then the counterfeit race would exhibit a corresponding organization and development. Their trade would become more systematized, their tricks and deceptions less gross, enriched by experience, perfected by the hints and phrases which they could appropriate from the faithful and wise teachers. Accordingly, from this time we shall find the exposure of these lying seers, not prophets of Baal at all, but men who used the name of Jehovah, canted about the burden of the Lord, regarded the temple with the profoundest veneration, occupying a most conspicuous place in all these books. Such exposures occur frequently in Isaiah, but amidst the many-sided revelations which were made to him, we may easily overlook them. Micah forces them upon us. If a man, he says, walking in the Spirit and falsehood do lie, saying, I will prophesy to thee of wine and strong drink, he shall even be the prophet of this people. Again, thus saith the Lord concerning the prophets that make my people err, that bite with their teeth and cry peace, and he that putteth not into their mouths, they even prepare war against him. Therefore night shall be unto you, that ye shall not have a vision, and it shall be dark unto you, that ye shall not divine. And the sun shall go down over the prophets, and the day shall be dark over them. Then shall the seers be ashamed, and the diviners confounded. Yea, they shall all cover their lips, for there is no answer of God. The feeling which these passages express is that the false prophet was far worse than the mere idolater, that he was trifling with the very spirit of truth, misinterpreting a divine message which he was appointed to deliver. For Micah does not make the falsehood of the prophet consist in this, that he pretended to be taught when he had no divine teacher, but that he abused the divine teaching to vile, mercenary ends, that being conscious of a spiritual power and illumination, he acted as if his words were his own, and he might sell them to the service of a great man or a mob. The sacredness of words almost overwhelms the mind of the prophet. He knows them to be powers greater than all which the mightiest animals can put forth, greater than the most wonderful energies of nature. And these, even these, the false prophet thinks he may play with and use for his own paltry purposes, not considering that he is poisoning the very source of a nation's life, that he is leading men to believe in a spirit of lies instead of a God of truth, and in all their daily acts to honor the one and deny the other. It is not wonderful, therefore, that a consciousness of the reality of the divine commission grows stronger in Micah as he apprehends the infinite wickedness of this perversion of it. Truly, he says, I am full of power by the Spirit of the Lord, and of judgment, and of might, to declare unto Jacob his transgression, and unto Israel his sin. And he adds boldly, addressing himself to the capital of the house of David, which boasted of its freedom from all the idolatries of Samaria, addressing himself even to the temple in which Jehovah was worshipped. Therefore shall Zion for your sake, that is to say, for the sake of you, the rulers, the priests, and the prophets, be plowed as a field, and Jerusalem shall become heaps, and the mountain of the house as the high places of the forest. Yet with all this, he is sure that the words of the old prophet, which his countrymen love to repeat, would be fulfilled. The mountain of the house of the Lord shall be established on the mountains, and it shall be exalted above the hills, and people shall flow unto it. The vision of the fall of Jerusalem, even of the fall of the temple, does not shake his confidence in the least. It is when he has encountered this vision and fully considered it that his hopes become fixed upon a rock. All people, he says, will walk every one in the name of his God, and we will walk in the name of the Lord our God forever and ever. And I will make her that halted a remnant, and her that was cast far off a strong nation. And the Lord shall reign over them in Mount Zion from henceforth, even forever. And thou, O tower of the flock, the stronghold of the daughter of Zion, unto thee shall it come, even the first dominion. The kingdom shall come to the daughter of Jerusalem. This strange contradiction, that the city should perish and become heaps, and yet that it should become a lawgiver among the nations, that it should exercise a power which it had never exercised in the days of its splendor, is the very one which we considered last Sunday, the one which Isaiah brought before us in his later chapters, and of which St. Paul gave so grand an interpretation. But the contrast becomes even more vivid in Micah than it was in Isaiah, both because it is gathered up into fewer sentences, and because the mind of Micah was more especially directed against the pride and glory of the chief city. In the next verse, we have the very solution of the difficulty which Isaiah has been giving us. Now why dost thou cry out aloud? Is there no king in thee? Is thy counselor perished? For pangs have taken thee as a woman in travail. Be in pain, and labor to bring forth, O daughter of Zion. For now shalt thou go forth out of the city, and thou shalt go even to Babylon. There shalt thou be delivered. There the Lord shall redeem thee from the hand of thine enemies. To Micah, as to Isaiah, the great truth has been revealed, that the strength and unity of the nation stood not in any city, but in the invisible king who was reigning within that city. To him it has been revealed that the nation must pass through a death travail before the full power of life which is within it can be manifested. To him it has been made known that there must be a battle between Jerusalem and the Babel power, and a great apparent victory of the latter, before the chosen people can freely fulfill its appointed task. Micah adds, Now also many nations are gathered against thee that say, Let her be defiled, and let our eye look upon Zion. But they know not the thoughts of the Lord, neither understand they his counsel. For he shall gather them as the sheaves into the floor. Arise and thresh, O daughter of Zion, for I will make thy horn iron, and I will make thy hoofs brass, and thou shalt beat in pieces many people. We have here some of those phrases which remind us so powerfully of Isaiah, and make us feel that Micah may have studied in his school. And it is not merely an outward resemblance. The actual Assyrian invasion led Isaiah to meditate upon the Babel power generally. The news of a revolution in the city of Babylon and the embassy from Merodach-Baladan led him to foresee the perils to which Jerusalem would afterwards be exposed from that land. Micah in like manner connects all that is hereafter to befall Zion with a crisis she was passing through in his time. He evidently anticipates that her travail will even then issue in a glorious birth, that the king of Judah shall even then be great unto the ends of the earth. But there is one passage in this part of Micah's prophecy to which there is nothing corresponding in Isaiah. It is that which I have chosen for my text. And thou, Bethlehem Ephratah, though thou be little among the thousands of Judah, yet out of thee shall he come forth unto me that is to be ruler in Israel, whose goings forth have been from of old, from everlasting. The humiliation of Jerusalem has been especially present to the mind of our seer. Though it calls itself the city of David, he believes that there will be a stain upon its glory. He is taught to remember that David's own birthplace was not that city, but a little village, insignificant amidst the thousands of Judah. He is led to anticipate that this place, celebrated besides as that in which Rachel travailed and died, will in some way be connected with a ruler and deliverer who should stand and feed in the strength of the Lord, in the majesty of the name of the Lord his God, who should be the peace when the Assyrian should come into the land, who should waste the land of Assyria with the sword, and the land of Nimrod in the entrances thereof. Such expressions sufficiently show that Micah looked to this ruler as a present helper and deliverer, as one who should set Judea free from the enemies who were then oppressing it. And yet this same person was also to do works which could not be accomplished in that generation, which must spread through many generations. The prophet could hardly suppose that the enemies of Judah would then be completely destroyed, for he had spoken of a terrible discomfiture and captivity as preceding the emancipation. And even if he had such a thought, the last words refer to a gradual influence which his countrymen were to exert over other lands. The remnant of Jacob shall be in the midst of many people as the dew from the Lord, as the showers upon the grass, that tarrieth not for man, nor waiteth for the sons of men. This is precisely the kind of influence which the Jews in the Babylonian Empire or elsewhere might exert when they were no more united in a holy city, but when they became conscious of another more mysterious unity in a divine king who made their apparent dissolution the means of binding them more effectually and inwardly together. I apprehend that Micah was divinely appointed to speak of this unity, especially in opposition to that other artificial and material unity which his countrymen were resting in. In this sense he contrasts Bethlehem with Jerusalem. He may not have perceived in what way the ruler or shepherd he spoke of would be connected with Bethlehem. The name may have been a seed dropped in the ground to die and bear fruit some other day. Nor may he have had as distinct and full a view of the shepherd himself as Isaiah had. Yet he saw as clearly that he could not be confounded with any temporary earthly prince. His goings forth were of old, from everlasting. He had been the king in the days of David and Solomon. He had not been deposed among the 10 tribes because Jeroboam set up calves in Bethel. Whether Ahaz stooped to Assyria or Hezekiah shook off its yoke, he remained the same. All great days of the Lord were days which revealed his presence. Material earthquakes, invasions of Sennacherib, all forms of evil and confusion were proclaiming him as the only rock upon which that nation could stand. Its high calling was to declare him as the rock upon which all men must stand. A very memorable chapter of Micah's prophecy follows that of which I have been speaking. It is the one which our church has chosen as a specimen of the whole book. I believe the selection has been rightly made, and not only on account of its sublimity. Hear ye, O mountains, the Lord's controversy, and ye strong foundations of the earth. For the Lord hath a controversy with his people, and he will plead with Israel. This chapter contains all the great characteristics of Micah's prophecy and leads us to the innermost heart of it. A God whose voice is echoed by the hills and mountains, caring to reason with his people, explaining to them his own ways and judgments, beseeching them to listen to him. Think of such a being presented to the mind of a man who is bowing down to a mere god of power, whom he fancies that by some means or other he is to appease. And such a God was the God of the priests and prophets of Samaria and Jerusalem, whose falsehoods Micah had been laying bare. An utterly dark and false notion of him lay at the root of all their contrivances and impostures. Till they thought otherwise of him, they must be self-deceivers and deceivers of their brethren. And yet there was nothing new in Micah's view of the divine character. It was precisely the one which the law and history of Israel had been setting forth. O my people, what have I done unto thee, and wherein have I wearied thee? Testify against me. For I brought thee up out of the land of Egypt, and redeemed thee out of the house of servants. And I sent before thee Moses, Aaron, and Miriam. Nay, the false prophet, the very type of false prophets, himself had been brought in an hour of humiliation and revelation to confess that this was the being with whom he had to do. O my people, remember now what Balak, king of Moab, consulted, and what Balaam, the son of Beor, answered him from Shittim into Gilgal, that ye may know the righteousness of the Lord. This was the answer of the man whose eyes were opened, who saw the vision of the Almighty. Wherewith shall I come before the Lord, and bow myself before the high God? Shall I come before him with burnt offerings and calves of a year old? Will the Lord be pleased with thousands of rams, or with 10,000s of rivers of oil? Shall I give my firstborn for my transgression, the fruit of my body for the sin of my soul? He hath showed thee, O man, what is good, and what doth the Lord require of thee, but to do justly, and to love mercy, and to walk humbly with thy God? God uses Balaam as a teacher of the prophets and priests and people of Israel. These words explain the cause of the judgments which he is bringing upon them. There are wicked balances. There are bags of deceitful weights. The rich men are full of violence. The inhabitants of the cities have spoken lies, and their tongue is deceitful in their mouth. Therefore is he making them sick and smiting them, and making them desolate in their sins. A wonderful passage surely, proving, I think, that all substantial practical morality must have its basis in a substantial theology. How needful it is that we should confess a righteous God if we would be righteous ourselves. What a mockery it is to call upon men to be just and honest if we do not present God to them as one who is seeking to make them what He is. How utterly vain and vague all spiritual teaching is, merely tending to pamper spiritual pride and produce spiritual wickedness, if it does not connect the commonest outward acts with all inward and mysterious principles. The last passages in Micah describe a tremendous struggle in his own mind when he looked round and saw the faithlessness, heartlessness, selfishness of the people among whom he was dwelling, of that people with whom God was holding this controversy. The best of them is as a briar. The most upright is sharper than a thorn hedge. The day of thy visitation cometh. There is a dark moment in which he exclaims, Trust ye not in a friend. Put ye not confidence in a guide. Keep the doors of thy mouth from her that lieth in thy bosom. But that hour passes away. I will look unto the Lord. I will wait for the God of my salvation. My God will hear me. His anger against others ends in a confession of his own evil. I will bear the indignation of the Lord because I have sinned against him, until he plead my cause and execute judgment for me. And then comes a vision of blessedness for his land as well as for himself. Who is a God like unto thee, that pardoneth iniquity, and passes by the transgression of the remnant of his heritage? He retaineth not his anger forever, because he delighteth in mercy. He will turn again. He will have compassion upon us. He will subdue our iniquities. Thou wilt perform the truth to Jacob, and the mercy to Abraham, which thou hast sworn unto our fathers from the days of old. There are two comments upon Micah, one in the Old, one in the New Testament, which throw, I think, great light upon this book and upon the nature of prophecy, and contain much instruction for ourselves. We are told in the 26th chapter of Jeremiah that the priests and the prophets spoke unto the princes and unto all the people of Jerusalem, saying, This man Jeremiah is worthy to die, for he hath prophesied against this city, as ye have heard with your ears. Jeremiah told them that he was in their hands, but if they put him to death, they would bring innocent blood upon themselves and upon the city. Then rose up certain of the elders of the land, and spake to all the assembly of the people, saying, Micah the Morasthite prophesied in the days of Hezekiah, king of Judah, and spake to all the people of Judah, saying, Thus saith the Lord of hosts, Zion shall be plowed like a field, and Jerusalem shall become heaps, and the mountain of the house as the high places of a forest. Did Hezekiah king of Judah and all Judah put him at all to death? Did he not fear the Lord and beseech the Lord, and the Lord repented of the evil which he had pronounced against him? Thus might we procure great evil against our souls. Now it should be remembered that Micah's prophecy of the destruction of Jerusalem was not fulfilled as he perhaps expected it to be in his own day. There was therefore a pretext for saying he was a false prophet, like those whom he had denounced. But the wisest of the elders of the people of Judah felt that this was not the test of truth and falsehood. Micah had spoken right. He had declared that certain effects must follow from certain causes. Where there was pride, oppression, hypocrisy, there would be judgments. There would, at last, be utter destruction. Sennacherib besieged Jerusalem. Hezekiah humbled himself. The city and temple were preserved. But the words lived on, established, not belied, by that apparent confutation of them. The conscience of the people in Jeremiah's day recognized them as addressed to themselves. Their literal accomplishment to that generation stamp them as sure decrees for Jerusalem and for every other city of the earth in all generations to come. The passage in the New Testament is this: When Herod had gathered all the chief priests and scribes of the people together, he demanded of them where Christ should be born. And they said unto him, In Bethlehem of Judea. For thus it is written by the prophet, And thou, Bethlehem, in the land of Judah, art not the least among the princes of Judah? For out of thee shall come a governor that shall rule my people Israel. There are those who would discredit this passage of St. Matthew's Gospel because they say it was so likely that this prophecy should have been thought to be applicable after the event, so unlikely that it should have suggested itself to any as determining such an event. I apprehend, from all we know of the Jewish mind either before or since that time, it was exceedingly likely that all passages of this kind would be noted in connection with the coming of the expected king, and that precisely the part of them which would fix the attention of the rabbis would be the topographical or merely incidental part. I do not see that it was any disparagement to their wisdom that they recognized a divine order and contrivance even in such circumstances as these. Places sometimes serve very remarkably to connect together different periods in the life of an individual man. A house or field which belonged to the associations of the child becomes quite unexpectedly identified with the history of his later years. Old men long to lay their bones where they played as boys. Devout men welcome such coincidences and recurrences as proofs that they are under a divine education. Why should the like be wanting in a national story? Why should they not be noted in a book which traces all the parts of it as the fulfillment of a divine purpose? We do not complain of the Jewish doctors because they had skill in detecting such indications in their scriptures, but because they could detect no others. Micah saw that the honor had been put, and would be put, on Bethlehem to humble the pride of Jerusalem. The scribes, full of the pride of their city, full of personal pride, could read the name of the village. The moral of it was utterly lost upon them, and therefore when he who was born at Bethlehem appeared before them as the man of Nazareth, Micah's sentence, which might have enabled them to understand that part of Christ's humiliation also, became a stumbling block to them. Search and look, they said, for out of Galilee ariseth no prophet. The signs and tokens of the divine man were nothing. The place was everything. And the last words were utterly forgotten. They thought of one who was to come as their ruler and prince. They did not think of one whose goings forth had been of old, from everlasting. They wanted a stronger Herod, a native Augustus. They did not want God manifest in the flesh. And dear brethren, it will not avail us much to believe that a child has been born at Bethlehem 1850 years ago, or even to believe that he will come again in the glory of his Father and of the holy angels. Unless we confess him as our ruler and shepherd now, our thoughts of his past humiliation and of his future greatness will alike deceive us. Our pride will not give way before the dim recollection of what he was. Our hopes will not be kindled by the vague dream of what he may be. To know that he is, and that he is with us as he was with our forefathers, and as he has promised to be with our children's children, this is the strength and consolation that we need. This only can enable us to do justly, to love mercy, and to walk humbly with our God. His going forth was of old from everlasting. Therefore may we bring him our gold and frankincense and myrrh, as those did who kneeled before the cradle in the manger. Therefore may we hope to be like him when we shall see him as he is, in that kingdom which shall have no end. End of Sermon 19.
Sermon 20 of the Prophets and Kings of the Old Testament. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. The Prophets and Kings of the Old Testament by Frederick Denison Maurice. The Evil City Saved and Destroyed. Lincoln's Inn, second Sunday after Easter, April 25th, 1852. Nahum, chapter 1, verse 1. The Burden of Nineveh, the book of the vision of Nahum the Elkoshite. There are two prophetical books in the Old Testament which have no direct reference to the chosen people, those of Jonah and of Nahum. Both of them are concerned with the fate of Nineveh. I alluded to Jonah when I was speaking of Jeroboam II, in whose reign he is said to have lived, but I merely alluded to him because I was then occupied with the history of the 10 tribes, upon which the book of Jonah throws no light, because in that book, though it records a passage in the life of an old prophet, does not profess to have been written by him. It may have been put together, as eminent critics think it was, in a time much later than that of Jeroboam. I now propose to speak of these prophets. The city of which they both speak was the capital of the empire which has been brought so frequently before us by Amos, Hosea, Isaiah, and Micah. Jonah and Nahum, though they contemplate this empire in different periods, both see it not triumphant but tottering. They present it, therefore, to us in a new point of view, and they illustrate the office of the Jewish prophet the more strikingly for their apparent neglect of Jewish affairs. The book of Jonah, the son of Amittai, has seemed to some so curiously contrived to explain that office and the office of the Jewish people, that they have fancied it contains a parable instead of a history. Several circumstances have tended to strengthen them in this opinion. I have admitted that it differs from the other books with which it is associated, in that it appears to be a narrative written by a third party, rather than a discourse proceeding from the person whose name it bears. Moreover, there is one event related, very briefly, in that narrative, which has drawn away the minds of readers, especially trivial and superficial readers, from the other parts of it. The passion for mere wonderment is in general so little gratified by the sacred records, so much less than by almost any books, ancient or modern, that one can read. The divine element in those books is so closely associated with common earthly life, its miracles are such assertions of eternal laws, and such protests against the irregular acts of the magician and the enchanter, that those who in their hearts prefer an oriental, classical, or middle-age legend to their plain statements of facts, or profound revelations of principles, eagerly seize upon every biblical story which has obviously a rare and exceptional character. The enemies of the Scriptures, of course, readily gratify their propensity, allowing them to maintain, and vigorously supporting the opinion, that these are the standards by which we are to judge the book, that throughout it is in contradiction to human experience, not the discovery of something which lies deeper than human experience. Accordingly, the words, "The Lord had prepared a great fish to swallow up Jonah, and Jonah was in the belly of the fish 3 days and 3 nights, have given occasion to a series of refinements, speculations, explanations, arguments, respecting the nature and possibility of the incident, which is wearisome and humiliating to read or to think of. One who considers how great and wonderful a thing a preservation from the deep is, who believes that the Lord is the author of every such preservation, who feels at the same time that he does not understand, and is never likely to understand the method of this particular preservation, dwells on that which must at all events be the essence of the story, and leaves its accidents as he finds them. To the mere hunter for rarities and curiosities, the accident is everything, the essence nothing. He pores over the whale, he forgets God. To the mere critic, the appearance of such a prodigy is decisive as to the character of the whole story. It must be merely composed, he concludes, for the sake of a moral. It is either not meant to describe what actually occurred, or the narrator was deceived by a loose tradition of it which had come down from a distant age. Now, assuredly, if a holy man of some later time were led to meditate upon a story which had been preserved respecting some venerable seer, and to put it forth for the benefit of his contemporaries, there is no doubt that the truth which he saw in it would be more important in his eyes than the man who was the subject of it, or than any good or ill fortune which befell him. He would not have been a holy or inspired man if he had not cared more to understand the principles of God's government, and to make them known, than to hear or tell any new thing. But a fact may embody a divine meaning at least as well as a fiction. The self-will and transgression of an actual individual may be the most complete of all parables to illustrate the self-will and transgressions of his class or his nation. A man should be an artist to write a biography, as much as to write a romance. He will not make the story of life intelligible if he has not some knowledge beyond what he derives from the mere statistics of it. A divine artist, we might expect, would especially delight to shew us how a few years or days of a man's experience may exhibit, as in a glass, not only the meaning of his own vocation, but the vocation of his order and race, and so might gather into itself centuries and cycles of history. I can find no pretext for the notion that the book of Jonah does not describe actual events and the actual processes in the heart of a real man. It does not bear the slightest resemblance to any of the books which are compiled in after times to magnify the characters of heroes and saints, upon whom a vague traditional glory rests. Jonah, who is said to have foretold the success of Jeroboam II, who must have been remembered with honor in all parts of the land, is here presented to us, not as a model, but as a beacon, not as embodying in himself all the transcendent qualities of a seer or the higher graces of a man, but as disobedient, selfish, hard-hearted. A sophist using an old name to conceal a composition of his own betrays the fraud by some chronological inaccuracy and some violation of costume. The critics and condemners of this narrative admit that they do not detect any of those signs here. Nineveh was beginning to be known in the Holy Land in the reign of Jeroboam II. It was the very reign in which Amos went into the north country and told how its seeming prosperity would be crushed by a new and strong invader. There was the vague grandeur, then, attaching to a great capital, which might well terrify a humble Israelite. His flight to Joppa and finding a ship sailing to Tarshish are incidents quite as suitable to that age as any subsequent one. It is very true that there are no specific circumstances recorded concerning the nature of the calamity which was to come upon the city, such as we should certainly look for in a contemporary record. Within 40 days, and Nineveh should be destroyed, is all that we hear. Such an omission indicates that the writer of the narrative had an object which made him indifferent about details. For his purpose, it did not signify whether the city was in danger of plague, famine, or invasion. It had perished perhaps already. Nineveh had become to him only a name. But the want of these accessories indicates his simplicity and guilelessness. A man conscious of invention would have availed himself of some local traditions to make his tale plausible. And if we turn from the outside of the story to its inward characteristics, we shall find, I believe, a moral coherency and a truth in it, which will make us inclined to think that its figurative worth cannot be separated from its worth as a document concerning one of our own flesh and blood. Jonah is in fact more completely than the combination of the individual with the prophet than one finds anywhere else. We shall see the two characters blended and struggling together in Jeremiah. Much of the deep pathos of his book consists in their conflict. But in Jonah, the poor insignificant creature of the earth stands out in the same strong contrast to the man transfigured by a divine calling and impulse, which we have traced through all the earlier books. A voice, strong and clear, tells him that he is to go to Nineveh and denounce its wickedness. He has no doubt whence that voice proceeds. But the mission is a strange and terrible one. He runs from it, he is in a storm. That storm, he is sure, is pursuing him, testifying against him. He tells his heathen comrades so. They are not guilty of producing the storm, but he is. If they would be saved, he must be cast out. They are unwilling to execute the sentence which he has pronounced upon himself. They toil hard in rowing, but in vain. They must obey the prophet. In the jaws of desolation and death, he cries to God, confesses his sin, submits to his punishment. He is delivered and goes forth once more on his errand. The king and people listen to him, humble themselves in dust and ashes, shew all the signs of a true conversion. The city is spared. The prophet complains that he has been mocked, that has not come to pass which he said would come to pass. He goes forth in his anger to the east side of the city, makes him a booth, and sits under the shadow of it that he may see what will become of the city. And the Lord God prepared a gourd, and made it to come up over Jonah, so that it might be a shadow over his head, to deliver him from his grief. So Jonah was exceeding glad of the gourd. But God prepared a worm when the morning arose the next day, and it smote the gourd that it withered. And it came to pass, when the sun did arise, that God prepared a vehement east wind, and sun beat upon the head of Jonah, that he fainted, and wished in himself to die, and said, It is better for me to die than to live. And God said to Jonah, Dost thou well to be angry for the gourd? And he said, I do well to be angry even unto death. Then said the Lord, Thou hast had pity on the gourd, for which thou hast not labored, neither madest it grow, which came up in a night and perished in a night. And should I not spare Nineveh, that great city, wherein more than 60,000 persons cannot discern between their right hand and their left hand, and also much cattle? The writer of this book must have been a very courageous as well as a very profound man to have imagined a story of this kind, for it strikes at every prejudice which was most close to the heart of his countrymen. It lays bare their national disease. It attacks these prejudices and exhibits this disease, not in a formal didactic manner, but by discovering a train of thought the most natural and likely to have arisen in the mind of a Jew or a man, yet the one which the countrymen of a prophet and we ourselves should be most slow in attributing to him. We are told, nevertheless, that it was a completely overpowering divine conviction which was driving him there. He felt it was his duty not to speak to the king in Samaria, or the priests in Bethel, but to tell men whom he only knew of as idolaters, that the God of his fathers was their God and would punish them for their iniquities. We may remember how Abraham felt and acted when he came among a people in whom he said the fear of God did not dwell. it was still more likely that Jonah should tremble at the thoughts of what might befall him in the city which he was openly to defy, that he should be quite unable to understand how God's words could reach such a people, what they had to do with him. It must have been a strange discovery to him that the mariners in his ship had that in them which recognized the being of whom he spoke, and that they showed a kindliness and sense of righteousness which he could not give himself credit for. It must have been stranger still to feel that the God whose servant he was, a God who had chosen his nation, was charging him with a sin which he did not charge upon them, that he stood really and consciously guilty of that of which they were not guilty. In whatever prison house Jonah's body was shut up, this was a prison house for his spirit, close, narrow, stifling beyond all imagination, one from which it seemed as if there could be no escape. A favored man no longer, his preeminence above others seemed to be that he was the bearer of a heavier burden, that he was crushed under a more terrible curse. And yet out of this deep pit he could be heard. There was a deliverer even there. God had known him and had not forgotten him, even while he had been teaching him to regard himself as worse than those whom he had supposed were entirely excluded from the divine compassion. He is yet a servant and a prophet of the Most High. He may yet perform his work. He is a new man. He who was lately shut up in death can speak of God's truth and righteousness. This is what he seems appointed to speak of. Though he has experienced much mercy, he is not told to proclaim mercy. He is to cry aloud in all the streets of the great Nineveh that sin has been committed and that sin must bring death. He has been used to utter such sounds in Samaria, and they have fallen utterly dead. No one has thought them worth listening to. Unspeakable marvel! Here, instead of being dead words, they seem to be able to waken the dead. They are confessed to come from one who has a right to speak them, from one of whom Jonah perhaps thought the king and people of Nineveh were utterly ignorant. The message has done its work. God has triumphed. But Jonah has not triumphed. He is utterly confounded and sick at heart. He has deceived others and deceived himself. He had expected to see men, women, children, cattle, all perishing, but they all lived. He had expected. Had he hoped it? Yes, that truth is brought home to him. He had wished that it should be so. But that blessed gourd which had shadowed him from the heat, had he wished that to perish? Was he content that it should? No, when that withered, he was angry unto death. He did well to be angry. Jonah cared for the gourd. He was taught that God cared for the men and women and children and cattle of Nineveh. He was taught that the mind of him who sent the message to the city and the mind of him who bore it were not at one, but at war. And this was the blessing of the servant, his highest blessing, that his mind should not be at war with his master's, but at one with it. So then it was the result of all this discipline that the Jewish prophet knew he was to be the herald of God's mercy, as well as of God's righteousness to all the nations. Nay, that he could not be the herald of one unless he were also of the other. God's righteousness is shown to making men righteous. If they will submit to be made so, then his end is accomplished. If they will resist, then his vengeance will go forth, not because he has forgotten mercy, but because that which is unmerciful and hard-hearted shall not possess the earth which he claims for his dominion. This truth connects the vision of Nahum with that of Jonah. It had been proved that an Assyrian monarch and people were under the government of the same righteous and gracious Lord who had chosen Israel for his inheritance. It was proved that there was an ear in an Assyrian monarch and people which could be open to hear God's word, a heart which could acknowledge his presence and his authority. The evidence had been clear and triumphant that there was nothing in the circumstances of that people, or any people, which made it impossible that they should understand God's word and should yield to it. But they chose another course. Lucifer, the son of the morning, became the pattern of Assyrian kings. To exalt themselves above law, to make the earth a wilderness, had been the ambition of the whole empire. And therefore Jonah's words were as true and as much alive as when he first pronounced them. If the city had perished when he desired it to perish, the truth of God would have been immeasurably less asserted than it was by the reformation which delayed, and the evil doings which brought down, the punishment. There has been much doubt about the time in which Nahum lived. He is described simply as the Elkoshite. Jerome speaks of a village bearing a name like this in Galilee, and even says that a few relics of it were pointed out to him by a dweller in the district. Such a testimony is, of course, much more valuable than that of any church father unacquainted with Palestine. If it were received, we should have no reason for not accepting Jerome's other suggestion, that Nahum wrote in the days of Hezekiah to console the tribes, which had just been taken captive by the prospect of the destruction of their oppressor at some distant day. But there is that in the character of the prophecy which has forced modern students to think of a different place as well as time from those which Jerome imagined. The exceeding vividness of all the description seems to indicate that Nahum was placed in the heart of the country which he was threatening. The divine illumination of the prophets had a higher object than to make them acquainted with natural scenery or with the outward condition of a land. These, as we have observed in the cases of Amos, Hosea, Micah, were brought directly before their eyes and ears. They heard the sound of the earthquake. The army of locusts was devouring the land in which they were dwelling. The Assyrian was come to Iath. He had passed to Migron. At Michmash he had laid up his carriages. when Isaiah called his countrymen to turn to the God of their fathers. Those who think that the prophets lose any of their divinity when we thus connect them with present and passing events have, I fear, borrowed their notions of what is divine from heathen oracles, from the soothsayers and diviners whom the prophets denounce and whom they existed to put down. The meaning of the most distant future emerges out of their discourses, not when we divorce them from local and immediate occurrences, but when we see how they brought eternal truths to bear upon them. For this reason, it is strictly according to analogy, I think, to suppose that Nahum did not live before the captivity of the 10 tribes, or just at the commencement of it, but that he was one of that captivity. A village named Alkosh, not far from Mosul, has been pointed out as the probable place of his birth or residence. It is a reasonable supposition that he lived just when Cyaxares and the Medes were threatening Nineveh, which, according to all authorities, they utterly destroyed. The date of that event has been settled, apparently on good evidence, as falling between the years 610 and 600 before Christ. If this view of the prophecy be the true one, it gives us some hints respecting the tribes and their Assyrian banishment, which we cannot obtain elsewhere. The apocryphal book of Tobit shows a valuable light on their personal and domestic life, and shows how the good men among them cherished the old faith and the old sympathies. But the deeper learning which they derived from the events that befell the great world about them, the way in which those events confirmed the past history of their country, and assured them that the truths which it had revealed would stand the test of all possible circumstances, were not affected by their own overthrow, would make themselves good in all ages to come. This must be understood from some more instructed and less superstitious Israelite than Tobit. Great revolutions were then shaking Asia. The Median power had been for some time the mightiest. The eruption of Scythian hordes for a while checked its advances. When they melted away or emigrated toward the west, the destined hour for the fall of the old Assyrian tyranny was come. The period that followed brings to light the Babylonian Empire, of which Nebuchadnezzar was the restorer, in which the old Chaldean faith and wisdom were to reappear in new strength, probably combined with some new elements. What had a lonely captive to do with such convulsions as these? How could he interpret them? They threw him back upon him who is, and was, and is to come. The rise and overthrow of dynasties repeated the 2 great, seemingly opposed lessons which his own suffering had been teaching him. God is jealous, and the Lord revengeth. The Lord revengeth, and is furious. The Lord will take vengeance on his adversaries, and he reserveth wrath for his enemies. The Lord is slow to anger, and great in power, and will not at all acquit the wicked. The Lord hath his way in the whirlwind and in the storm, and the clouds are the dust of his feet. Chapter 1, verses 2 and 3. O comfort beyond and beneath all words that he can speak, all thoughts that he can think. There is an order in the midst of this anarchy. There is a person upholding this order. He is not unconcerned about that which is going on in his earth. Medes, Babylonians, Scythians, captive Jews, not one is forgotten. He, the least of all, the lowest of all, he can say, "This God is our God. I know what his purposes are. I know the will that is guiding us through the storms and hurricanes by which thrones and kingdoms will be swept away." The seeming contrasts in the laws of the universe, which staggered others, found a reconciliation in the heart of this outcast. Who can stand before his indignation, and who can abide in the fierceness of his anger? His fury is poured out like fire, and the rocks are thrown down by him. The Lord is good, a stronghold in the day of trouble, and he knoweth them that trust in him. Verse 6. The oppressor is falling. And the Lord hath given a commandment concerning thee, that no more of thy name be sown. Out of the house of thy gods will I cut off the graven image and the molten image. I will make thy grave, for thou art vile. Verse 14. But then again, behold upon the mountains the feet of him that bringeth good tidings, that publisheth peace. O Judah, keep thy solemn feasts, perform thy vows, for the wicked shall no more pass through thee. He is utterly cut off. Verse 15. So speaks with deep, pathetic energy one who can no longer keep the solemn feast except in secret, who sees nothing but molten images all around him. He implores his countrymen to consider what those things mean which have become to them mere names and forms of something departed and dead. They are witnesses of a living and true and gracious God. They are good tidings for the whole earth, that the Lord is not an evil spirit, but one who has made man to be his servant and his child, who will destroy the bloody city that is full of lies and robbery, let it be where it may, let it have what greatness it may. Woe to the bloody city! It is all full of lies and robbery, the prey departeth not, the noise of a whip, and the noise of the rattling of the wheels, and of the prancing horses, and the jumping chariots. The horseman lifteth up both the bright sword and the glittering spear, and there is a multitude of slain, and a great number of carcasses, and there is none end of their corpses. They stumble upon their corpses, because of the multitude of the whoredoms of the well-favoured harlot, the mistress of witchcrafts, that selleth nations through her whoredoms, and families through her witchcrafts. Behold, I am against thee, saith the Lord of hosts, and I will discover thy skirts upon thy face, and I will show the nations thy nakedness, and the kingdoms thy shame, and will cast abominable filth upon thee, and make thee vile, and will set thee as a gazing stock. And it shall come to pass that all they that look upon thee shall flee from thee, and say, Nineveh is laid waste. Who will bemoan her? When shall I seek comforters for thee? Chapter 3, verses 1 through 7. All thy strongholds shall be like fig trees with the first ripe figs. If they be shaken, they shall even fall into the mouth of the eater. Behold, thy people in the midst of thee are women. The gates of thy land shall be set wide open to thine enemies. The fire shall devour thy bars. Draw 3 waters for the siege. Fortify thy strongholds. Go into clay and tread the mortar. Make strong the brick kiln. There shall the fire devour thee. The sword shall cut thee off. It shall eat thee up like the cankerworm. Make thyself many as the locusts. Thou hast multiplied thy merchants above the stars of heaven. The cankerworm spoileth and fleeth away. Thy crown are as the locusts, and thy captains as the great grasshoppers, which camp in the hedges in the cold day. But when the sun ariseth, they flee away, and their place is not known where they are. Thy shepherds slumber, O king of Assyria. Thy nobles shall dwell in the dust. Thy people is scattered upon the mountains, and no man gathereth them. There is no healing of thy bruise. Thy wound is grievous. All that hear the bruit of thee shall clap the hands over thee. For upon whom hath not thy wickedness passed continually? Verses 12 through 19. The books of Jonah and Nahum, then taken together, enable us to contemplate a great historical cycle. The one stands at the beginning, the other at the end of a period. The Assyrian Empire comes before us in its first and in its last relations to the chosen people, or rather to that which is higher than the chosen people, the witness which they were to bear for the God of the whole earth. If the compiler of the book of Jonah, in the form in which we have it, lived subsequently to Nahum, he was called to supply a chasm in the life of his people, by showing the work which from the very first they had to do for the surrounding nations, by explaining how a failure in that work was a sentence of death upon themselves. Nahum not only carries on the testimony of Jonah respecting the certain doom of an evil city, he also shows us how the called race, in its deepest humiliation, as much as in its greatest prosperity, was still the preacher to the human race, how its existence as well as its words interpreted the mystery of the universe and made the rise and fall of empires, with all the dark crimes that led to both, give out pledges of consolation and hope. And thus we are enabled to understand better the New Testament use of these Old Testament teachers. To Nahum, I am not aware that there is any direct allusion in the Gospels. Jonah the prophet is referred to in a memorable discourse of our Lord's recorded by both St. Matthew and St. Luke. There is a passage in the 12th chapter of St. Matthew to which there is no parallel in St. Luke, and which apparently breaks the connection between the 39th and 41st verse of the chapter in which it occurs. It is the one which says that as Jonas was 3 days and 3 nights in the whale's belly, so shall the Son of Man be 3 days and 3 nights in the heart of the earth. I dare not venture to use this passage for the establishment of any doctrine, because I have heard no satisfactory explanation of it. The solemn week, through which we have lately passed, has taught us that the period between our Lord's death and resurrection was not 3 days and 3 nights. We cannot give up the direct assertions of all the evangelists, the sacred convictions of 18 centuries, that we may force the greatest facts in the history of the world into accordance with this sentence. It would be a far less serious alternative to admit that it may have crept into the text from the gloss of some commentator, just as the most intelligent divines have yielded to the belief that a text affirming an infinitely more important doctrine crept into the 5th chapter of the first epistle of St. John, an admission which, so far from weakening their faith in that doctrine, has helped them to see it unfolding itself through the whole of Scripture, and underlying the history of the Church and of mankind, when they were apt to look for the main proof of it in a single text. I do not say that we have any authority for so bold a course as this. I merely urge it as a duty that we should be silent when we are ignorant. If we have real reverence for Scripture and a firm belief in that which it declares, we shall never strain a single one of its words or phrases, or strain a single fact to make it fit them. Abstinence from such dishonesty will assuredly bring its reward in clearer apprehensions of the whole record hereafter. But the words, an evil and adulterous generation seeketh after a sign, and there shall be no sign given to it but the sign of the prophet Jonas, illustrated by the words of St. Luke, as Jonas was a sign unto the Ninevites, so shall the Son of Man be to this generation, as well as, by the further words, the men of Nineveh shall rise up in the judgment with this generation and shall condemn it, for they repented at the preaching of Jonas, and beheld a greater than Jonas is here, contain a meaning which is not affected by the omission of this clause. The Jews asked our Lord for a visible sign in the heavens to confirm his authority. He answered them that Jonah himself and the message which he brought were sufficient signs to the heathens of Nineveh. Their consciences confessed that God was speaking to them. They felt that a king whom they could not see was near them, claiming their homage. They turned to him. The Jews, the people of God, chosen out of all the countries to acknowledge that unseen presence and proclaim it, they had become such idolaters, so blind and deaf in heart that they could only believe in some outward visible image. The cry to turn to their king was utterly lost upon them. He himself was among them, the Word by whom all their prophets had spoken, the king who was sitting on the holy hill of Zion. Why were they not able to hear him? Was it not because he was the Son of Man? Because he came with a message to man, and they, shut up in their pride and exclusiveness, did not like to take up their position among men, did not care for a voice which was addressed to men. The people of Nineveh therefore repented at the preaching of Jonah. The people of Jerusalem did not repent at the preaching of Jesus. The Jew, because he was inhuman, was necessarily ungodly. He would not acknowledge the Son of Man. Practically, he could not believe in Jehovah. And so the city, that holy city, would become the bloody city. In it would be fulfilled the law which had been fulfilled in the Assyrian capital. Awful and everlasting witness of the divine order, which asserted itself without respect of persons then, which will assert itself without respect of persons always. The Christian Church, the church of the human race, has been almost as slow to maintain its true privilege of preaching the glad tidings of love and truth to the human race as the Jewish nation its forerunner was. Christian prophets have shrunk from their commission, fled from the face of the Lord, been angry that God was more gracious than they were, mourned over their perishing gourds, have distrusted him who cares for the men and the women and the cattle in every country under heaven. But the church must publish God's righteousness and God's grace to men, let its members be ever so unwilling. If the tongues of the prophets are silent, if divine feasts and worship cease, then by its own captivity it will be taught itself. It will teach mankind, who is its king, its judge, its savior. End of Sermon 20.
Sermon 21 of the Prophets and Kings of the Old Testament. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Prophets and Kings of the Old Testament by Frederick Denison Maurice, Manasseh and Josiah, Zephaniah and Habakkuk. Preached at Lincoln's Inn, the third Sunday after Easter, May 2nd, 1852. Habakkuk, chapter 2, verse 4. Behold, his soul, which is lifted up, is not upright in him, but the just shall live by his faith. There is a tradition that Isaiah survived Hezekiah and suffered death in the days of Manasseh. Even the manner of his death has been determined. It has been said that the writer of the Epistle to the Hebrews refers to him when he speaks of some having been sawn asunder. A vague rumor of this kind cannot be of the least help in determining the application of a prophecy, and there are no words in the book of Isaiah which warrant us in extending any part of it beyond the time denoted by the opening verse. The belief that he became a martyr arose from the improbability that any righteous man could be suffered to live in the days of Manasseh. These days are described to us as darker than any which had preceded them in the kingdom of Judah. The king did that which was evil in the sight of the Lord, after the abominations of the heathen, whom the Lord cast out before the children of Israel. For he built up again the high places which Hezekiah his father had destroyed. And he reared up altars for Baal, and made a grove, as did Ahab king of Israel, and worshipped all the host of heaven, and served them. And he built altars for all the host of heaven in the two courts of the house of the Lord. And he made his son pass through the fire, and observed times, and used enchantments, and dealt with familiar spirits and wizards. Moreover, Manasseh shed innocent blood very much, till he had filled Jerusalem from one end to another. 2 Kings, chapter 21, verses 2 through 16. This state of things must have lasted a long time. He was but 12 years old when he began to reign, so that the violent change may not have begun at once, though it is quite possible that some of the counselors, who had brought vain oblations and had been very active on the new moons and Sabbaths during the reign of the father, may have cultivated all the superstitious and idolatrous tendencies that were ripening in the mind of the son, and may have encouraged him to set up groves and high places, even during his minority. However, as he reigned 55 years, this supposition is hardly necessary to account for the extent and completeness of the reaction. nor will any attentive reader of Isaiah and Micah feel astonished by it. They, especially the last, enable us to see the seeds of all corruption in a period of health. The lying prophet, the drunken priest, may have been hidden, even may have been externally reformed, in the later golden years of Hezekiah. But the soil out of which they had grown, and which had cherished them, was sure to produce the like weeds afterwards, whenever the diligent culture was withdrawn from it, even if their growth was not fostered and quickened by the hands which should have extirpated them. We do not hear of any special prophet at this time. Probably there was no one then whose visions were committed to writing, no one perhaps whose visions extended beyond the immediate evil and its coming punishment. Mere simple denunciations, such as we heard of among the early seers of Israel, may have supplied the place of the winding discourse and the song that rose from the depths of earth to the heights of heaven. This we should infer from the words of the book of Kings. The Lord spake by his servants the prophets, saying, Because Manasseh king of Judah hath done these abominations, and hath done wickedly above all that the Amorites did which were before him, and hath made Judah also to sin with his idols. Therefore thus saith the Lord God of Israel, Behold, I am bringing such evil upon Jerusalem and Judah, that whosoever heareth of it, both his ears shall tingle. And I will stretch over Jerusalem the line of Samaria, and the plummet of the house of Ahab. And I will wipe Jerusalem as a man wipeth a dish, wiping it and turning it upside down. And I will forsake the remnant of mine inheritance, and deliver them into the hands of their enemies, and they shall become a prey and spoil to all their enemies, because they have done that which was evil in my sight, and have provoked me to anger, since the day their fathers came out of Egypt, even unto this day. 2 Kings chapter 21, verses 10 through 15. The immediate accomplishment of this prediction is thus recorded in the second book of Chronicles, chapter 33. Wherefore the Lord brought upon them the captains of the host of the king of Assyria, which took Manasseh among the thorns, and bound him with fetters, and carried him to Babylon. Babylon, which had revolted from the Assyrian Empire, had again become a portion of it. That empire was exhibiting in its later days all its ancient character, but its former capital was beginning to be threatened by the Medes. Babylon, the old glory of the Chaldees, soon to become the center of a new Chaldean empire, having recovered from the effects of its siege, was probably the center of Asiatic religion and civilization. Manasseh would find himself surrounded there by the gods of whom he had set up images in Jerusalem. He would see that in its perfection, which he had tried to imitate on a poor and insignificant scale. And he would be under the rod with which he had wished to scourge his subjects. This was a kind of lesson which all the prophets had prepared their kings for. They had dallied with idolatry. There was something in it especially attractive. It seemed so much more passionate, devout, sympathetic than that worship which the law of their fathers had prescribed. Their taste would be gratified. They should experience this worship in the length and depth and breadth of it. They had dallied with tyranny. What old decrees and statutes had power to bind them, the rulers of the land? What obligations had they to their serfs and bondsmen? No remedy can be as effectual for such thoughts, but that which is said to have been tried upon the Sicilian masters in the days of Timoleon, the becoming serfs and bondsmen themselves. In this case, we are told, it was effectual. Manasseh humbled himself, turned to the Lord God of Israel, was brought back to Jerusalem, another man. Probably he was able to effect a very partial cure of the evils which he had caused, and of the confusion from which the land must have been suffering during his captivity. The short reign of his son is represented as not less corrupt than the greater part of his own had been. It was ended by conspiracy and assassination. Josiah, a boy of 8 years old, was left. There may have been a promise of good in himself from his childhood, but the first years of his reign must have exhibited all the crimes and miseries which had been ripening for more than half a century. To this period, the prophet Zephaniah belongs. In the opening of his book, we are told that the word of the Lord came to him in the days of Josiah, the son of Ammon. We have a right to suppose that they were his earliest days, for this book does not allude to any symptoms of reformation. The sentences with which it commences are all indicative of coming woes and present idolatry. I will utterly consume all things from off the land, saith the Lord. I will consume man and beast. I will consume the fowls of the heaven, and the fishes of the sea, and the stumbling blocks with the wicked. And I will cut off man from the land, saith the Lord. I will also stretch out my hand on Judah, and upon all the inhabitants of Jerusalem, and I will cut off the remnant of Baal from this place, and the name of the Chemarims with the priests, and them that worship the hosts of heaven upon the housetops, and them that worship and swear by the Lord, and that swear by Malcham, and them that are turned back from the Lord, and them that have not sought the Lord, nor have inquired for him. All these different classes of evildoers, the prophets, priests, and devotees of the old Phoenician worship, those of the new Sabaean or Babylonian worship, those who had nominally adhered to the worship of Jehovah, but secretly swore by some other name, those that, without any forms of false religion, had become utterly indifferent, heartless, unbelieving, are warned that a day of the Lord is at hand, a great sacrifice to which he had bidden his guests. There is a vagueness in the prophet's description of the approaching calamity, but he is vague no longer when he speaks of the evils which the day of the Lord is to bring to light and punish. He is as distinct as any of his predecessors in declaring that it would disturb them, who are settled on their lees, who say, "The Lord will not do good or do evil." He says that the princes and the king's children and those who were clothed with strange apparel, that is to say, all the proud and luxurious courtiers, those that leap on the threshold and fill their masters' houses with violence and deceit, that is to say, the tools of injustice, legal or military, who violated the sanctity of the humble man's dwelling to obtain treasures for their employers, those who dreamed that their silver and their gold would be able to deliver them in the day of the Lord's wrath, all would be guests at this sacrifice. Their goods would become a booty, and their homes a desolation. Instead of the ordinary cry of the seller, there would be a cry from one gate and a howling from another that the enemy was approaching. They would walk like bewildered blind men. Their blood would be poured out as dust, and their flesh as the dung. These heaviest threatenings apply to Judah and Jerusalem, but such a day as this would affect them just because it would affect all the nations. In this sense, Zephaniah, like every other prophet, is a leveler. The people of God has to take its lot among the other people. Its sin brings the same punishment as theirs. The only difference is that its sins are represented as more cardinal, more radical than those of all others. There is in them more of a conscious disobedience. They spring from a more direct resistance to a will which has revealed itself, has made its righteousness and mercy visible in acts. Zephaniah proceeds to speak of this judgment as one that would make Gaza forsaken and Ashkelon a desolation, which would drive out Ashdod at the noonday and root up Ekron, which would bring woe upon the inhabitants of the seacoast, and destroy the land of the Philistines, which would cause Moab to be as Sodom, and the children of Ammon as Gomorrah, which would slay the Ethiopians with the sword, finally, which would destroy Assyria and make Nineveh a desolation. Chapter 2, verses 4 through 13. And yet here, the same paradox encounters us which we have met with elsewhere. A vision of blessedness to the chosen race, to the Jews already in captivity, as well as to those who might hereafter go into it, seems to come out of this unexpected ruin. The deserted seacoast shall be for the remnant of the houses of Judah. In the houses of Ashkelon shall they lie down in the evening. The residue of my people shall possess the land from which Ammonites and Moabites have been cast out. Were such promises to comfort those that were dwelling in the security that they were the blessed of the Lord, and that all others were cursed and hated by him? No, they were to comfort the meek of the earth, those who were seeking righteousness and seeking meekness, those who desired to see righteousness and meekness triumphant over wrong and violence, were to learn that this was the end of all these punishments, that they were to bring down the haughtiness of the Jews as much as Gentiles, to crush them in themselves, that they might become faithful witnesses of God. If a remnant of their own tribes would take possession of villages and coasts from which the races about them had been cast out, it would not be until they had shared their misery and been taught to know that their God was not one of those carnal, separate gods whom men set up, but was the God, who ordered the times before appointed and the bounds of men's habitation, that in every place they might be led to seek him. No sorrow could be too tremendous, which fixed the truth in the minds of the Israelites, that they were to be a bond of peace to all lands, not at once the imitators and the pattern of their hatreds. Therefore, when Zephaniah had foretold the cutting off of the nations, the desolation of their towers, the emptying of their cities, he says to Israel, I will take away out of the midst of thee them that rejoice in thy pride, and thou shalt no more be haughty because of mine holy mountain. I will also leave in the midst of thee an afflicted and poor people, and they shall trust in the name of the Lord. The remnant of Israel shall not do iniquity, nor speak lies, neither shall a deceitful tongue be found in their mouth. Chapter 3, verses 11 through 13. He had already uttered another promise, which Israelites might well claim, but which they could not limit to themselves. For then I will turn to the people a pure language, that they may call upon the name of the Lord, to serve him with one consent. Verse 9. Such an expectation of a universal kingdom, the prophet knew, must be the most consolatory of all to those who were sorrowful in the solemn assembly, to whom the reproach of Israel was a burden. They would feel that a blessing to all nations was the highest blessing which they could desire themselves, that when it was fulfilled, they should know that the King of Israel, even the Lord, was in the midst of them, and that he had turned back their captivity from before their eyes. It is not a new, and certainly it is a very reasonable supposition, that these earnest exhortations of Zephaniah may have been at least one influence in bringing about the great Reformation which commenced in the 18th year of King Josiah's reign. His name, however, does not occur in the passage of the Book of Kings which describes that Reformation. The book of the law of the Lord, it seems, had become a strange and unknown book, even to Shaphan the scribe and to Hilkiah the priest. When Hilkiah read it before the king, we are told that he rent his clothes and said, Inquire of the Lord for me, and for the people, and for all Judah, concerning the words of this book that is found. For great is the wrath of the Lord that is kindled against us, because our fathers have not hearkened to the words of this book, to do all that is written concerning us. The person they consult is not Zephaniah, who may, perhaps, have gone to his rest, but Huldah the prophetess. She declares that the words of the book of the law would be fulfilled against Judah and Jerusalem, but that the king, whose heart was tender, and who had humbled himself, should not see all the evil which should be brought on that place. 2 Kings chapter 22. The Reformation was searching and vigorous, in proportion to the humiliation and shame which had preceded it. It was grounded upon an acknowledgment of the covenant which the living God had made with the people. All the vessels that had been made for Baal and for the grove, and the chariots of the sun, were burnt with fire. The idolatrous priests were put down. The high places were defiled. The altars which Ahaz and Manasseh had set up were broken in pieces, and their dust cast into the brook Kidron. Every relic of the Solomon idolatry was extinguished. The images in Samaria and Bethel were treated like those in Jerusalem. The moral abominations which had accompanied these idolatries, and the different forms of devil worship which had prevailed in all parts of the land, were rooted out so far as it was possible for a king to root them out. Finally, the king commanded all the people, saying, Keep the Passover unto the Lord your God, as it is written in the Book of the Covenant. This great pledge of the national unity seems to have been hailed by the people in the distant parts of the land more than it was in Hezekiah's days, when the Samaritans could still cling to their separate king and their private altars. For the historian says, "Surely there was not holden such a Passover from the days of the judges that judged Israel, nor in all the days of the kings of Israel, nor of the kings of Judah." As Huldah the prophetess declared, the terrible judgment which Zephaniah saw overhanging the land did not come upon it in the days of Josiah, but a calamity was at hand, and the king himself was the author of it. It was the precursor of all those which his repentance had delayed. Like the best of his predecessors, the young king could not resist the vanity of speculating upon the relations of the great powers to each other, and of plunging into foreign wars. While Asia was in tumult, it was not unnatural that Egypt should seem to him his most formidable enemy. He fancied he could resist it. He went out against Pharaoh Necho, and his servants carried him in a chariot, dead, from Megiddo, and brought him to Jerusalem, and buried him in his own sepulchre. This was the beginning of a temporary Egyptian ascendancy. His son Jehoahaz reigned but 3 months in Jerusalem, and Pharaoh Necho put him in bonds at Riblah in the land of Hamath, and he went to Egypt and died there. Zephaniah's predictions were partially fulfilled. Princes and kings were becoming guests at a sacrifice. Their goods were becoming a booty, and their houses a desolation. It seemed as if Egypt might be the enslaver of the children as it had been of the fathers. For Pharaoh Necho made Eliakim king in the room of Jehoahaz his father, and turned his name into Jehoiakim. And Jehoiakim gave the silver and the gold to Pharaoh. But he taxed the land to give the money according to the commandment of Pharaoh. He exacted the silver and the gold of the people of the land, of everyone according to his taxation, to give it unto Pharaoh Necho. 2 Kings chapter 23, verses 31 through 35. But a day of the Lord was at hand, for Pharaoh as well as for the kings of Judah. In his days Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, came up, and Jehoiakim became his servant 3 years. Then he turned and rebelled against him. And the Lord sent against him bands of the Chaldees, and bands of the Syrians, and bands of the Moabites, and bands of the children of Ammon, and sent them against Judah to destroy it, according to the word of the Lord, which he spake by his servants the prophets. Surely at the commandment of the Lord came this upon Judah, to remove them out of his sight, for the sins of Manasseh, according to all that he did, and also for the innocent blood that he shed. For he filled Jerusalem with innocent blood, which the Lord would not pardon. 2 Kings chapter 24, verses 1 through 4. This passage describes, in the first place, the eruption of different inorganic bands of freebooters. The time of it may correspond to the time of that Scythian domination of which Herodotus speaks. In such an anarchy, waifs and relics of the different nations which had been extinguished by the Assyrian Empire would be gathered together. What the Greek historian describes under one vague general name would present itself to each particular land as a collection of different neighboring tribes, one more conspicuous and civilized than the rest as its leader. Nebuchadnezzar now first presents himself to us as the head and representative of the Chaldean race, as the organizer of these loose bands into a new empire, as the conqueror of Egypt, as the Babylonian ruler of his day. For the full interpretation of his commission and of the reign of Jehoiakim, we must turn to the prophet Jeremiah. But there is another prophet whose visions seem to refer precisely to this period, who describes the Chaldeans, not as they would appear to one who lived in an earlier time when they were connected with the older Asiatic civilization, nor yet at a later, when Nebuchadnezzar's empire had been completely consolidated. No date is assigned to the prophecy of Habakkuk in any part of his book, but the following passage has determined eminent critics, apparently with the best reason, to connect it with this crisis of the national history. Behold ye among the heathen, and regard, and wonder marvelously. For I will work a work in your days, which ye will not believe, though it be told you. For lo, I raise up the Chaldeans, that bitter and hasty nation, which shall march through the breadth of the land, to possess the dwelling places that are not theirs. They are terrible and dreadful. Their judgment and their dignity shall proceed of themselves. Their horses also are swifter than the leopards, and are more fierce than the evening wolves. And their horsemen shall spread themselves, and their horsemen shall come from afar. They shall fly as the eagle that hasteneth to eat. They shall come all for violence. Their faces shall sup up as the east wind, and they shall gather the captivity as the sand. And they shall scoff at the kings, and the princes shall be a scorn unto them. They shall deride every stronghold, for they shall heap dust and take it. Then shall his mind change, and he shall pass over and offend, imputing this his power unto his God. In the following chapter, the picture is somewhat changed. We have still the same clear and living indications of a lawless, reckless race. But along with these, there is the image of a great conqueror who is coveting an evil covetousness to himself, that he may set his nest on high, and be delivered from the power of evil, of one who is building a town with blood, and establishing a city with iniquity, and of one who is making the people to labor in the very fire, and the people to weary for very vanity, of one who is saying to the wood, Awake, and to the dumb stone, Arise, and it shall teach, for it is laid over with gold and silver. Such a description would admirably accord with the words of Nebuchadnezzar. Is not this great Babylon which I have built? It would point out the tasks which he was imposing on the people whom he had vanquished, whilst he was establishing himself in his palace and introducing new images into his temple. Whilst the old Babel kingdom of Assyria was sinking, and prophets were singing of its ruin, Habakkuk, from his watchtower, beheld this new Babel kingdom coming forth into the world, its birth fittingly celebrated by the shouts of the Chaldean plunderers and by the death groans of their victims. O Lord, thus the prophet speaks when this new vision dawns upon him. O Lord, how long shall I cry, and thou wilt not hear, even cry out unto thee of violence, and thou wilt not save? Why dost thou show me iniquity, and cause me to behold grievance? For spoiling and violence are before me, and there are that raise up strife and contention. Therefore the law is slacked, and judgment doth never go forth, for the wicked doth compass about the righteous. Therefore wrong judgment proceedeth. Chapter 1, verses 1 through 4. Josiah's reformation had taken place between the time of Zephaniah and Habakkuk. There had been pledges and foretastes of a righteous government upon the earth, all, as it seemed, in vain. The good king was hardly taken from the land before it was given up to ruffians who mocked at law and right and did whatever was in the power of their hands. The prophet is cast down, but not in despair. He cries out, Art thou not from everlasting, O Lord my God, mine Holy One? We shall not die. O Lord, thou hast ordained them for judgment, and, O mighty God, thou hast established them for correction. He knew that that was true, and there was comfort in the knowledge. But a man cannot sustain himself on a maxim or a proposition. He must speak out his doubt and his anguish. Thou art of purer eyes than to behold evil, and canst not look on iniquity. Wherefore thou lookest upon them that deal treacherously, and holdest thy tongue when the wicked devoureth the man that is more righteous than he, and makest men as fishes of the sea, as the creeping things that have no ruler over them. They take up all of them with the angle, they catch them in their net, and gather them in their drag. Therefore they rejoice and are glad. Therefore they sacrifice unto their net, and burn incense into their drag, because by them their portion is fat, and their meat plenteous. Shall they therefore empty their net, and not spare continually to slay the nations? chapter 1, verses 12 through 17. A heathen, and alas, how many a Christian, would be afraid thus to reason with God concerning his judgments. He would cover his practical unbelief and inward murmuring with the hollow phrases, "No doubt all is for the best. It is the will of God and must be right." The Jewish prophet believed in God as a person and not as a dark, blank fate, and therefore he could boldly say, "I know this is not right. Oh, thou who art altogether right, explain to me the contradictions in thy universe, and tell me why thou sufferest evil to dwell in it. Let me not have words to solve the dark enigmas of fact, but give me some ground upon which I can stand when all is reeling and shaking around me, and let it be a ground upon which I may rest my hope, not for myself only, but for my race upon which these oppressors are trampling." The prayer was heard. The words which I have taken for my text give the answer. His soul which is lifted up is not upright in him, but the just shall live by his faith. The secret of all Chaldean and Babylonian oppression lies there. The man is lifted up in himself. He thinks he has something of his own upon which he may exalt himself. Therefore he treats human beings as if they were creeping things or fishes of the sea. There lies the secret of the life of an Israelite. He shall live by his faith. Feeling and knowing himself to be nothing, he is obliged to cast himself wholly upon God. And anything which takes away that self-confidence, and anything which brings forth that faith, is blessed, is divine. Let the outward aspects of it be as dark, let the inward anguish which it produces be as terrible as it may. Here is the solution of the riddles of the universe. Here is the key to God's dark and inscrutable ways. Not a solution which we can report to as if it were a formula of ready application, which may stifle questioning and set our minds at ease. Not a key such as empirics and diviners use, pretending that they know all the words of every mystery and can open it at their pleasure, but one to which the humble and the meek can always resort when most baffled, when most ignorant, one which helps them to welcome their own tribulations and to see in the tribulations of the world a sure witness that the earth shall be filled with the knowledge of the glory of the Lord, as the waters cover the sea. In this spirit Habakkuk stands and waits. He writes the vision and makes it plain upon tables, that he that runneth may read it, that men in after days may know how their forefathers have suffered and sorrowed, and may know where they could not find, and where they did find, deliverance. He does not see the end of the vision. He does not ask to see. There is yet an appointed time. To tarry is his task. Yes, and his privilege. For no sudden discovery could give him the simple dependence, the thorough confidence to which he is trained amidst clouds and darkness. Out of that darkness there rises, not some Atlantis, some island of the blessed, whither men may fly from the misery that is about them. He says, God came from Teman, and the Holy One from Mount Paran. Selah. His glory covered the heavens, and the earth was full of his praise, and his brightness was as the light. He had horns coming out of his hand, and there was the hiding of his power. Chapter 3, verses 3 and 4. The land in which he dwelt, the mountains on which he had looked from childhood, these, and not some far-off world, spoke to him of the divine presence. God was there, and this God was he who had delivered his people, who cared for the poor and needy, who had declared war against the proud and oppressor. To see the pestilence and burning coals working as his ministers, the everlasting mountains swallowed at his word, the rivers cleaving the earth, the sun and moon standing still, or moving at the light of his arrows. This was fearful. It made his lips quiver and his hands tremble. Yet this sight gave him rest in the day of trouble. At the root of confusion was eternal order. Every dark power in nature, every human will, must work out the purposes of eternal love. Although the fig tree shall not blossom, neither shall fruit be in the vines. The labor of the olive shall fail, and the fields shall yield no meat. The flock shall be cut off from the fold, and there shall be no herd in the stalls. Yet I will rejoice in the Lord. I will joy in the God of my salvation. Chapter 3, verses 17 and 18. The saddest of all prophecies ends with a song. The stringed instruments give out a music which is deeper than all the discords and wailings of creation. Brethren, may it be granted to us, with purged ears, to hear that music. May it have an echo in our inmost hearts. We shall hear it best, we shall join in it most fervently, when we have confessed how little fruit we have ourselves brought forth to God, when we have mourned over the dryness and barrenness of God's church. Then, when we have felt how death is written upon all things, we shall begin to know the power of the risen life. We shall understand the truth. Jesus Christ was crucified in the flesh, that he might be quickened in the spirit, and that, together with his own body, he might quicken us and the whole universe. End of Sermon 21.
Sermon 22 of the Prophets and Kings of the Old Testament. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by BrandonB. The Prophets and Kings of the Old Testament by Frederick Denison Maurice. Temptation, the School of the Prophet. Lincoln's Inn, 4th Sunday after Easter, May 9th, 1852. Jeremiah 1, verses 6 through 9. Then I said, Ah, Lord God, behold, I cannot speak, for I am a child. But the Lord said unto me, Say not, I am a child, for thou shalt go to all that I shall send thee, and whatsoever I command thee, thou shalt speak. Be not afraid of their faces, for I am with thee to deliver thee, saith the Lord. It is not improbable that Jeremiah was almost a child when he spoke these words. The earliest of the prophets was called to his office when he was girded with the linen ephod which Hannah had made for him. The king of the land at the time when the word of the Lord first came to Jeremiah was a child, and yet knew that he was destined to do a great work. Josiah had clear evidence that he was designated to his task before his birth. It devolved upon him simply because he was the heir of the house of David. The like assurance came in another way to the young priest of Anathoth. To him it was revealed, Before I formed thee in the belly I knew thee. Before thou camest out of the womb I sanctified thee, and I ordained thee a prophet unto the nations. I do not believe it would have been possible for either of them, when he became a man, to have suffered life without this conviction. If the king had thought that he held his power because there were some special virtues in him which entitled him to it, if Jeremiah had fancied that he was a prophet because there was in him a certain aptitude for uttering divine discourses and foreseeing calamities, who can tell the wariness and loathing which each would have felt for his task when it led to no seeming result, except the dislike of all against or for whom it was exercised? Still more when the powers and graces which were supposed to be qualifications for it became consciously feeble. Nothing but a witness, the more sure for being secret. Thou was marked and sealed for this function before thou hadst done good or evil. All thy powers are endowments to fit thee for fulfilling thy vocation, but do not constitute it. They may perish. The comfort and inward satisfaction in the work may perish. It may produce nothing but pain to thyself and to those who are brought within thy influence. Or harder still, it may be regarded with utter indifference and contempt by others, till thou almost art taught to despise thyself. Still the words must be spoken, the acts must be done, for they are not thy words or thy acts. Nothing, I say, but such a persuasion as this, written and rewritten in a man's heart, could sustain him against the conflicts outward and inward which pursue the righteous king and the true prophet. In proportion, then, as a man had to sustain a more than usual amount of such conflicts, one might suppose that his discipline would begin early, that there would be intimidations to him in boyhood, which would assure him afterwards that he had not rushed into his office through some momentary impulse, but that a hand, which he could not shrink from or shake off, had been leading him, drawing him, even dragging him forwards, while he was most reluctant and would most readily have gone some other way. This conclusion is strengthened by some evidence in the case of Jeremiah. Considering the time to which he lived, he must have been young in the 13th year of Josiah, young enough to make the most literal sense of the expression in the text a reasonable one. Nevertheless, I cannot think that the force of it depends upon that evidence. The feelings which Jeremiah experienced now were those which Moses experienced when he was 80 years old. He who said, "I am not eloquent, neither heretofore nor since thou hast spoken to me," said in fact, "I am a child, only able to lisp the words that thou wouldest have me utter in the ears of Pharaoh and of my countrymen, a helpless stranger in an inhospitable world." When Jeremiah was 80 years old, I do not suppose that he would have used these words with less sense of their truth than when he first felt the divine compulsion. All the intermediate time he was only learning more thoroughly how true they were, and how true the answer to them was. No doubt there was something in the character and temperament of the man which made this language more natural to him than it was to Moses. The meekness that was attributed to him must have been of slow growth, brought out by a long discipline. All his early acts exhibit him to us as fervid and vehement. Traces of that disposition appear even in his latest years. Jeremiah has a kind of feminine tenderness and susceptibility. Strength was to be adduced out of a spirit which was inclined to be timid and shrinking. Think of such a vision as this being presented to a mind cast in that mold. "See, I have this day set thee over the nations and over the kingdoms, to root out, and to pull down, and to destroy, and to throw down, to build, and to plant." At first we should be disposed to say, such words can never have applied in their strict and literal import to any seer or teacher. They belong to the warrior and the conqueror. We must explain them by a figure of speech. One who discourses the fall of kingdoms must be represented as himself the overthrower of them. I do not think that either the analogy of language or the facts of the case justify that method of interpretation. If the prophet only talked of what was happening or what was to happen, no poetical license could permit us to confound him with the subverters of thrones and societies. But have we yet to learn that a great teacher or reformer, though he may never take a sword into his hands, does that which swords cannot do? That swordsmen, in fact, only carry out upon the surface that which he is doing underground? The uprooting of the thoughts and principles in which acts originate, the planting the seeds of life which are hereafter to bring forth fruits that all will recognize, are his functions. If he has received any inspiration, any vital power at all, it must be one which enables him to produce a movement at the very heart of human life and society, in a region of which the ordinary statesman knows nothing. We shall find hereafter that Jeremiah did pull down and destroy, and plant, and build, and that his countrymen felt and knew that he did. And at the very commencement of his work, he has an inward certainty that he must be a man of war. The surrounding world, his own people, his nearest kinsfolk, will regard him as their enemy. A strange anticipation for one whose temptation would have been to purchase their goodwill at almost any price, who would have longed to go anywhere that he might avoid strife. Yet so it must be. There is no flight for him into quiet religious contemplation. He cannot persuade himself that he is to prove his difference from his countrymen and his superiority to them by withdrawing from the circle of interest in which they are dwelling. He may pass hours or months of solitude, but he will not be away from the events which are befalling them. He will be more deeply occupied with them. He will be contemplating them with a closeness and intensity to which the mere actors in them are strangers. The poor young priest of Anathoth can in no way sever himself from the policy of nations and rulers. Judah, Egypt, Chaldea, every tribe and power of the earth must be about him in his closet, must enter into his most inward personal experiences and sufferings. There was the law under which every Jewish prophet lived, but in no case is it so vividly exemplified as in Jeremiah. We are brought into more direct personal intercourse with him than with any one of his order. The sensitiveness of his spirit made him more conscious than sterner natures are of shocks from those with whom he was in contact directly, and even through a member of his intermediate hands. The time in which he lived compelled every man to consider what his existence as a Jew meant and what it had to do with his existence as a man. We shall not therefore understand the struggles or aspirations of his individual soul, if we go to the prophecy for the purpose of observing them. He did not think or speak of his soul, but of God. He did not know that he had a soul except so far as God revealed himself to him as the Lord God of Israel. Jeremiah is instructed himself, as he is to instruct others, by signs. The two signs which he tells us of at the commencement of his book presuppose a man full of earnest thoughts and meditations. The sight of a tree tells him that the Lord will hasten his word to perform it. It is not easy to trace the process by which any visible thing suggests to a man a deep conviction, which a long course of experiments is afterwards to establish. Often some slight accident, something in the name or look of the object which any other person would not take notice of, meets with a series of thoughts previously awakened, and leads to a discovery which must have come from another far deeper source. A tree, however, even without such associations, by its orderly growth, by the invisible energy within, foretelling the appearance of fruits in their appointed season, was perhaps of all the symbols the one which would be most likely to remind him of a power as remote from mere sensible observation, as certain to produce sensible effects, which was working in the acts of men and the changes of the world. The other image was still more obvious. A seething pot with its face towards the north told him that out of the north an evil should break forth upon all the inhabitants of the land. We have heard what strange elements were boiling and fermenting in the north. Zephaniah had seen them in a distant vision, but he could not tell whether Egypt might be the destined successor of Assyria. Habakkuk clearly saw that Chaldea was the appointed scourge. Jeremiah is shown at the very commencement of his work, when the king and his advisers thought the pharaohs were their chief remaining enemies, that the seething pot had not its face in that direction. This revelation also clearly points to that gathering of bands, that mixture of different races, in the attack upon Palestine, which was described in the passage I quoted last Sunday from the book of Kings. Lo, I will call all the families of the kingdoms of the north, and they shall come. But the issue of the struggle is one which even Habakkuk did not foresee. They shall set every one his throne at the entering of the gates of Jerusalem, and against all the walls thereof round about, and against all the cities of Judah. This was the outward event for which the prophet was to prepare himself and his people. But he was not chiefly to speak of that. The event itself was as much a sign as the almond tree or the seething pot. It denoted an internal condition of the nation and a design of him who was the ruler of it. I will utter my judgments against them, touching all their wickedness, who have forsaken me, and have burnt incense unto other gods, and worshipped the works of their own hands. We perceive as much from the words of the prophet as the history, that this idolatry has now become deep and radical. We do not hear chiefly of altars raised to Baal or the Queen of Heaven, but of the result to which these altars have been leading. The state of mind which was latent in them, and which they brought forth into full conscious activity, is represented as an apostate state, not so much as an adoption of false gods as a denial of the true. There is a very great practical difference between the frivolous, heartless taste for foreign novelties, which was denounced by the earlier prophets, and the utter incapacity for acknowledging a God not appealing to the senses which Jeremiah discovers in his contemporaries. He boldly sets up the faith of the heathen as a lesson to the Israelites. Pass over to the isles of Chittim and see, and send unto Kedar, and consider diligently, and see if there be such a thing. Hath a nation changed their gods, which yet are no gods? But my people hath changed their glory for that which doth not profit. He perceives among all the heathen people a tenacity of the traditions they had received from their fathers. They were clinging to names and forms which had no substance in themselves. Still, in so far as they were inherited, the affection for them was a confession of permanence, of something which the worshipper did not make for himself. But they to whom the permanent being had revealed himself, they to whom he had chosen as his witnesses to all the nations that he is and that he abides, they were always seeking to shake off the feeling of his reality as if it were an oppression, and to set up self-chosen symbols in place of him. Hosea was taught what the dispersion of the tribes would mean, by the infidelity and revolt of his wife. Jeremiah is taught to understand what is coming upon Judah by the same terrible analogy. Thus saith the Lord, I remember thee, the kindness of thy youth, the love of thy espousals, when thou wentst after me in the wilderness, in a land which was not sown. Amidst all the variations of the discourse which follows, this is evidently the key note. The thought of a divorce between creatures and their Creator, willfully affected by the determination of the creatures not to acknowledge their relation to their Creator, by their determination to create gods for themselves, reoccurs to him continually, and always with fresh astonishment and awe. If the tenderness of his spirit disposed him to dwell upon this kind of illustration, if he grew up more feelingly alive to the truth of it, as bonds of friendship and kinsmanship were in his own case dissolved, Yet there is a fear and amazement lying beneath all his gentler emotions, and making language which would be more pathetic than any of his predecessors, at times more stern and terrible. The reason, I believe, is one from which we may draw great consolation. The discoveries and revelations to the minds of the prophets became deeper in proportion as they approached nearer to some great crisis in their country's history. It was possible for the Israelite of an earlier time, even for an instructed Israelite, to think of the covenant which God had made with his people as an act of grace, expressing, no doubt, the mind of a gracious being, but still almost as arbitrary. We have seen how Isaiah was gradually educated to show that the covenant denoted a real and eternal relation between God and man in the person of a mediator. If that truth is not brought out with the same force and distinctness in Jeremiah, if he is not in the same sense as the other, the evangelical prophet, yet he had an even deeper conviction that a divine spirit was with him continually. A spirit which was seeking to subdue his will and all wills to itself. That men should break loose from this gracious government, should choose to be independent of it, seemed to him the saddest and strangest thing in the world. It was not the casting off of an outward legal yoke, it was the refusing to be under a scepter of love. It was a fight in the innermost sanctuary of man's being against good and for evil. A determination that not God, but the opposite of God, the enemy of God, should have the homage of the heart and reins. And yet at the same time he was learning from his own experience how natural it was for the spirit of man to engage in this strife. How often was he conscious of it in himself? How often the thraldom of love was galling to him? How ready was he at one moment to disbelieve in the very existence of the power which at another presented itself to him with an overwhelming evidence, humbled him, elevated him, made him able to teach or defy the people of the earth. Suppose he could have thought, as religious men often think in our day, that these inward battles were confined to him and a few rare and select persons, and that it was altogether an absurdity and a profaneness to speak of them as having any connection with the wild, ungodly people about him, he would have never poured out his lamentations over Jerusalem or been a prophet to the nations. But the only singularity which he could claim was this, that he was taught to observe in himself what was going on in other men who did not observe it. He dares not say that the Spirit which was speaking to him, demanding his submission, offering him the promise and blessings of obedience, was not striving also with his countrymen. The message to them was this: Go and proclaim these words toward the north, and say, Return, thou backsliding Israel, saith the Lord. And I will not cause mine anger to fall upon you. For I am merciful, saith the Lord, and I will not keep anger forever. Only acknowledge thine iniquity, that thou hast transgressed against the Lord thy God, and hast scattered thy ways to the strangers under every green tree, and ye have not obeyed my voice, saith the Lord. Turn, O backsliding children, saith the Lord, for I am married unto you, and I will take you one of a city, and two of a family, and I will bring you to Zion, and I will give you pastors according to mine heart, which shall feed you with knowledge and understanding. These words, you perceive, are addressed to the north. They affirm that a mysterious bond, which no sin of theirs had been able to break, united even those tribes which were gone into captivity to the God of Abraham, that he was still holding intercourse with them and seeking to bring their hearts back to himself. All religious people have felt that the bond which Jeremiah speaks cannot be an outward or formal one, that his words denote the most inward spiritual relationship. Their inference is that Israel cannot mean Israel, that it must mean believing men. They are so convinced that a relationship cannot exist between God and those who are not confessing it, that they will practice any outrage upon the inspired utterances of prophets and apostles, rather than permit them to proclaim what, according to this theory, is a flagrant contradiction. But we must violate more than the letter of Jeremiah's prophecy if we hold it to be a contradiction. All his most bitter and painful inward experiences were teaching him that if he only trusted in God because he was a faithful man, he could not really trust in him at all. The deceitfulness of other men's hearts became known to him through the deceitfulness of his own. His unwillingness to speak any more words in God's name enabled him to understand the rebellion of his countrymen. He needed to have the precious and the vile separated in himself, that he might teach all Israelites how the good seed in them might be made victorious over their evil nature, when they acknowledged that the one was all of God, the other all their own. He had to be delivered from his own false confidences again and again, before he could teach the rich man not to glory in his riches, or the wise man in his wisdom, but all to glory in knowing him who executed righteousness and truth in the earth. The first chapter of Jeremiah, like that of Isaiah, is an introduction to the book. The next 5 to the beginning of the 7th may belong to his life before he left Anathoth. The discourse with which the 7th opens was preached, he says, at the gate of the Lord's house in Jerusalem. As we advance further, the book becomes more obviously and directly mixed with historical details. The first of these portions we may reasonably refer to the 5 years between the 13th and the 18th year of Josiah's reign, before his reformation had begun. There is no hint of any improvement. The prophet sought in vain for a man in Jerusalem who executed judgment and desired the truth. The poor men and the great men had equally broken the yoke and cast aside the bonds. None could stand in the old ways and ask for the old paths. Such a description answers well to the time when the book of the law was a treasure unknown to the priests, scribes, and king. But the utter hollowness which the prophet lays bare, the deep-seated inward corruption, above all, the utter vanity of the priests and prophets, he could not expect to see cured by any outward return to the services of the temple, any formal reverence for the book of the law. "Circumcise your hearts," is the cry of Jeremiah. If that cry was not heeded, the prophets might promise them peace. They might turn to Assyria or to Egypt to save them. But all would be in vain. The wound of the daughter of Zion could not be healed by empty words or by foreign medicines. However, therefore, Jeremiah may have sympathized with the zeal and nobleness of the king, and he speaks of him after his death with affectionate reverence, it does not seem that he hoped much for his reform, or that he had any commission to encourage him in it, further than as all right and brave words must encourage all right and brave acts. Some of the incidental consequences of that reform, or, it would be more correct to say, the necessary consequences of the previous state of the people's mind, when Josiah had ruffled its surface without disturbing its depths, Jeremiah was called to denounce. Perhaps not in the days of Josiah, but in those of his successors. He was sent to preach at the temple door against those whose new-found zeal was making the sacredness of the temple a plea for formalism and self-righteous security. We shall find also that the reverence for the book of the law, which the young king had promoted, was leading to self-conceit and the fancy that the book had some charm and power of its own, apart from the living wisdom which was in it. How do ye say, We are wise, and the law of the Lord is with us? Lo, certainly in vain made he it. The pen of the scribes is in vain. The wise men are ashamed. They are dismayed and taken. Lo, they have rejected the word of the Lord, and what wisdom is in them? But the greatest cause of dismay to Jeremiah, both before and after this external change, was the falsehood of the priests and prophets. He did not grow up in Jerusalem within sight of the temple. In a country district he was likely to feel with greater liveliness than in a city all the impressions and associations which belong to a member of the Levitical tribe. Are we to suppose that when he became a man he threw these influences and associations aside, forgot that he was a priest, strove to regard himself merely as one of the people, every one of whom was holy? Had he done so, he would have found a number to sympathize with him, whose consciousness had been revolted by the inconsistencies and corruptions of the priests, who were impatient of the restraints which their existence seemed to prescribe. Jeremiah was not to find any such disciples. He thought more of the sacredness of the order than the other members of it. It was because their position seemed to him so very awful and responsible that he provoked their rage by telling them how they forgot the covenant of the Lord, how little they believed that he was in the midst of them. It was their unbelief, not their belief, which he complained of, their low estimate of their calling, not their exaggeration of it. No doubt he believed that the deepest sympathy with the sorrows and sins of the people, the humblest judgment of themselves, was demanded of those who offered sacrifices for the sins of the people, who were compassed about with their infirmities. No doubt the official or personal self-conceit which arose from their forgetfulness of their relation to the people at large was one of the greatest offenses in his eyes. But these sins arose from their not confessing that they were called by the Lord to be witnesses of his sympathy. Whenever they were not witnesses for him, they were necessarily proud and self-seeking. Jeremiah, therefore, could only be qualified for this part of his work, or for any other part of it, by feeling in himself every one of those evil tendencies which he imputed to the priests generally. He had to feel all the particular temptations of his tribe and class to vanity, self-glorification, self-indulgence, to feel how quickly they might fall into all the commonest, grossest habits of other men, while there is also a subtle, radical, internal wickedness, the secret source of the overt acts which the law takes notice of, that is nearer to them than to those whose offerings they present. Fearful discovery! The man to whom it is made must see the abyss of evil at times closer to his own feet than it can be to those who live more on the outside of things, and have never been taught to look at their properties and principles. The false prophet was even a more fearful spectacle to Jeremiah than the godless priest. We have seen how Micah trembled at the mysterious evil and the mysterious power of this class of deceivers who were trafficking with the word of the Lord, speaking a lie and saying, "He hath said it." That was terrible, but to see that the Spirit of God himself was with them and in them, that they were bidding him depart from them, that they were giving themselves up to an evil spirit with a kind of reckless unbelief, of half-serious atheism. This was a darker vision. It was the one which rose up full upon the mind of Jeremiah, and which made him look upon the false prophet, at once the type of the depravity of his nation, and the mightiest instrument in cultivating it and hastening on the desolation which would be the consequence of it. Yet here again it was a prophet, and only a prophet, who could have entered into the sin of the prophets. If he had not believed in an actual divine teaching and commission and inspiration, in a power mightier than all external power whatever, he could not have perceived what this prostitution of it signified. If he had not been himself in danger every hour of prostituting it himself to his own purposes, and had not been certain that only God himself could preserve him from that peril, he might have raved at the mischiefs which the false seers wrought in the land. He could never have followed their mischiefs up to their source. Brethren, I may speak to you hereafter of Jeremiah as the teacher of Israel in the reigns of Jehoiakim and Zedekiah. Let me speak of him today as the teacher of us, the English priests, the prophets, and people, in the reign of Queen Victoria. Or, if there are some thoughts rising out of this subject, too sacred and awful to dwell upon in any public assembly, then let me beseech you to desire for your own sakes, and for ours, that we may think of them when we are not discoursing to others, but are alone with our own hearts and with God. Let me call upon you very solemnly not to regard the follies and sins which you discover continually in those who minister to you as light things, which you may make a jest of, which you may dwell upon, as proofs that those who are bound by holy professions are not better than others, which you may exult in because they cause any evils or falsehoods of yours to look less black. Be assured that if we are trivial, the whole land becomes infected with triviality. If we are insincere in our dealings with God, that insincerity will be reproduced in all the ordinary relations of life. If the priest draws nigh to the altar with an unbelieving heart, you will find the statesman base and treacherous in the council chamber and the senate. If the prophet or preacher speaks words in God's name merely to please or injure men, the clerk and the shopkeeper will be fraudulent likewise. Is there a danger that we shall play with the most dreadful words as if they were counters? Shall use the names of heaven and hell, and of God himself, as if they were instruments of our trade? Is there a danger that there shall be nothing answering in our acts to our words, that we shall be more groveling than ordinary men in one, in proportion as we are more magnificent in the other? An infinite danger, a danger to be averted by no contrivances, not by flying from the world that we may be above it, not by mixing with it, lest we shall be puffed up with spiritual pride. God only knows which course is the safer or the more perilous. In general, it seems wiser to take that which the tradition of our country suggests, because it implies least of self-will and self-dependence. But either way we shall be tempted to vanity, servility, untruth. Oh, if you have ever learnt any truth, or received any nobler impulse from any of us, or if, wanting that personal motive, you care for the well-being of your country, ask him who has promised to hear, that he will give us firmer wills, more childlike hearts, greater boldness in denouncing evil because it is hateful to God and destructive of men, greater tenderness for the evils of others because we feel them bitterly in ourselves. Ask that our lips may be silent if we cannot speak words of health, and that we may not call upon you to make sacrifices, if we are not willing to offer ourselves as sacrifices in his name, who is the high priest of the whole family in heaven and earth. End of Sermon 22.